want you to stand up, okay? If the statement that I say resonates with you, please stand up. So, please stand up if your business has been growing for the last 2 years. Please stand up. Thank you. Give a round of applause. Okay. Thank you. Please take your seats. What happened to our interpreter? Okay, please. Okay. I found an interpreter. Please come and stand here. I will pay you. I will. Okay. Right. Okay. The interpreter's here? Okay, please wear your mics, guys, for the interpretation. Thank you. So you don't need to do any work. Thank you. You were hired and fired very quickly. Okay, we're going to start again. Okay. Now, please stand if your business has been please stand if you are struggling with financial support to grow your business. Please stand. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Shh. Please take your seats. Please stand. Hello? Please stand if you have registered trademarks and brands for your business. A round of applause to them, ladies.
Take 2 minutes and give people so everyone can listen.
Please stand. Hello, hello, hello. Stay with me. Stay with me. Shh. Please stand if you have a clear 5-year growth strategy for your business. Please stand. Round of applause to those women with a plan. Woo. Thank you. So this helped me because I needed to understand the magnitude of the problems that we are dealing with in this room. So I'm going to start by just sharing a mind-shifting story. Hello, hello, let's have one room. Hello. Mind-shifting story. I want you to listen carefully because I'm going to ask a question. It's a challenge. So, in Cape Town, in South Africa, there are people who do grapes commercially. Now, if you do grapes in Cape Town, if a storm comes while your grapes are in the field and they are ready for harvest, there are 2 things that can happen. If a storm comes and it hits your grapes, you can lose everything. You have a 90% chance of losing everything in the field. However, if the storm comes in a certain way, and I don't know what way, you can get a bacteria called botrytis. And if you get botrytis, your grapes that will come out of there can produce a wine that sells at 10 times the value. This is a real phenomenon that happens in Cape Town. So if you get a certain bacteria, the grapes that you produce can make a wine which fetches 10 times the value. However, you only have a 10% chance of getting botrytis and a 90% chance of losing everything in the field. Now I'm going to ask you a question. You're a farmer. You are in Cape Town. Your grapes are in the field. Let's hear. Sorry? You go for your insurance and then wait for the storm or harvest. Okay, yes ma'am. Harvest half and leave half. Someone else? Yes ma'am. Harvest half and leave half. Okay, yes ma'am. Okay, good. Yes, ma'am. She wants to cover the field. Okay, she wants to cover the... Why are you covering the field? No, but your grapes are ready, so you don't need to cover the field. You harvest, okay? Harvest, harvest, harvest. Okay. So, hands up if you're going to harvest. Harvest all. Right, thank you. Harvest half. Right. Thank you. Shh. Wait for the storm. 2. Okay, 3. Right, so 3 people in this room will wait for the storm, and the rest of you will, some will harvest all, some will harvest half. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you came here for some mind shifting, and I'm about to tell you about some mind shifting stuff. The challenge and the reason why our businesses do not grow is because we take decisions based on our fears. We don't take decisions based on our hopes. So our decisions reflect our fears. When I ask that question, what are you going to do? If your mind said to you, how do I reduce my loss? How do I reduce my loss? Means you think more about your fears than the opportunity. And so if your question was, how do I reduce my loss? You were thinking, harvest, harvest half, harvest all, harvest everything. Because we are problem-centered, and this is why a lot of people don't start businesses. Because they just think of the problems associated with the business. But every business has problems. Every business has risks. And so what is the way to think about it? The way to think about it is, when I ask that question, if your mind said, how do I maximize the opportunity? Not how do I minimize my risk. How do I maximize the opportunity? Then you would have thought, like my lady friend here did, to say, okay, I can get 10 times the value. Okay, I can insure for my $1 that I would get if without botrytis. And then I wait for that storm to come. Because when that storm comes, I get 10 times the value of normal grapes. And so I maximize on the opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not just about grapes. It's about everything that you are doing in your businesses. I asked the question, how many of you are struggling for financial help to grow your businesses? Some of it is, of course, that you may not have support, but some of it is because we actually fear to take credit to grow our businesses. We fear, we think about all the negative things that can happen and not about the opportunity of what growth can bring to our businesses. Some of us, we don't hire a lot of people to run our businesses because we think people will run away with the ideas. Yes. We're thinking about the loss. We're not thinking about the opportunity for growth. When you hire more people, when you train more people to do what you do, your business grows. Right? You can't be holding on to your ideas because you are scared of losing them. You have to scale up and you have to grow. So if there's anything I want you to walk out of this session with after this, one of the key things is that your business decisions must reflect your hopes and not your fears. It must reflect your hopes and not your fears. Today we are talking about the journey of building your brand. And I'm going to take you through the 7 steps. 7 steps of building of a brand strategy development. Now, each of you are going to follow these 7 steps on your own business. So I'm going to give you these papers, and you're going to go through these 7 steps for your own business. Okay, so let's walk through the journey of these 7 steps. What are they? So the first step when you are building a sustainable brand, and we want to do this before we start registering trademarks, because we want to make sure we have the right brand to compete. So the first step that you need to follow is lay the foundation. Number 1, it's to lay the foundation. So what does it mean? So the first thing is, can you define the role that your brand plays in society besides money? Outside of money. Define that. You want to write that down. What is it that your brand does outside of providing you with money? What does it do in people's lives? Second thing is, define where your brand is going. Where is it going? In the next 5 years, what will it look like? What will it look like? Right? Random question. What does your brand do outside of money? Yes, ma'am. What does your brand do outside of money?
It creates awareness of indigenous rice from Ghana.
What do you do exactly?
I produce rice.
You produce rice?
So the brand creates awareness that you can actually produce quality long-grain rice from Ghana.
It creates awareness of long-grain rice from Ghana. Okay, we will need to polish that up, right? We will need to, definitely. Someone else, what does your brand do outside of money? Yes, ma'am. Sorry? Health protection, yes. Sorry?
Get nutrition.
Nutrition, exactly.
Using by herb organic because many people engage in chemicals.
Yeah, so it's organic. Nice, nice. Okay, great. Great answer there. I'm going to move on just now. We said define where your brand is going. So you're going to say, where is your brand going? What will it look like in 5 years? Where is it going? Is it going to remain a small household brand? Or is it going to be big and compete in retail spaces? Are you going into manufacturing? Are you going into, I don't know, what else? What will it look like in 5 years? And then the fourth one, which is slightly more difficult, define how your brand will behave. Define how your brand will behave. Now, a brand cannot be everything to everybody. You have to choose who do you associate with, which is your target market. And you now decide, this is how my brand will behave. My brand will be associated with healthy events. So, at marathons, you see my brand. At gyms, you'll see my brand. At health expos, you'll see my brand, right? But you're not going to see my brand at a beer festival, okay? You're not going to see my brand at this, because now you are talking about how your brand will behave, which is consistent with how you want to position your brand. How will it behave in the market? Second step, you want to map your battlefield. Map your battlefield. So here, the first thing is, you need to know who is it that you are helping in the market with your brand. Who are you helping? Someone. Who are you helping with your brand? Who are you helping? Yes, ma'am. We don't want that. We don't want that. The customer, we don't want that. Who is the customer? Who in the community? This is, remember what I said? Your brand cannot be everything to everyone. Are we together? You are creating, we're still mapping your battlefield. So who is helping those people? Because before you came, surely there was someone who was serving that market. So who is helping them today? Who? Questions. Who is serving your market today? Yes. Who are they? Who are your competitors for you? Shh. Hello? Sorry? Right. Right. So guys, when we talk about, so she says people who produce similar spices. Someone else, who are the people that are helping your customers today outside of you? Who? Anyone else? Yes, ma'am? Yes? Pharmaceutical companies. Right. So when you are mapping your competitors, again, don't be general. Identify them by name. Right? You can choose who you want to compete with. Look, if you are doing juice, right? You are not going to choose to compete with Coca-Cola. Right? You are not. But there are other people who are making juice, all right, who in your community, etc., who may not be that big, whom you are directly targeting as competitors. Okay? So you need to pick your 5 key competitors that you are up against. 5. And identify them by name and by behavior. How do they win, these guys? What do they do that makes them win? How do they win? Right? And how do they lose? What do they do that makes them lose? Yes, ma'am. Shh. Hello? It is direct. You might have, as you go, you start to get indirect competitors. But when you are doing for building your brand, you want direct competitors because you're going to position against them. So you need to know the direct ones, yeah. Yeah. Yes, it could be them, yes. Or it could be people doing the same biodegradable plastics as well. Yeah.
But the major is
from plastic to something else. Yes, it can be people doing paper bags. Yeah. Someone else? Yes, ma'am.
On the competitor story, I just want clarity or direction. For example, I'm into skincare, natural skincare. I make skincare products out of hibiscus. So it's a natural, sustainable brand. So when I speak of competitors, I usually go for Neutrogena, La Roche, the high-end competitors, because I feel like their branding and everything speaks to me. So would that be my competitor since they are not natural based, but I still look up to them because they are not a full natural based skincare brand, if that makes sense.
Okay. If you're a natural based skincare brand, you're going for people who go for natural. Anyone who doesn't go for natural will go for Neutrogena. So Neutrogena is not your competitor. Your competitor is someone who does natural. Because those ones who take anything are not the ones that will be attracted to your product, right? So you can try to position against Neutrogena, but you will miss the story on the real people that are doing the same product as you and going after the same customer, sorry, right? Yes, ma'am. Sorry? Yes, capitalizing on the gaps. Yes, thank you, thank you. So yes, so here we are saying you need to know your competitors. So in knowing your competitors, guys, as I said, it's know your 5 competitors. Know why they win. They win, by the way. Don't say they don't win, they're failing. They win. Know why they win and know why they lose. Right? Both. You need to know both because you need to position against that. Right? I will move on slightly. I know there were some hands up, but we're going to talk a bit more during the exercise itself. The third thing, find a different position or be ignored. So what is your differentiation strategy? So what is different about you now that you know these 5 and you know what they are good at and what they are not? What is different about you? What are you bringing? What's new?
Quality.
What's unique? Quality? Yes. So you need to think, what are you differentiating against? What's your strategy? So is it quality? Is it speed? Is it convenience? Right? Is it ease of packaging? Is it... That's quality, yes. Quality, standardized quality. Is it cost? Because it could be cost. Right? So one of the things I want you to know is that if you position your brand as a high-end brand, you can't sell it and sell that it's affordable. You can't position for cost and high-end at the same time. Are we together? Yes. So either you are Nike or you are Hong Kong. Who are you? You want to position at the right level. So you are either positioning at the high-end quality or you are positioning for a cheap, low-cost product, right? And that's it. You can't mix the messaging of the two. Okay? I move on to the next set. Number 4. Step number 4. Humanize your brand. Humanize your brand. Here, what are we saying? Develop your language and tone of voice. So here what we are saying is, if your brand was a person, if your brand was a human being, what would it look like? What would it wear? What language would it speak? Right? What is the tone of voice of your brand? So you are building the human aesthetics of your brand. If your brand was to walk in here, what would it look like? Right? How would it speak? So if your brand is a low-end brand and you're targeting the low-end market, sometimes it's good to choose vernacular as your language, right? Because in the low-end, vernacular speaks to everybody. Right? So you can't be selling in English or French if you are targeting the people in the low end. Okay? So you choose the language, you choose the tone of voice, and then you choose, the character of the brand. Some of you know Nando's, right? The character of Nando's it's a fun, almost naughty vibe, right? So their communication it's always about, naughty tweets and whatever. That's their tone of language. What is the tone of your language? Now, when you are picking that, I want you to think about it and say, if my target market is women, right? My language should resonate with the language of a woman. And so you are always talking about the things that concern women. And you speak from almost the voice of a woman, right? So here you are humanizing your brand. And then number 5, develop the message framework. So here you need to craft your message framework and make sure that you have a minimum of 8 touch points with your clients. So here, how do you craft your message framework? Who is your audience? What are the pain points of your customers that you are solving? That's your message framework. What are the pain points of your customers that you are solving? What are the options that your customers have? What are the actual benefits that they get from your product? And what is the emotional benefit? It's not just the actual benefit, it's the emotional benefit of using your product, right? Someone, what are the actual benefits of using your product? Anyone? Actual benefits. Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to say something before.
Okay, no problem.
In Africa, we have another issue. Many times,
There
isn't a market already. So
Okay.
imagine Neutrogena.
Okay.
Because there isn't a strong enough natural brand to come and gain and take over the clients. So communication is key.
Yeah.
Exactly. What is the benefits of my product over Neutrogena?
Yeah.
Also, what is the cultural input I'm bringing?
Exactly.
You know, if I have a baobab soap or baobab cream
Yes.
or baobab oil,
Yeah.
I have to make sure to tell you this is ours. This
Yes.
resonates with our culture.
Yes.
And this is more beneficial besides saying baobab is the highest source of vitamin C.
Yes.
Baobab is our thing.
Yes.
So again, tapping into our strong culture
To drive
to
the
communicate
emotional
exactly.
and connect emotionally.
Neutrogena has nothing to do with us.
Yeah.
But this is who we are.
Yes.
So we stop also the invasion. So we have to communicate in order to create our market.
Right.
Also, because many times it doesn't exist for our products.
Thank you. I love that. Absolutely love it. Yes. Okay. Okay. That will help. Okay, great. So when you raise your hand, just tell us who you are and what you do so that we can connect with what you're sharing.
Okay.
Right?
Hi.
Yes.
Yeah, just me here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm Jennifer, and I'm from Ghana, and I'm the co-founder and CEO for BD Green Smokeless Charcoal. So I wanted to respond to the actual benefits
Yes.
that my customers will benefit from my products, which is this charcoal actually has a higher heat for cooking, which is due to the raw material being coconut shell, pumpkin and shell, and they are known for having a high calorific value. That's a high heating value. And mostly people are looking for a cooking fuel that could, give them a faster cooking. That's why if you can afford, then go to LPG.
Yeah.
But if you can't afford, then you're looking for something that's like charcoal.
Yeah.
And this is the way that we help you afford a cooking fuel that can still give you the high heat, similar to LPG, and give you a faster cooking. Thank
Nice.
you.
What is the emotional benefit?
The emotional benefit is you would have a stress-free cooking. Yes. And also it lasts 3 times longer, so you wouldn't have to spend as much as you would have on the traditional charcoal that you use, as well as the LPG. So you are having a low cost of living.
Okay. So that's the actual benefit.
Okay.
Emotional is, what is the story behind it that will make me say, oh, I want to be with this thing. Okay. What's this? Yes, ma'am.
Morning.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Chantal from Patakap Farmhouse from South Africa. So the story behind our business is that my grandfather was diagnosed with a liver kidney infection due to all the caffeine he's been intaking for the past 55, close to 60 years. And as an innovator at home, I then, because he's my grandfather, and it was an emotional thought and feeling that we all went through in the family. And then I gave him this product, and it has changed his whole health report too, because he's still alive today, and I think.
Okay,
Yes.
that's a great story.
Yeah.
Give her a round of applause, yeah? Yes, ma'am.
Hello, everyone. My name is Agnes Fival. I'm the co-founder and owner of Tanzanite Spices. So the emotional benefit of the spices, Tanzanite Spices, is that for every pack you use, you contribute to the smallholder farmers from which we source materials from.
Oh, nice.
So when you use Tanzanite Spices, you're changing a farmer's life in Tanzania.
Oh, wow. Round of applause for that. Proper stuff, right? And then I want to move to the next one, guys, which is develop a storytelling framework. Develop a storytelling framework. Now here, I think a lot of people have a misconception. When we say storytelling framework, people think it's the story about you, how you founded your company. No, that's not it. It's the story of your customers and how your product is impacting and changing lives. Are we together? And so you need to be thinking about, in the world today, what is the challenge that is there? And how does my product solve that challenge, right? And so you create a story that makes sense and that drives people. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a difference between a dead story and a living story, okay? Let me tell you a living story. Living story. There's a man called John. John is a CEO of a corporate company. He earns 60,000 US dollars. He also has lots of cash in his savings, right? Which amounts to about $100,000. And John is the breadwinner of his family. No one in his family ever went to school, and everybody depends on him. John has a wife and 3 kids. Unfortunately, while coming from Bite Bridge in Zimbabwe, while driving along the road, John had a head-on collision with his family in the truck. And all of them were severely injured. He lost one of his sons, and him and his 2 kids and his wife had to be airlifted to South Africa for medical attention. While they were there, they were told that they needed over $250,000 for all of them to be operated. John didn't have this kind of money. John had 100,000. John also didn't have medical insurance. John didn't believe he needed it. John believed that he had enough money and was earning enough money to take care of his bills. But on that fateful day, John had to decide which of his children will survive and which ones would die. And so, John allowed the doctors to save his wife and his son. And he offered himself and his other son to not live through that accident. John is not with us anymore. My name is Taisha. I work for First Mutual Medical Insurance. Thank you. This is a living story, a dead story. Hello, my name is Taisha. I work for First Mutual Medical Insurance. We have 4 packages. One is 1,000, the other is 500, the other one is 300. You can come, our offices are in town in the city, and those who want to get medical insurance, in case you get sick, you can come and see us. Dead story. Dead story, living story. Right? So you need to be able to create a living story around your brand in order to connect with your audiences. My last part. Now, when you have collected all this information now, this is how you build your brand. First thing, you use the information you collected about your audience profile to build your logo. You said, who are your customers? They're young, they're energetic, they're vibrant. So you need a logo that is young, energetic, vibrant. Are we together? Right? Then the information you collected about your competitors. You looked at their colors. You looked at their vibrancy. You looked at everything. You use that to choose your color palette. Because you don't want to choose a color that is exactly like your competitor's color. Right? So your competitor analysis helps you to now say, what color do I put for my brand? Okay? And then your differentiation strategy. So when you decided that I'm about quality, or we are about speed, or we are about cost, that's what determines your typography that you use to build your brand and what it looks like. And then your brand personality. Remember, I said your brand, you need to humanize your brand. When you have chosen the personality of your brand and said, this is how it will show up as a human being, that determines the image style. So the image style that you have for your brand, the kind of pictures that come with your brand, the kind of landscapes that come with your brand, the kind of places where your brand will be seen. And then your core message framework determines the graphics and the patterns of your brand. And then your brand story framework determines your user experience. So those 6 steps that you followed must then help you to craft a compelling brand, which you can then register and protect using all the IP lessons that you learned yesterday in order to effectively manage that. So at this point, I want to hand you over to David. So David is going to talk to you a bit more about this, the brands, how the brand can stand out, etc. And then once David is done, each of you will now go through, I'm going to give you the papers, the process of doing what I was talking about for your brand, and then we have conversations around that. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you. Good morning to you all. Good morning, David. You know, Precious has made my job easy. If the world knew what it meant for women to lead, we would have been in a better place than we are. Which is why I chose to allow Precious to lead this session. So now the conference is a better place for me. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is David Jeng, and I'll be sharing with you some insights about brand development strategy and how you can use your brand. Usually, in most cases, when we are asked, what's in a brand? For companies, it's about what? Their identity and their image. When people say Google, what comes into your mind? Search engine. But is Google the only search engine? When people say AI, what comes into your mind? ChatGPT. But is it the only AI technology? They managed to create an image and an identity in our minds. And this is what brands do. I want to understand for some of you, when your brands are being mentioned, what comes into the minds of people? Have you ever had a customer or you've been anywhere and people will tell you, oh, when I had your brand, this came to my mind. And you kept getting that response. Who?
My brand is Tanzanite Spices. So whenever people hear the word Tanzanite, they always think of, I've heard of this, what is it? I tell them it's a gem from Tanzania. Yes. So they directly link my spices that they originate from Tanzania.
Can you please just lift it up a little bit, because if not, people who are facing this side will affect their eyesight. Just lift it up a little bit, like that one. Yes.
Okay.
Please. Yes. Okay, don't worry.
My name is Rita Akushika Diaba. I'm from Ghana. The name of my company is Yesli Eyes. And anytime you hear Yesli Eyes, the response is truly low on sugar or goodness from nature. Because all our products are natural with low sugar content.
Thank you. Someone from, I want to hear a French voice. You know, French is a is a very romantic language. So I want to hear a French voice. Français, mesdames, messieurs? Okay. No, I just want to
Ok,
get
bonjour. Toutes
Bonjour.
les femmes. Je suis Madame Akwete Julienne. Je viens du Bénin. Bénin, que vous connaissez bien, le pays de Vaudou. Ok. Moi, je suis dans la transformation. Voici, j'ai plusieurs produits, mais ce produit, c'est une pommade à base de beurre de karité qui fait le massage des douleurs articulaires et dont les résultats se connaissent en 5 minutes. Oui. Et c'est très apprécié au Bénin et partout où ça se développe. Donc, quand on parle de beurre de karité, c'est vrai que c'est dans la sous-région, partout. Mais ce produit-là est spécifique au Bénin. Et je suis en train de le développer progressivement pour pouvoir le faire connaître dans le monde entier parce que il y a des circuits pas officiels de distribution. C'est-à-dire les gens l'achètent au Bénin et le vendent en Europe. Mais comme moi, je n'ai pas encore cette possibilité d'avoir toutes les précisions pour l'enregistrement pour aller vendre en Europe, je suis encore en Afrique, au Bénin.
Okay.
Voilà. Maintenant, pour l'identifier, le produit qui est identifié, j'ai aussi du jus d'ananas. Et l'ananas du Bénin est reconnu le numéro 1 dans le monde entier. Oui. Ça, c'est
Applaudissez.
vrai. Ananas numéro 1, et c'est identifié dans le plateau d'Alada, dans le département de l'Atlantique, au Bénin. Quand vous arrivez à Cotonou, vous montez un peu à 50 ou 100 km et vous avez la région de l'ananas numéro 1 du monde. Le pain de sucre dont on parle, le taux de sucre peut aller jusqu'à 17-18 degrés bris. On ne mélange rien. On n'ajoute pas de sucre artificiel. Mais quand vous le prenez, waouh, vous êtes au top. Et c'est du sucre naturel.
Merci.
Je l'ai amené
Merci.
tout à l'heure.
Applaudissez pour ma maman.
C'est au dehors là, c'est exposé là. Vous allez voir. Et nous allons signer des partenariats pour vendre ces produits-là dans vos pays.
Ok.
D'accord?
Maman, merci.
beaucoup.
Merci, maman. Hein, applaudissez pour ma maman. Hein. Moi, je connais Shea Butter. Hein? Yes, c'est la karité. Oui. Uh-huh. So, yes, I want to hear from this side. I want you to know, what do people think of your brand? Yes.
Merci.
Je
suis Madame Ekebla Aele, je viens du Togo. Ma marque, c'est Souché d'or. Quand on parle de souché, on a directement l'idée de l'aphrodisiaque parce que le souché, il est reconnu comme un produit aphrodisiaque. Ça réveille l'essence de libido. Mais moi, j'ai développé du souché, un autre produit ce sont les protéines parce que grâce à ça, moi, j'ai retrouvé ma santé. Alors, quand on me voit, tout le monde dit que je suis un drépano. Même quand j'étais en grossesse, le docteur me fait prescrire des produits, des drépano fatigués parce qu'il me dit il faut que tu prennes des choses qui te donnent de l'énergie. Après, tu m'as dit mais madame, tu sais, je vais te donner des produits. Maintenant, est-ce que tu connais le sushi? Je lui ai dit oui, je connais le sushi parce que moi,
Summarize. So, what I want you to tell me, Yahara, is what do you want people to think of you? Because in branding, your brands represent you where you are not. Now, every brand creates a perception. And we know that perception, in most cases, is greater than reality. So, what do you want people to think of your brand?
Hello, everyone. My name is Fatmata from the Gambia. My brand name is Yahari, meaning woman in my local language. When I started my business, I was really focused on women, and then I decided to name my business Woman on my local language, as I said. So the first thing that people think when they see my product is my packaging. Anyone that I speak to and then tell them my brand name, the first thing that they will tell me, oh, I've seen your product, I love your packaging, I love your branding. And then we are really also active on social media. People see what we post, the designs that we post on social media. So before they even tell me the benefits of the product that they acquired from my brand, it's actually the branding that they see, the packaging that they see, how it looks like, the colorful packaging that they are seeing. So this is actually one of the things that we actually pushed into the market, because in the Gambia, people are actually having difficulties in having quality packaging. Standard branding is always a challenge for them. So this was the main thing when I started my business. I decided that I would stand out in the public, and that's how I decided to push it. And now I can say we are one of the biggest, I can say, tea brands, local tea brands in my country.
Thank you. Okay. And not only that, she won Young Entrepreneur of the Year. Last submission. I will give you another opportunity.
Mon nom est Siti Djawaria Chabidine. Je viens des îles Comores et je travaille dans la préparation et l'exportation des produits de Comores bio et équitables. Ce que j'aimerais qu'on lie à mon activité, c'est le sens de la responsabilité sociale de l'entrepreneur. Nous sommes la seule société qui a travaillé sur le commerce équitable, qui, au final, a créé une mutuelle de santé qui prend en charge à 100% les producteurs et leurs familles. Voilà.
Merci beaucoup. Now, one of the things that was mentioned is you need a niche. You need a niche. You should have your unique selling proposition. When I first saw Yahare's brand, I said, I hope it is nice as the packaging. But when I tried the product is actually better than the packaging. So as entrepreneurs, always establish that niche. What value are you offering? People don't follow brands, or people don't buy brands because they want to buy. When they buy, they're buying value. Customers follow value. No matter how nice your brand is, no matter how good your brand looks, if there's no value attached to your products, then it reduces the value of that brand. And there's a saying that nothing spoils a poor product faster than good advertisement. Yes, because if you have a poor product and you're well branded, your brand is well communicated, one mistake, people will simply know that that's your product. So this is why you see some brands will just decline within a short period of time because the value has decreased. Yes, we want you to brand your products. We want you to have the right branding. But do not compromise the value and the quality of your product, it also speaks to your brand. Now, what impact and influence is your brand creating? Now, I heard some stories about some of you, the work that you're doing in your countries, and your brands are not just transforming your lives, but the lives of other women. So you realize that what you're doing has a huge level of impact. That alone is a strong story for you to tell. You realize that, some of you are in communities where you have mobilized women either doing processing. Like in my country, we have groups that have been mobilized that are processing different types of food products. And these are helping the communities, creating jobs, and helping their families. Because we know that if you help a woman, you help a what? A nation. That's why some people define women as we empower men economically. Because you guys empower men. Now, an old man of mine told me a story. He said, what people don't know is that women, when men make money, they make money for themselves and others. When women make money, they just make money for the family. Their first priority is what? The family. Before themselves. So you realize that, so women organize us men to empower nations. WOMEN. Women organize men to empower nations. One of the things my colleague mentioned, I'll just show it, but I won't discuss, the mission, vision, and value. Precious has gone through it. Now, I believe everyone, or most of us, know these brands. What is it about certain brands that make them so memorable? What is it about some brands that make them so memorable? What are these brands? McDonald's, Coca-Cola, Nike. So what makes some of these brands so memorable?
Toyota is reliability.
Reliability, thank you. Now, do you know Toyota started as a clothing company? They started as a clothing brand before moving into cars. Yes. What makes certain brands memorable?
Coca-Cola quenches your thirst.
Yeah. Nike,
yes,
reminds you of durability. It's more durable than other shoes, for instance.
Reminds you of durability.
I don't take Coke, so I don't know that.
What makes brands so memorable? What do you think?
The quality doesn't change. Consistency in the quality.
Consistency in the quality. Quality comes with what? Consistency. You cannot offer quality today, and tomorrow is a different thing. This is why quality comes with what? Processes and procedures. Like, if you buy McDonald's in any state in US, it's the same taste. Same with what? Coca-Cola. Oh, it's different. Well, but it will not be huge difference. Huge difference when you try. Okay. But McDonald's in US, but if you take Coca-Cola in US, in every state, it may similarly be the same. Now, what Coca-Cola is doing is they are equally having IPs, not only in their brand, but they have what? What do they have for their secret formula? Trade secret. They have a trade secret which has been kept. That recipe, that procedure, that process is why I will try your product today, tomorrow, and the day after, and the taste and everything will be the same. So you have to understand that as a brand, you have to stay in the minds of people. Because every day we are bombarded with thousands of advertisements, with thousands of brands. Why should your customers remember you out of the lot? You have to ensure that your brand sticks in their mind. Yes. And then after I will give.
Sorry, I was just going to say that all these companies actually give back a lot to the community.
Mm-hmm.
If we look at Nike, they really sponsor a number of sports events and they develop talents for different communities, and that has made them very visible. And actually buying their product becomes very easy because they have great impact in the community.
Yes, I'll take you and then last one.
Thank you. My name is Valentine. What I can say about those brands, we know them for a long time, as she said. We have been seeing them for long. So, but what we can get from there, the reason is just persistent on what we are doing, because also they faced a lot of challenges during the process. Thank you.
Now, the first Coca-Cola brand that was designed is not this. The first McDonald's brand that was designed is not this. But even as of today, they're still communicating their brand. Coca-Cola is still advertising. McDonald's is still advertising. So, in branding, you never stop. The journey continues. Every single day, every single minute. There's a movie I want you to watch if you have time. It's about McDonald's. It's called The Founder. Who has watched it? You've watched Founder? 5 times. You have a trademark. You have a trademark. Yes, if you watch Founder, you know what it takes to go and protect your brand. In fact, if you don't have a trademark, you don't have a brand. If you don't have a trademark, you don't have a brand. And I was shocked to realize that only 14% of us here have trademarks. Only 14% of us. If you watch The Founder, you will know what it takes. The person who founded McDonald's is not the one who is enjoying what McDonald's is. Yes. Yes. Guys, you know protection. You know what protection is now? If someone wants to blow you and, or if someone shoots a gun at you when you are wearing an armored vest, what will happen? Nothing will happen to you, huh? It's the same thing. Please, you are my sisters and my mothers. I'm not scaring you. Yes. Yes, my sister.
stuff. You would trademark your logo and your design, but you would not trademark. If you want to be in the export field, you need to. I did not know that you need to trademark with other countries your recipes. So that is a mistake we did. So we need to follow up.
Yes, but at least you have taken a bold step to trademark in your location. Entrepreneurship is a journey, one step at a time. You want to say something?
I have
Yes,
a mic
ask.
here.
Oh. My auntie, beautifully dressed. Please go ahead.
Ok, je vais parler en français puisque beaucoup ont parlé en anglais. Ce que je voudrais dire, c'est que pour une marque, c'est vrai que délivrer en termes de packaging, en termes de contenu, la promesse faite au consommateur, parce que quand on a une marque, si je fais de l'huile, je dis au consommateur, je vais vous mettre sur la table une huile de qualité. Mais au-delà de ça, il y a la responsabilité sociale qui est très importante. Toutes ces grandes marques que nous avons vues, un petit scandale peut venir et tout détruire. Donc, notre responsabilité sociale envers notre communauté, envers les consommateurs aussi, aide à rester longtemps sur le marché. C'est ce que je voulais rajouter.
What other qualities do you think they possess? Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. What other qualities do you think these successful brands possess? What other qualities?
I think sustainability of the product.
Sustainability of the product?
Yes.
Who else?
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Suzanne from Kenya. I wanted to just say something about Coca-Cola. I don't work for them, but somebody said, the further you go, the worse. I think Coca-Cola did a lot of research. In every community, they have a different taste. If you go to Uganda, Ugandans love their Coke, but you as a Kenyan, you might not like it. So I think they really did their research well. Thank you.
So meaning, if you want to be successful in your brand, you have to do your research. Innovation is a continuous process. Yes. Some people will think that after they have innovated, that's the end. No. The mobile phone is a perfect example. 20 years ago, the mobile phones we used to have, in fact, some of us, you cannot even put them in your pocket. You have to carry it on your belt. But now you could see the mobile phone is an all-in-one device. So innovation is a continuous process. Yeah. Now, one of the things that my sister mentioned is about the experience, the customer focus, the emotional value. The other aspect is you have to have online presence in this day and age. You have to ensure you have the right logos, the right social media networks, the right websites for your brands. Now, one thing I observed is ensure that your brand names are short. There are certain brand names you even have to eat properly for you to remember them. Yes. You even tell someone that this is my brand name and they will ask you, what? Huh? Guys, branding is nice. It's emotional. It's passionate. Some of you, your products, I can't see your brands. I'm looking. Malim. It's nice. 4 or 5 letters. It's okay. But some people, you'll have sentences. And you realize that some of you, with your brand names, you haven't done a search. So you realize that maybe someone has already registered that trademark. You choose a brand, go do the logo, go do everything. I bet it may not happen to some of you who haven't registered your brands. You may go to your IP office to register your brand. You arrive, they will tell you, you first need to do a search. And when they do a search, they realize that, oh, this has already been trademarked by someone else. Forget it. From that day, you cannot use this brand, even if the whole world knows about it. So if you are choosing a brand, immediately you choose the name. Do a search to see that this name is available. Now, the other aspect, which is a critical component, is the niche classification. Niche classification is a form of classifications in which products that are being protected through trademark, you have to identify which classes they belong. So when you're registering your trademarks, you should identify in which classes you are operating in. Now, mind you, you have to put all the classes that you're operating in. If you have additional classes that you want to operate in the future, also add it to it. But doing a search and knowing the class of your product is the foundation of your brand. You don't have a brand if you don't have a trademark. I'm so sorry to break this news to you. Yes. Please, please, please. I want you to be protected. You have done so much hard work in your brands. And you have to enjoy your hard work. And having a trademark is one way you can enjoy your hard work. And you can run away from patents. You can run away from utility models. But none of you can run away from trademarks. So the registration route, there are different routes. First, the national route, which most SMEs will first go through. You register through your registration office. You go, they tell you the procedures, and you have the registration. The regional route for Africa is through ARIPO and OAPI. I'm glad yesterday they have explained some of the components and procedures. And the international route is through the Madrid system. I want us to converge again, and I hear some of you have already taken the international route for your products. But you have to have a strategy. You have to have a strategy based on your growth and your development, how you're moving, especially with AFCFTA. You realize that if your goods are going to move and you're going to trade beyond borders, you need protection through either the regional or the Madrid system. Colors have meanings. Every color you see have a meaning. Always understand when you use colors, know that those colors will speak. We understand green comes with agriculture, with nature, with natural. So when you use colors in your branding, ensure that these colors are speaking to your brand. Now, when you do your logos, some of you on your products, I cannot see your logos because the way your logos have been designed, some of your logos have been poorly designed and have been put in different versions that are not visible. If I put some of your logos on a t-shirt, you may not know how it looks like. So this is why when designing your logo, it should be properly designed and put in different versions for your logo to be able to what? Be seen wherever it is put. Because this is your brand, this is your baby. You have to look after it. This is your child. Get a tagline. Taglines are important. Who can tell me some of your taglines? Yes, what's your tagline?
Our tagline is Tanzania's tasty treasure.
Tanzania's tasty treasure. Your tagline.
Bonjour.
Tell me your tagline.
La nature au quotidien.
Commitment, innovation, and excellence.
Commitment, innovation, and excellence.
Bonjour, Madame Touré du Mali. Je fais du thé à base des produits locaux. Donc moi, mon slogan, c'est le bien-être dans votre tasse. Et mon logo, quand vous le voyez seulement, c'est comme un sourire. Donc ça vous donne envie vraiment de le consommer.
Bonjour, je suis Madame Konaté de la Côte d'Ivoire. Mon entreprise est dénommée Najma, qui signifie étoile. Alors, mon logo à moi, c'est... mon slogan, c'est le goût authentique du terroir. Voilà, nous faisons les produits du terroir et ce qu'on a visé, c'est qu'on puisse retrouver les vrais goûts du terroir, sans additifs, sans autres chichis. Merci.
Alors, moi, je suis Obierge Moussavou, je viens du Gabon. Et donc, l'entreprise, elle fait donc du poulet, les fermes de l'Estérias, parce que nous produisons dans une zone au Cap Estérias. Donc, vu que le Gabon importe énormément et qu'aujourd'hui, on veut avoir du poulet frais, donc nous, avec notre poulet frais, nous avons choisi un slogan un peu particulier. Donc on dit poulet de la ferme à l'assiette, pour dire qu'il vient directement dans le plat. Merci.
Ouais. Thank you. So I understand. So
Alors,
you see. Oh,
please.
Please, okay.
I'm come from Togo. Autrement
Give me the tagline. Give me the tagline.
Je vais parler le français.
Yeah, donne-moi ton tagline. Ton slogan.
Mon slogan, oui.
Yeah,
en fait, c'est la
s'il vous
bière
plaît.
locale. Et comme c'est une bière locale, comme vous l'entendez, et tout le monde le fait. Mais nous, on a dit notre slogan. Comme, par exemple, il y a toutes les belles femmes, non? Donc, notre slogan dans tout ce que vous avez vu là, c'est mon nom. Comme c'est une bière locale qui se fait, mais pour nous, on a identifié ça parmi tant d'eau, parmi tant de bières locales. Voilà pour nous mon nom.
No.
Voilà.
Okay, thank you.
Ouais.
Merci beaucoup. Now, also, another thing I want you to know is when creating your brands, you always have to ensure you conform with the legal requirements and the laws in the jurisdiction in which you are operating. Now, there was a case in my country when someone wanted to register a trademark that had a negative meaning in one of the major local languages. The trademark is called Buddha. And it has a negative meaning in one of the local languages. So because of that, it was rejected. When that guy has already done some investments on the brand. So you always have to ensure that when developing and creating your brands, you have to conform with the legal requirements. Get brands that are easy to remember, easy to spell, easy to write. Let it be unique, distinctive, and creative. Do the domain name search. Now, I'll tell you a story about what happened to me. 2 months ago, I decided to get a domain name. I said I'm going to get a domain name for my name, davidjeng.com. So I went to where I used to buy my domains. So I typed davidjeng.com. It was available. So I said, okay, I'm going to buy it, in a couple of days. I went back. That domain name has been bought. And they gave me referral of someone who I should contact, who's an agent, who will help me to buy that domain name. When I first checked, the domain was costing $9. But now, do you know how much they're charging me? $2,000. Yes. IP is serious business. IP is about money. Guys, IP is about money. The reason why these big brands, you're seeing them, no one is touching them, is because of the protection that they get. And that protection is IP. If you want to enjoy that, you also need to come and get that protection. Yes. That's the only way. So now I cannot get davidjeng.com. Either I have to spend $2,000, and mind you, maybe if I come next year, it might be $3,000. So when you go back, as you are developing your brands, go and get your domain names. When you start the process, immediately you have a filing date. You know that this brand is available. You have started the registration process. Get a domain name and secure yourself. These things build value for your brand and your business. The value of your brand is part of your valuation of your business. Today, if I am going to do an assessment of your business, one of the assessment criteria I'm going to look at is what is the value of your brand. How many people know about your brand? How is your brand protected? Where is your brand protected? This will show what your brand worth. But without protection, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Loretta, I'm so sorry. I hope I'm not scaring my aunties. I want you to be protected. We have seen how IP has changed the lives of many entrepreneurs. And this is why this conference, we're doing it, to ensure that those changes come to you. So this is not a conference for only women. This is a conference for women leaders. Yes. So I think this my colleague has discussed.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Pardon.
Yes.
Before you go forward, I have two questions.
Yes.
Ma première question, c'est par rapport à tout le processus que vous expliquez.
Attends, je vais mon traducteur. You know, when we
the
go
process
to
you are explained,
yes,
it takes times. Yeah. Even if at the beginning you search about the mark, trademark, and the site name, you have to take some time before going to protect the legally your mark. If meanwhile someone else use the same mark, what do you advise us to do?
No, what you said, if you go back through it, let me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was saying that I decided to protect my mark. I search, it is available, and so on. But there is a long process to be sure that the logo and all these things will be verified before going to WIPO or something like that to get a legal protection. If meanwhile someone else use this name,
to do what?
What is your advice for this?
Use the name to do what? Use the name to start a business?
Yeah.
Continue your process of getting the trademark.
Okay.
Once you finish that, that name belongs to you.
Okay. Okay, that was my first question.
He who owns the trademark owns the brand.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. The second question is about the name.
No, speak. So that
I just want to make sure he understands what you mean, because when you're registering, you get to be told, okay, your name is there, and you need to bring these documents and all that. And then between that time and the time you come back with all the documents, you're asking if someone takes the name away, the brand, or the name that you had searched. So what happened? Who protects that period between?
There's something called filing date and priority date. You see, who is the first to file? If you are the first to file, the registration office will give you a priority date. If you have that priority date over that person, then you have an edge over the person.
So if you are if the other person has not registered, I can go on. But if the other hasn't registered,
okay, sorry. Let me just interject a bit. The question is, she has gone to the trademark office, did a search, and she's told the name is available. So she goes back home to prepare applications to come and file. When she comes back, she finds somebody else has already filed for the application. So the question is, who owns the trademark? And the answer is the person who has filed the application, not the person who searched.
So if you do a search, you only get a search result. You don't have a filing date.
Yeah, but then there's a complication, because if the person that went to search initially was already using the trademark, they have common law rights to that mark. So I think, Rose, you may maybe want to elaborate on that. Then who then has the rights? Because if I've been using the mark, remember, trademarks are different from patents. Patents you have to protect before you use. Trademarks, most of you here have not filed. I've seen some of you have not filed, but you're actually using marks. You own rights to those trademarks by common law. That's why you see at times it's written TM next to the name. And then R with a circle means that it is registered. So the ideal thing is, as soon as you have the name, go and file, so that you don't have this complication of common law marks and the registered mark. But even the person that's registering the mark has to use it. You can't, in patents, there's no real obligation to use, but in trademarks, you have to use the trademark, otherwise you lose it.
Thank you very much, Doc.
Sorry.
Yes.
The second question, in the same,
But
for us who have
short.
the name, who have not the good name, as you say, very short and so on, what is your advice to create a mark, to change? Because our customers knows our actual mark, but they are not the best name or something like that. What is your advice to shift?
Now, rebranding also comes with cost. You have to look at your budget. Whether you have the money to rebrand, are you prepared for it? Have a budget, have a strategy. But if you feel that there is need to changing and adjusting your brands, you can do so. Change is the only constant thing in life, and we have to continuously improve what we are doing, from our branding to our designs to our communication strategy. And this is what ensures that we grow. But the most important takeaway is you have to ensure that the process of filing your trademark, the process of acquiring your trademark for your brand, you have to do it as quick as possible. If you do a search, you got the search result, immediately start. If you can't, get a help from someone. Get a lawyer, get an attorney. They'll quickly go through the process for you to ensure that you're protected, your investments are protected, your business is protected, and you continue. So if you want to register through the Madrid, you have to designate the countries that you're going to register in. So if that country, that particular brand has been registered already, when you designate that country, they will reply and say this brand is being registered in this country.
But
You understand?
Yeah, I understand.
Yes. So I have a similar example. There's a company in my country that is called Black Healing. They are called Black Healing. But they realized that when they went to start doing a search, there's already an international registration that was done for Black Healing. And Gambia was designated. They could not use that brand. Yes. Guys, trademark, who owns it? Who registers it? Who gets the trademark owns the brand.
Are you asking for her?
Bonjour, je suis Madame Baemi, je viens du Cameroun et ma marque c'est BioDrink et je transforme les fruits frais et légumes en jus de fruits naturels et autres. Moi, je voudrais témoigner que la marque donne de l'argent. Et je me rappelle, dernièrement, nous avons eu la canne au Cameroun parce que ma marque était protégée. Protégée donc par l'OAPI et puis nous avons les certifications. Notre entreprise a été choisie pour livrer les jus naturels et nous livrons plus de 1000 litres de jus par jour. Donc toutes les équipes nationales qui venaient, les lions de la Teranga, les lions indomptables, les lions du Maroc, ont consommé les jus naturels et nous avons eu quand même de l'argent pendant la canne. Deuxième témoignage, c'est que un compatriote vivant aux États-Unis est venu, il nous a dit, Madame Baimi, vous nous donnez un conteneur de jus par mois. Et puis, il faut que tu baisses le prix parce que je vais protéger ta marque, je vais te donner les certifications. Je lui ai dit, stop. Ma marque est protégée. Donc, à l'OAPI, et nous avons les certifications. Ce qui fait que nous avons traité d'égal à égal. Et non plus que tu viennes tonner très fort. Donc, protéger la marque et les certifications, ça donne de l'argent parce qu'il y a une dame qui demandait hier comment est-ce que la marque peut donner de l'argent. Voilà, je m'arrête là pour le moment. Merci.
Can I say something? Yeah, I would like to add something about the concern raised by the lady from which country? By sharing my experience as an IP volume guy. Sorry, I would like just to share my experience as an IP person working the IP office. Parce que la question que vous avez posée est vraiment critique. Nous sommes dans un monde où le digital prime aujourd'hui. Et nous avons constaté beaucoup de fois la procédure n'est pas assez longue aussi. Hein. Le fait qu'une personne arrive dans le bureau, le temps qu'il fait le search, qu'il réfléchisse sur le comment et le pourquoi enregistrer, une autre personne peut venir et le faire avant. Il y a le principe, we use the first to file principle, you know. Alors, comment le faire? Donc, ça, c'est l'aspect IP. Mais il y a l'autre partie où vous devez normalement voir et créer des mécanismes au sein de vos entreprises et utiliser le non-disclosure agreement. Le non-disclosure agreement. Tu vois, tu conçois ta marque. Tant que tu le prépares, tu n'es pas un designer. Tu dois trouver un designer pour concevoir. Normalement, tu dois avoir un petit contrat ou un contrat avec la personne qui te fait le design. N'est-ce pas? Et le non-disclosure agreement doit normalement être inclus. Le partenaire avec qui vous êtes peut bien te quitter. Vous commencez un business aujourd'hui, le second jour, il te quitte. il peut le faire avant vous. Vous devez, à chaque étape, créer un mécanisme à l'interne, un contrat où le non-disclosure agreement existe et le IP aussi est considéré quand vous faites vos agreements en incluant le non-disclosure agreement. Et ça vous protège mieux quand vous venez dans le bureau pour enregistrer le temps que vous faites les démarches. La même personne qui a vu avec le flash disk ou n'importe quel device, il peut bien venir faire un enregistrement avant vous. Donc, il y a ces mécanismes-là qui peuvent bien vous aider. Thank you.
Sorry, can I?
Yes.
Okay, my name is
Last
Jessica
comment.
Neves. I will speak in Portuguese. I'm kidding. My English is not perfect, neither my French. I will commit some errors, just to advise. I have a brand. The name is Sabores de São Tomé. It's like flavor of São Tomé. And I registered my mark in my brand in 2009, 14 years ago. And now I have in my countries many brands like flavor of the south, flavor of that region, flavor of forest. And I would like to ask the advice, what should I do? Should I go to the IP place and ask them to do something? And my second question is that I created a new product in 2009. It is a liquor of a leaf. This leaf is from São Tomé. And I am the first person doing this product. But I didn't protect my patent. I didn't know about this, yeah. And today I have some concurrents of this product that I created. I have the right to protect my product now. What should I do now?
What is the product?
The product is liquor.
Oh, it's liquor?
Yes, it's made with a leaf. This leaf is from São Tomé. We don't know if there is another country, but we use it. And people from another country, when they go, they look for this leaf.
So if the leaf is from that country, it may look like a GI. Yes, meaning that maybe because of the geographical of that country, because of the geography of that country, the leaf can only grow in that specific region, like champagne in Bordeaux, like the Ceylon tea. So if it is that, you alone cannot gain protection for that. It has to be that entire community. Now, the other one that you said, which is your first question, if the people who are using similar to your brand name are doing similar products like your product, meaning that someone for example, someone will sell, and let's say Yahare, and they say Yahara, and it's a tea, similar packaging, similar design. If you already have a registration of that, yes, that person can face the law, will face the law. So you have to take it up with the person first, right? Get a lawyer to advise you, to help you go through that process first. Notify the IP office before you take the case to court for litigation. Yes. So thank you very much, guys. It's a very, very interesting discussion.
Thank you.
We can, keep going on and on and on and on and on. But what we are
Excuse
going
me.
to do, yes.
Yeah, I would like just to make a short announcement. We have time this afternoon for engagement.
Yeah.
To engage the whole afternoon. You'll ask any question. Yeah. So we are going for coffee break now. Let's just keep time. You can ask a question, another one has a burning question. We understand, that's why we're here. But the afternoon we have time, and Precious will be there, David will be there. Please keep note of the question. Another minute.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, as we go for the coffee break, you have the papers that we gave you. During the break, this break, and the lunch break as you discuss, you need to answer the questions on the paper, because in the afternoon, we will now discuss about your brand, your challenges, your direction, and where you're going. So during this tea break and during the lunch break, please answer the questions. I still have 4 papers left. I know I didn't give everyone one each because we don't have enough. But yeah, let's try to share. You can still just answer the questions on another piece of paper. The most important thing is to have the questions, yeah? Okay. Yes.
WhatsApp group.
Yes. I've also put the French version of the questions on the WhatsApp group. So if you understand French, the questions are on the WhatsApp group in French. So you can take them from there. So ladies and gentlemen, round of applause to David. Woo!
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. So we take a tea break. Let's come back in 15 minutes to start the next session. Thank you. Session 7 is coming up after. Please take your position on the dais. Our speakers today are Mrs. Kellen. Kellen. Yes, so we have Kellen from the RDB. And we have Mrs. Marie Mekeng. Marie. Mr. John Kagwa from Aripo. I thought I saw him outside. Can someone call in Mr. Kagwa? And then we have a colleague joining us online, Mr. Max Gemel, who is an associate market analyst from WIPO. And this session is going to provide you an overview of the national, regional, and international protection systems for industrial designs. We need your attention. Okay, so this session is going to provide an overview of the national, regional, and international protection systems for industrial designs. So it will demonstrate to participants how industrial designs can be protected in the various jurisdictions and the importance of effective packaging. As you can see, some of you have some very beautiful packaging, and you had some messages that were shared with you by the resource persons that we have brought here. So I would urge you to pay attention to this particular session, because this is what gets your products noticed. This is what gets you out there. So pay attention, and let me give the floor to Mr. Bless Rima, who's going to moderate this session. And may I also urge the presenters to kindly ensure that their presentations fall within the 10-minute space that we have allocated, because today I am determined that we will not be running out of time. So thank you very much, and let us proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, first of all, Loretta. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Blaise Ruhima. I'm working in the Rwanda IP office, as the division manager of the office. I'm here with my colleague, Kellen Twinamatiko. She's the IP analyst dealing with the patent system, the industrial design system, and the utility model system. I think she's well equipped to explain how we are doing our job in the office, protecting the industrial design application coming from different applicants, mostly from women. I'm glad also to have Madam Mary McKang, essay from WAPI. I don't know if. Okay, thank you. She's coming from WAPI. As I said before, WAPI is a regional bureau in Africa, protecting also the IP within the member state. With this, I'm going to interact with the lady and asking my first question. I think for me also I need to know from WAPI how they do in protecting the industrial design, because it's another part of Africa. We are not better informed how the WAPI system is in protecting the industrial design. Thank you.
Thank you, Blaise. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. Bonjour, chères participantes. Je crois qu'à la demande des participants d'expression française, je vais devoir m'exprimer en français, d'abord pour elles, et puis les autres, je crois que la traduction suivra. Alors, depuis hier, nous avons beaucoup échangé sur la marque. L'on vous a dit ici qu'est la marque, on vous a dit comment choisir la marque, quels sont les éléments qui permettent de choisir une bonne marque. C'est vrai, la marque est un élément puissant pour la conquête des marchés. Mais la marque à elle seule ne suffit pas pour conquérir des marchés. De plus en plus, les dessins et modèles industriels occupent une place importante dans la conquête des marchés. Donc, vous qui êtes des entrepreneurs, qui avez des produits que vous voulez mettre sur le marché, assurez-vous que leur conditionnement ou leur emballage vous permettent d'accéder aux 10 marchés, parce que le dessin et modèle jouent un rôle déterminant dans la prise des décisions d'achat des consommateurs. Alors, ceci dit, comment est-ce que nous, à l'Organisation africaine de la propriété intellectuelle, nous protégeons les dessins et modèles industriels? Nous allons d'abord commencer par vous dire ce que nous entendons par dessin et modèle industriel. L'accord de Bangui, qui est notre texte de loi, qui est la loi fondateur de loi pays, indique dans les dispositions de l'annexe 4 que le dessin est un assemblage de lignes et de couleurs, et que le modèle est une forme plastique associée ou non à des couleurs et des formes, et qui donne une apparence spéciale à un produit industriel ou artisanal. Notez bien qu'il donne une apparence spéciale à un produit artisanal ou industriel. Et quand j'observe les produits que vous avez sur vos tables, effectivement, il y a des emballages qui rivalisent d'Andrés dans le choix et autres. Et je sais que vous avez mis du vôtre pour choisir le conditionnement de vos produits. Alors, donc ce n'est pas la peine que je revienne sur les, parce que vous avez là plein d'exemples de dessins modèles sur les tables. Alors, on va donc se dire comment est-ce que nous, à l'OAPI, on protège ces différents objets. La première démarche consiste à vous assurer que le dessin et modèle que vous voulez protéger est encore nouveau. Nouveau veut dire quoi? Il ne faudrait pas que ce dessin ou modèle industriel ait déjà été rendu public en quelque lieu que ce soit avant la date de dépôt de votre demande de protection à l'OAPI. Ceci étant, si vous avez l'assurance que votre dessin est nouveau et qu'il a également un caractère original, c'est-à-dire que de ce qui existe déjà, de l'existant, on ne doit pas voir qu'il y a des modèles ou des dessins similaires ou identiques à celui que vous souhaitez mettre sur le marché, bien que vous souhaitez protéger. D'accord? Alors, si tel est le cas, vous devez maintenant engager les formalités de demande de protection de votre dessin et modèle. Les formalités consistent en quoi? Vous devez remplir un formulaire de demande d'enregistrement des dessins et modèles industriels qui se trouve sur le site internet de l'OAPI. Vous devez attacher à ce formulaire 2 représentations graphiques ou photographiques de chacun des dessins et modèles à protéger. Vous devez également payer les taxes requises. Et si vous êtes représenté par un mandataire, par un agent, vous devez également produire le pouvoir de mandataire que vous a donné le déposant. Alors, lorsque cette demande est ainsi constituée, vous pouvez déposer cette demande soit directement au siège de l'OAPI à Yaoundé, soit vous la déposez au ministère en charge de l'industrie de chacun des États membres, qui va se charger de transmettre la demande à Yaoundé. Rappelez-vous, et on nous a dit, l'OAPI, l'Office commun pour 17 pays, et toutes les procédures sont centralisées. Alors, lorsque la demande est réceptionnée à l'OAPI, cette demande va faire l'objet d'un examen formel, d'un examen sommaire, et à la suite de cet examen, votre demande va être rendue publique. Elle est rendue publique sur notre site pour informer les tiers de la demande que vous avez introduite pour la protection de tel ou tel modèle. Alors, après cette publication, les tiers, justement, ont 3 mois pour se prononcer si ils veulent s'opposer à l'enregistrement de votre modèle. Lorsque les 3 mois sont écoulés, s'il n'y a pas eu d'opposition, la demande va faire l'objet d'un examen de fond. Examen à l'issue duquel l'enregistrement sera accordé ou pas. Et après l'enregistrement, le certificat de dessin modèle industriel qui a été accordé est publié également. Donc voilà brièvement décrite la procédure de protection. Mais notez que cette protection qui est ainsi accordée par l'OAPI sur les dessins modèles va durer 5 ans et elle est renouvelable 2 fois, 5 ans maximum. Et vous devez noter également que les dessins et modèles bénéficient de ce qu'on appelle un cumul de protection. Autant l'accord de Bangui dispose que l'on peut protéger ses dessins et modèles par le droit des dessins et modèles, autant l'accord de Bangui dit également que cet objet de pays peut faire la protection par le droit d'auteur. Et dans l'espace OAPI, chaque pays a sa législation en matière de droit d'auteur. Donc votre dessin et modèle peut faire l'objet de protection aussi bien par le dessin et modèle que par le droit d'auteur. Donc je m'arrête là pour l'instant.
Thank you, madame. I have just another question, ou j'ai une petite question qui va avec la protection régionale près l'OAPI, I think. Est-ce qu'une personne d'une autre région, considérons l'Afrique du Sud ou le Botswana, peut-il avoir l'avantage d'exploiter le mécanisme régional de la propriété industrielle, spécifiquement le design, pour bénéficier de la protection donc?
Oui, bien sûr, comme on l'a dit également depuis la protection accordée par l'OAPI est valable sur l'ensemble de ces 17 États membres. Maintenant, est-ce qu'un étranger, est-ce que quelqu'un qui n'est pas ressortissant de l'espace OAPI peut obtenir la protection à l'OAPI? La réponse est oui. Oui, toute personne intéressée par la région de l'OAPI, par le marché de l'OAPI, peut obtenir une protection, mais seulement l'accord de Bangui exige que pour un tel déposant, qu'il recourt au service d'un mandataire agréé pour pouvoir introduire sa demande de protection. Un étranger ne peut pas directement effectuer son dépôt près de l'OAPI. Il lui faut recourir au service d'un mandataire agréé.
Thank you. I would like to come to another question because we have here Mr. John Kagwa from Aripo. He's also a patent examiner, maybe also dealing with the design protection.
Yes.
My question is how better maybe the organization you are working with, Aripo, also have OAPI as another organization. Is there any plan to put the effort together and improve the industrial design mechanism in Africa? Because you are the two leading organ in Africa. And as you know, in Africa, the design protection is not far away because the number of trademark protection is more better in terms of building the infrastructure in Africa, capacity development, but we are not doing, maybe this is my perception, we are not doing better in promoting the industrial design system in Africa. The question would be, how can Aripo, before to come to the procedure of protecting the industrial design within Aripo, how your organization is working together to build this system in Africa?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Blaise. We, over the last few years, we've been having a lot of engagements with OAPI on how we can harmonize our systems. So we actually do have an arrangement, WIPO, Aripo, and OAPI, where we are having discussions to make sure that we harmonize our laws, our policies, and also to exchange ideas when it comes to IP registration in terms of practices and procedures, like the best procedures, and also to tackle challenges together in Africa. And this platform is one of them. We are here together, not as separate organizations. We see ourselves as sister organizations. We complement each other in Africa. And our purpose is to not just to serve our regions, but to serve the whole of Africa. So at the national level, there are national IP offices which are pushing for IP registration and creating awareness. Then us at a regional level, we are making sure that we try to harmonize the systems, and we make it easy for all businesses who want protection in Africa to get that protection easily, be it at the national level, be it at the regional level. So we complement each other. And through our discussions, we make sure that it is known that, yeah, there are two systems. We are not competing with each other. We are working together, handling different regions. So those discussions are taking place, and through those discussions, we keep improving our organizations for the betterment of Africa.
Thank you, Kiki. But I will come to you for how you proceed and have the industrial design registered within your organization. But before that, my question is addressed to Kellen as a patent or an industrial design examiner to take us to the journey of protecting the industrial design. And what do you think if you receive an industrial design application in the office, how long it take to assess the application, maybe advise the applicant? We have many ladies here. I don't know how many are coming from Rwanda, but we can have a lady who are interested to have the industrial design protected in Rwanda. How can you advise them to do that?
Okay. Good morning. Thank you, Blaise, for the question. I'll go straight to the point because I think enough explanation has been made on industrial designs. But industrial designs really protect the ornamental features. That is something that we need to, get from the start, that you're protecting the look, the physical, the ornamental aspects of a product and not the functional aspects of the product. So the challenge that we get from the question that Blaise raised is that because it's called industrial design, so someone feels that because it's a design, even when it's functional, they want to protect it with industrial design because it rhymes, But the industrial design system protects the ornamental features of a product. And yeah, so that brings me to the process that we go through to have designs protected in Rwanda. Like most national offices, to protect your design, you can choose the international route, you can choose the local, the national, and the regional, like my colleagues just explained. So for the national route, when you file an application with our office in RDB, first of all, it is not expensive. It's $30 for filing an industrial design. And for a design to be accepted, the application to be accepted and accorded filing date and filing number is because you have fulfilled all the formalities. And the formalities include filling the application form and also attaching, like my colleague said, attaching representations of the design. And also, if you're not a Rwandan, you don't have an identification that indicates you as a Rwandan, or at least have you don't have a company or an entity that is operating or domiciled in Rwanda, you then have to use an agent to represent you. But even when you're Rwandan, you can use a law firm to represent you. In that case, we also request for a power of attorney that it is included in the application filing formalities. And so when we receive that, we accord a filing date, and we also start, now the application is received by the office. And then we proceed to the examination. We actually do substance examination as well. Our law provides that for a design to be registered, it has got to be novel. So we check novelty. I know some laws provide for originality, but in Rwanda it provides for novelty. So we check that the design that you're claiming doesn't exist elsewhere. So usually it is check all the available databases, ARIPO, the international, the global design database, and all over, and even our local databases, to see that there is no existing design that you're trying to copy. And also we look at now the technical functionality. We ensure that the design is not being informed by the technical aspect, the performance, because the design, we look at it like something that you're able to separate from the product, and the product should continue working when you take away that design. So it should be really just ornamental, just to beautify, you know. My friend Rose likes to say that before you look at the name, you look at you ask someone their name, you first look at their design, the outside. So we look at just that outside thing. It is just that outside look. So we look at the technical aspects as well, and then we also look. Our law provides for public order and morality. So we ensure that it doesn't also contravene public order and morality. So you're not going to protect something in Rwanda that is probably derogatory to the public, or it is in a way against public order and morality. So pretty much those are the aspects that we look at in the examination, and that takes 4 months. And then we publish the application. If it passes through that stage, we publish the application, the design in the official gazette for 2 months, and in that period we receive any oppositions, that anyone that feels that it should not be protected, and if there is no opposition, we proceed to grant. But if there is opposition, of course, now the opposition procedures begin. But normally it is 6 months to have your design protected in Rwanda, and yeah, that is it.
Thank you, Kellen. I think I have a same question for 3 of you. Maybe to come to this question, Mr. John can just go through the process of having an industrial design protected at the regional level. Let's consider that we have a lady who got a an industrial design protected in Rwanda. How long did it take to have the design protected in the regional level? Can you just help us to go through this system?
Yes. So the process is not different from what happens in the other offices. It's more like the same. The only difference here is that for a repo, you get protection in all our member states except 2. So you get protection in 20 member states. So industrial design protection under the ARIPO region gives you protection in 20 countries. And when it comes to the registration procedure, it's the same. You file an application, you pay fees, then you submit the different views of your article, the front view. So you try to cover all aspects of your design, and you give us those reproductions. Like you can take pictures, you can make drawings, and then you submit to our office. We receive the application, and then it goes through formalities examination, where we check if things like fees have been paid, if the application has been properly filled. Once formalities is done, then it moves to substantive examination, where we check if the design is new. The design has to be new in order for it to be registered. The substantive examination is done by the designated states, so it's done by the national offices. Then they give us feedback. So probably some from that feedback, offices can say that the design is actually similar to what is already protected, so it can't be registered. But in the case where there are no similar designs, then it moves on for publication, and after publication, it is registered. Then the period of protection is 10 years. That is briefly in summary of the registration procedure.
This came to me to ask another question before the one I'm saying that to be common one. How technically can we say that this design is new? Because I know that in the region we have different systems. In some country, they consider a design original to be protected. In other country, like our country, the law states that the design must be new. How can you differentiate this? The originality of the design, the novelty of the design? Can you just
Yes, so
go through these two?
our system is different. So our system, it's the member states which actually decide on what should be protected. So that is for industrial design protection. Since they are the ones who conduct substantive examination, so substantive examination is conducted following the requirements of the law. So some member states will only look at novelty if the design is new. Then some other member states will look at both novelty and originality. Originality meaning that you did not actually copy this design from someone else and you're trying to register it. So some countries might actually say no, then other countries will say yes. So we respect the territorial rights and the jurisdiction of our member states to decide on what should be protected within the countries. So someone can file an application designating 20 member states, then probably 2 of the member states will say no, and we shall respect that and only give protection for the 18 designated states. And of course, it's a challenge sometimes. If an applicant has filed an application with us designating all the 20 member states, they would expect protection in all the states that they've designated. So it's one thing that we are working with our member states to make sure that the laws are harmonized, they are the same, and they don't divert so much. But at the end of the day, the member states have that right to decide what they should consider as an industrial design.
Thank you. Madame Marie, j'ai une question sur les mécanismes OIP. Et la question va en rapport avec ce que je viens de dire. Quel est le modèle ou l'approche que l'OIP a sur l'examen des modèles et des industriels? Est-ce la nouveauté qui prime? Est-ce l'originalité qui prime pour aboutir à confirmer que le dessin modèle industriel est original ou nouvelle?
Je vous remercie pour la question. Il faut dire que avant 2022, c'est-à-dire l'accord de Bangui de 1999, qui était en vigueur jusqu'en décembre 2021, prévoyait que les critères pour l'examen d'un dessin modèle, c'était la nouveauté et l'originalité. Mais la nouvelle loi qui est entrée en vigueur en janvier 2022 ne consacre qu'un seul critère qui est celui de la nouveauté. Donc désormais, depuis 2022, c'est le seul critère qui est examiné pour l'enregistrement des dessins et modèles industriels au niveau de l'OAPI. Voilà. Et maintenant, pour savoir si un dessin et modèle, ce qui est demandé aux déposants, c'est d'introduire une demande de recherche et l'office lui indiquera si ce modèle a déjà fait l'objet de dépôt de demande de protection par un tiers ou pas. Alors c'est ça la démarche à notre niveau.
Combien de modèles quelqu'un peut déposer à la fois, parce qu'il y a un mécanisme? Je donne un exemple. J'ai 10, 20, 30 modèles sur un même produit. Comment je fais pour protéger les 30 ou 50 modèles que j'ai? Est-ce qu'il y a un mécanisme unique ou un dépôt unique pour autant de modèles?
En réalité, le dépôt est unique. Ce que l'accord de Bangui recommande, c'est qu'une seule demande peut contenir jusqu'à 100 modèles. Donc, vous pouvez déposer jusqu'à 100 modèles dans une seule demande d'enregistrement. Sauf qu'il faudrait que la condition, c'est que ces modèles doivent relever de la même classe de la classification de l'OCARNO.
Techniquement, 100 modèles, chez nous par exemple, on a reçu, je crois, pas plus de 3 dossiers qui se réfèrent à ça. Donc, ou une demande unique avec 20-30 modèles. Techniquement, comment ça se passe? Est-ce que la personne ou le demandeur reçoit un certificat avec la description de ces 30 modèles?
Comme je l'ai indiqué au départ, chaque demande doit être formulée sur un imprimé et elle doit être accompagnée de 2 exemplaires, de 2 reproductions, de 2 représentations graphiques ou photographiques de chacun des modèles. Et ces modèles peuvent être également donnés à partir des vues. Dans un modèle, ça dépend maintenant du déposant, il peut produire autant de vues qu'il veut pour chacun des modèles. Mais seulement, il pourrait limiter par le coût parce que à chaque fois qu'il augmentera les vues de son dessin ou modèle, il devra payer des taxes supplémentaires. Il y a un seuil pour lequel il paye une certaine taxe et après ce seuil-là, il commence par payer un peu plus cher. Donc, c'est également pareil pour le nombre de modèles que vous introduisez dans votre demande d'enregistrement.
Thank you for that. Definitely, I think it's a complex mechanism. For me, it can be a complex mechanism if you are not in the field of the industrial design protection. And this can be the same for the participant we have here. Now, I learned from my experience that many applicants, they are attempting to file a patent design or a trademark design, a 3D application. I can give just an example of a Coca-Cola. You know that there is a possibility to have the bottle of the Coca-Cola filed as a trademark. They did it. In Rwanda, we received it. Do you think it's a mechanism preventing the development of the industrial design system? Je ne sais pas si je peux bien les traduire en français. Nous avons en place des systèmes qui se développent, presque parallèles aussi, où tu peux avoir les dessins modèles industriels d'un produit qui existe pendant longtemps et qui est protégé comme trademark. Le pourquoi, c'est que le système de dessin modèle a une durée bien déterminée. Et vous le savez, par rapport au mécanisme, je crois que c'est 10 ans. 15 ans chez vous. Et après 15 ans, le design est dans le domaine public. C'est un peu le cas. Alors, la question est celle-ci. Une personne qui se lance dans le business a un design pour un temps qui est fixé, le temps qu'il arrive à mettre le business en place, et c'est souvent en Afrique, 10 ans, 15 ans, c'est assez peu, automatiquement, son design est dans le domaine public. Et les raccourcis qu'ils font, c'est avoir une protection 3D ou other thing dans le chapitre du droit des marques. Qu'est-ce que vous pouvez conseiller aux dames que nous avons ici, qui ont des produits depuis très longtemps? Est-ce une préférence de faire un 3D protection ou not, en préférant le trademark system, ou doit-il aller toujours avec la protection des dessins modèles industriels? Okay. It's a question asked for All of you.
Ok. Je vais peut-être commencer comme j'avais déjà la parole. Je vous remercie encore pour cette question. Hier, nous l'avons dit, les signes qui peuvent être protégés par marque. Alors, dans notre système, dans notre loi, il est également dit que les formes en 3D peuvent faire l'objet de protection par marque. Et ces mêmes formes relèvent également de la protection par dessin modèle industriel. Alors, la protection par dessin modèle industriel ne dure que 15 ans maximum. Effectivement, si un entrepreneur constate qu'il a une forme qui accompagne un produit sur le marché pendant longtemps, il est peut-être souhaitable de protéger la marque parce que notre système offre la possibilité de protéger également la marque. Et comme je l'ai dit auparavant, notre loi prévoit également un cumul de protection des dessins modèles avec le droit d'auteur. C'est vrai, la protection par dessin modèle ne dure que 15 ans maximum, mais le droit d'auteur a ceci de particulier qu'il offre une protection beaucoup plus longue pendant toute la durée de la vie de l'auteur et 50 ans après sa mort. Donc, notre loi offrant cette possibilité, il est également question pour ceux qui sont détenteurs des dessins modèles de se tourner vers le droit d'auteur pour avoir une protection beaucoup plus longue.
What do you think, Mr. Kagwa?
Yes, thank you. So, 3D designs can be protected under trademark. So, it will have to, the applicant will have to ask himself question if it is wise to register a 3D design under trademark, under the trademark route or under the industrial design route. So if the 3D design is a fundamental aspect of the brand, like it is something which captures the brand, then it would be wise to consider protecting that 3D design under the trademark law. But if it's a design which will probably change after you're applying it to a product and probably you think after 5 years you'll change to something different, then there you'd go for industrial design protection. But if you think it is something that goes with a brand, because a brand is something that will live forever, so it would be best that you use the trademark route, since this will give you indefinite protection and you want this design to be associated with your brand. So the 3D design goes with the brand. So it will be something that you'll be identified with in the market. Industrial designs help to protect the physical appearance of a product. So and a physical appearance of a product, if it is appealing, then it will make your product marketable. And as businesses, businesses are always changing their designs so that they keep their customers hooked, for lack of a better word, or to get to be spotted easily on the shelves in the market. So the designs can keep changing, but for a design which is fundamental to your brand, that one, it would be wise that you consider protecting it with a trademark.
Thank you, Mr. Kagwa. I think the same. Mr. Max, good morning or good afternoon. Are we together?
Hello, Max. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Can I start now?
Yes, Mark, you can just go through your presentation, then.
We projected we put the presentation.
Okay. I think I'm putting my presentation now. Is it okay for you?
Wait a second, Max.
I already put my presentation. Can you see it?
Not yet. We want to put on the screens here. We want to take your screen to our screen. Just a second, please.
Okay, sure. Well, if you prefer, I could use my slides. If you prefer.
Yeah, we have your slides now.
But if you prefer, I could use mine.
Do you see it? Do you see the slide?
No, I'm seeing mine. Can I? Hello? Okay, hold on. Let me stop. Emmanuel?
Okay, Max, the presentation we are seeing, it's yours. It's written, "Why protect your design?" Is that correct?
Yes, can I use it?
Yes, use it, please.
Okay, fine, thank you. Good day to everyone, and I know that you can see me, I know that you can see my screen, and you can hear me. Perhaps for ensuring that we keep the quality of the system, maybe I could switch my video to keep the quality. Hi everyone again. My name is Max Germain. I am working within the Hague Registry at WIPO. We are responsible for promoting the Hague system for the international registration of designs. And I'm happy to be here with you. It's an honor. And I'm also happy to have participated in your debate. And the good news is that you already covered the business of filing and registering industrial designs at the national or regional level. And I'm quite happy that I can just share with you some tips, some information, and some guidance as to how the Hague system can be used or can be maximized to facilitate design protection at the international level. Before I go into the Hague system itself, I think that I've noticed that there is a gap where I can bring some information in the areas of why protecting industrial designs. And one thing what we would like to add is it helps the holder or the innovator of the company in many ways when the design is protected. For instance, once that your design products or services are protected, you can enjoy, you can obtain exclusive rights over the designs that are covered in the registration. You can also enjoyed what we call the return on investment. For instance, one thing you can do if you have a protected design or a set of design that are protected, depending on the services that you are offering, you can even license the services to others, and of course you can collect fees once you have a very good protected designs. When you protect your design, that you encourage competition and innovations, your company can continue to grow based on the fact that no other company can reproduce the designs. And of course, you have the ownership you have good ground. If there is a problem, you can go before the authorities, the court, you know, to have your right respected. And again, there is something else very often we forget to talk about. There is a question of image of the company, the image of the design brand. For SMEs, it's something that helps SMEs to stand on stronger grounds. We have heard one day the holder of one of our international design registration telling us before the design was protected with WIPO, for instance, it was difficult for the company to negotiate or to secure partnership and finance to develop the business. But once the design was protected, and it became much easier because there's a question of reputation. People see you more seriously when they know that your design is protected. You know, we will be talking about the Hague system as an international system. As an international system, it is a system that accommodates different type of designs coming from different regions, different places. Oh, sorry. Different places, and those are some samples of trendy designs that have been coming into the market, and they are also designs that are registered under the Hague system. I'm quickly going through them. It's this watch is a Swiss watch registered recently. We have this bottle of perfumes, very modern, and it is a French Cartier. And of course, from the African region, this designed the bottle, and that's a design registered by a young entrepreneur from Nigeria, using Ghana as entitlement. We have also designs in the area of education. This is a design developed by a South African entrepreneur, and then using the entitlement of OAPI, which is a member of the Hague system. And then those are the variety of designs, modern and traditional, coming into the markets. But all of them registrations are made within the Hague system. There is a question of options of how an entrepreneur, how the holder of a design, so whoever the person is, how the person can go and having the protection of the designs or register the designs. We talked about earlier about the national routes, each individual office. We talk about how it works when it comes to registering designs at the regional level. But now, when it comes to the Hague system, it is a system that offers you the possibility from wherever you are, based on your country. You can be in your office, you can be anywhere, and you have the abilities of coming into the Hague system, using our platforms, and then submit international applications that goes directly to the international WIPO. And once WIPO receives the application, and then it does what we call the formalities checked and dispatch the application or the registrations to any of the countries that you can choose to seek protection in one international application. We will talk about this in a while. The Hague system, in fact, is comparable to a highway that is more rapid and less complicated than going to multiple normal roads. When you use the Hague system, what it does, you just use it to prepare your filing, and then the system offers you a very straightforward, simple mechanism to reach out to the offices in the markets where you want to seek your protection. In the Hague system, you can obtain international design protection in either some. If you know that, for instance, we have almost 100 contracting parties, and then you would like to seek protection in all of them, or if you would like to select those specific countries where you would like to seek your protection, you can do it. And what is good is wherever you are, for instance, even if you want to keep your business within your continent, for instance, it is something that you can still use because the system can allow you from your own country and then to seek protection either in your region or any other countries that is covered by the system. You have the possibilities to protect up to 100, to include up to 100 designs, as I think it's similar to the system presented by OAPI. The only condition is the design have to belong to the same Lugano class. The system has evolved quite fast in the recent years, and today we have 79 contracting parties or 96 countries. What it means by 96 countries is because we have intergovernmental organizations that are also members of the Hague system. Two of these one is the EU, the European Union, that groups 27 countries. We also have the 17 French-speaking countries in Africa, which is OAPI. Some of those countries are members of the Hague system as individual states, but also as organizations. So the system, as it is today, can offer an entrepreneur the possibility to use it and to seek the protection in almost 100 countries. The system is a system that is composed of three key elements. The first element is the Geneva 1999 Act, which is the legal framework of the Hague system. The second element are composed of the common regulations and the administrative instructions. But in addition to this one, when we talk about the legal framework of the system, one element that is very important is the national legislation of each contracting party, because those are those define the procedures for deciding when to grant or to oppose to a request by an entrepreneur to register a design in a local country. The system has been expanding very rapidly. For the past 2 to 3 years, we have managed to secure the accession of new economies such as Brazil, which signed the treaty recently, and then the Hague system will be applicable in relation to Brazil on August 1st, 2023. Mauritius has acceded to the system not long ago. And China is another very important economy And today we have a system that covers all the major economies and that have membership in all different regions. Within your regions, you have many memberships, many members within the Latin American regions that we are expanding. And of course, if you have a business that you would like to expand in Europe, the system can allow you to file one single application and expand your business to all the European countries in one go. There is a question of entitlement to use the system. The entitlement are not very, very demanding, not very serious, but still you need to consider that it's either you need to be the national of a contracting party or one of those NGOs. Some of you have dual eligibilities because you can be the citizen of a certain number of countries in your region that are individual members of the Hague system. At the same time, if you are coming from one of the 70 French-speaking countries, members of OAP, you will also be entitled to use the system. There is a question of domicile also. And if you don't have those two entitlements, there is a third one. If you have an effective commercial address in a country that is covered by the system, you can use it. This is the case for the holder that I referred to from Nigeria, who used his residence in Ghana to file and secure the protection of his design with the Hague system. We also have a different example where there are South African entrepreneurs that use their entitlement or their addresses in OAP member states to secure the design filing and protection under the Hague system. One thing that is that there are some particularities differently than, for instance, the Madrid system for trademarks. You don't need the basic designs in the contracting party where we claim entitlement to use the Hague system. And the second thing is, I mean, even if, the second thing is, for instance, if you, let's say if you are from Rwanda and you will be filing an international application under the Hague system, you can designate your own country in the international application. So in one go, you can seek international protections in other countries, but at the same time, you can ask that your design be protected at the national level. There are so many advantages that applicants can get from using the Hague system. We like to refer to the 3 E's of the Hague system, which are its ease of use, efficiency, and economical. We talk about the system as being easy of use. Anywhere you are and at any moment, we have digital platforms that allow you to do your filing online. You don't need to go to a lawyer. You don't need to go to your office, and everything can be done in one place, and it's done very easily. And this e-Hague is available to you 24/7. The platform itself integrates all the mandatory formal requirements, everything that you need as support documents and as requirements. You will have access to all those different resources once you access the platform. The system is very efficient in the way that everything is centralized. No matter how many applications, many registration you have, you can manage them very easily. we have the possibility of benefiting from the 3 different working languages of the Hague system: French, English, French, and Spanish. And of course, the thing is, even if you are seeking protection in many countries, you will be paying one set of fee in only one currency. And all the formalities that the examination takes place at WIPO, so everything is done in a way that it goes fast. Economical, you of course save money. You don't need to pay a lawyer. You don't need to pay additional fees that you would pay if you were going to go before different IP offices and translating different type of documents. Everything is centralized. It's economical. In terms of the procedures can be simple, but of course we need to keep in mind that it requires a collaboration of 3 different stakeholders. You as a filer, you need to know what you will be doing, and you need to prepare your application in a way that it will be accepted by WIPO. And then the second thing is, once we receive the application at WIPO, normally it takes less than 3 months, and very quickly we examine, we register, and afterward we dispatch through the application or the registration to all the designated offices. And of course, one thing is the system doesn't replace the procedures before the national IP offices. Once that the design application is registered with us at WIPO, it is dispatched and it becomes like the equivalent of a national application or registration in the countries designated. The renewals are done occasionally every 5 years, and at least you have the possibilities to renew your international registration twice. There are some Hague members that allows for more, but at least you have the possibility of keeping it for 15 years. And the maximum period is Morocco provide for 50 years, but after this you have to renew it every 5 years. Again, with the system, you have your international registration. It's protected. Anything that happened to it has effects on all the different designated contracting parties. Whether you renewal, any changes, whatever you do, change of ownership, any change you introduce will be reflected in our register and also in the offices of the designated contracting parties. We would like to point out to you some very important sources of information for those of you who might wish to know more about the Hague system. If you have the copy of the presentation, you can play. We provide you with hyperlinks to each of those key tools, key resources. One thing I would like just to highlight, there is this video that described in very few seconds how the system works. If you are curious, you want to know where to begin, how to begin, we have the digital information kits that could help you. We have our webinar program also, which is quite helpful. And if ever you would like to discuss any issue with us, we can be reached out via our contact Hague. And if any of you would be trying to play with the platform for preparing yourself the application, we have the eHague. There is a demo version that can be used. The demo version takes you to the process from the beginning to the end, but you won't be able to submit it. So you can do your own mistakes if you want. And the last thing is, within the Hague system, we compile a lot of data, a lot of information. One of the key source of information could be the Hague System yearly review that gives you an overview of trends, things that happen in the framework of the Hague System every year. And if you would like to have more information about industrial designs in general or any other IP issues, this is the database that we have in line with WIPO IP Statistic Data Center. And of course, anything that happens at the global level and industrial designs informations are reflected there as well. What is important today is to remind you that we are accessible, we are via telephone, we can be contacted, you can send us a message, and we can help you in any way you want at any moment. If you would like to know what is happening within the Hague System, you can subscribe to receive our newsletter that would allow you to stay up to date about anything that occurs in the Hague System. I think that's about it. I would just like to reiterate that at any moment, if you would like to reach out to us at WIPO, and then you can either discuss with our colleagues from the Division of Africa, or you can reach out to me directly. I thank you very much for your time. And now, if you have questions, I'll be happy to take this on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Max, for this good clarification of the Hague System. We go through 4 systems during a very reduced time. I think it would be difficult for many people to go through the detail on how to have the industrial design protected. But we have different platforms where people can find the information. We have the Agribusiness platform. You can reach and go to those details we're saying. Maybe we also have the WAPI platform. RDB platform is available to consult. And also the WIPO platform. For me, I have many questions to ask, but we have we have a reduced time to go through those questions. I can recommend to WIPO to take the contact of different people. The guests we have here sharing the contact with the participant, maybe participant can drop the question to them. With this, I would like to thank our distinguished speaker for the presentation. They did it, giving the explanation on different questions. And now it's come to close this session. And I would like to invite you for the lunch to be in the same place we have in this building. Thank you.
Thank you, Blaise. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a break for lunch. Lunch is served, and we'll be here back at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. Bon appétit.
Okay. So our next session is about, hold on. We're going to have an overview of what we call the Lisbon system and existing protection for geographical indications and origin-based products. So basically, these are products that are only found in a certain geographical location. How do we protect such products? How do we bring such products out there? Table 5, Madam. Okay, so we're just going to get straight to it. I am going to ask our colleague who is standing by online, Miss Alexandra Grazioli, to make her presentation, and then we'll be discussing and seeing with the representative of a geographical indication association in Rwanda. Now, I am not sure whether we have this representative here, but if we don't, I know that some of you women are engaged in working with communities to bring their products out there. So we can invite one of you to come and share your experience during that time. But before then, I'd like to call on my colleague, Miss Alexandra Grazioli. She's standing online. She's standing, yes, I see her on the screen. So yes, she's ready. She's going to give us a general overview of what it means when we say geographical indications, what it means when we talk about the Lisbon system. She's going to share practical examples with you as well, so you'll be able to identify what she's talking about. And so without further ado, please give the floor to Miss Alexandra Grazioli and welcome her with a clap offering. Thank you.
Thank you, Loretta. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can hear me well. Can you just confirm you're hearing me?
Yes, Alex, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So without further delay, I hope everything is fine. So let's start the present on geographical indication. I'm sorry, the connection went down. So I hope now.
Yes, Alex, yes, I think you're online now.
Okay, perfect. Can you enable me again to be co-host? Perhaps.
Can you make her co-host so that she can present? You can't.
Yeah, thank you.
They can't. It's possible? Okay. It's done.
Okay. So let's start for true this time.
Okay.
So in this presentation, so I will introduce you the concept of origin product, origin quality-based product, and more specifically, when we speak about intellectual property rights, it means protection of geographical indication. And I will explain how you can get also international protection for this geographical indication using a system we have in WIPO, similar to what exists for trademark with Madrid or for design with the Hague system. But let's start with the beginning. What are these origin-based quality products? As it is in their name, so they are products that are made in a special location, in a specific location, and who have specific quality given that location. And the quality can come because of the environment, or because of the knowledge, skill, traditional skill of the producer. And to take a very symbolic example, we can look at cheese. France, for instance, is known as being the country of cheeses, and you have almost 1,000 different cheeses. In every part of France, you have different kind of cheeses who have specific quality. Given, for instance, if we take the example of a cheese done in the eastern part of France, Comté, that cheese has specific quality given the herb and the flour that the cow eat during the day, what will give a special taste to the milk, and given the technique of the cheesemaker, who vary from region to region, they make very specific, different tasty cheese depending where they are. So protecting geographical indication is protecting a geographical name used to call the product who come from this very specific place and who have this unique quality. So cheese is an example, but we have also example around the world of tea, for instance, depending where the tea grows, the variety of tea and how then it is processed, the taste of tea vary also a lot from region to region. And here you have an example of a tea, Darjeeling from India, very specific. Protection of geographical indication can also apply to handicraft products. And here I choose as an example silk. You know, silk comes from worms, so there are different variety of worms that eat specific leaves, and depending what they eat and the quality of worm, it will make a different quality of the silk. And then you have also here the technique of human. For instance, if we take the example of Thai silk, you have also a unique technique of the weaver in Thailand who made their silk very famous, very reputed. So it's a mix between the quality of the raw material and the technique of the weaver. And here you have another example of a geographical indication. Now, why do you need indeed to protect this geographical indication name, and why in the field of agro-product it's interesting? And when I speak about agro-product, I'm not only speaking about fruit, vegetable, but also in rural areas there is a lot of handicraft produce. So geographical indication could be also interesting for handicraft. If you look to this present slide and you see products that you can see often in market, But as a consumer, if you don't know the producer of this different product, how can you know what is the quality of the product? What is the origin? How these products are produced? And if you find a product that you very much like, how are you sure that next time you go, and if you buy, for instance, an onion, it will be the same quality, or a scarf, the same quality? And this is where you need to have brands. And when you are a community working together on a product who has specific quality due to the place where it is produced, then geographical indication can be the brands that will help you to communicate with consumers those unique quality of your product. So as long as you are close to the producer, or as long as the consumer are close to you, you can explain your quality, the quality of your product to consumer. But imagine now your product go far away into the cities, into supermarkets in other countries. So how consumer can be sure when they buy a product, they will find that same product coming from your business, coming from your region. And this is where geographical indication have a special role to play. So geographical indication, here you have different examples, is not just putting a nice packaging, a nice label to product, but it is also recognizing a product who has a specific origin and who has a specific quality. And by receiving the recognition that the geographical name is a geographical indication, so an IP right, the producer of the region has the exclusive right to use the geographical name to label the product, provided the product has this specific quality. And that quality is controlled. And so the quality is always offered to consumers. Let's move perhaps to the legal definition of GIs, but I will not go into many legal explanation, but just let's take an example of a geographical indication originating from Cameroon, Penja pepper. So what is the geographical indication? It's Penja, a geographical name to identify pepper. So the geographical indication is Penja pepper. And why it is considered a geographical indication? Because it comes from a well-defined area in Cameroon around the Mount Penja, which is a volcano. And what we have in that region, so it's not just saying the product comes from the region of Penja, but the reason that makes the product special around the Cameroon is the fact that you have this specific environment, the specific quality of the soil, the specific quality of the climate that is very favorable for culture of pepper. And then you have the knowledge and the technique of the producer that secure that the consumer has that very high quality, very tasty product every time they buy Penja pepper. So here you have the main element of the GI. So in order to have a GI is to use a geographical name by the community of producers in the region who produce pepper and who are meeting this quality criteria in terms of taste of the product, in terms of how it is cultivated and processed, and also in terms of the region where it comes from. And what is also very important to keep in mind when we speak about protection of geographical indication is that here it's not an individual brand by an individual company, but it is a collective brand of all producers of a region. And with geographical indication, it is the only intellectual property right that in order to be protected needs to have that conjunction between the recognition of a place of production, the recognition of the know-how of all the person who makes that quality product in that region, and then the geographical name that makes the reputation of the product. You have on this slide some example of worldwide famous geographical indication, and you can see that geographical indication can identify a big variety of products. Almost all kinds of products can benefit from that protection, provided they come from a specific place and they have this specific quality. And so the community of producers can benefit from that intellectual property rights. So you have vegetable, you have processed agricultural products like cheese or wine or ham or alcohol. You have also a lot of handicraft products, and also natural products can be protected. Here are some examples of geographical indication already protected on the African continent or in the way of being protected, as the specific quality of this product have been already recognized, and work is ongoing in many cases to protect them as geographical indication. Some example also in the OAPI region, where we have a regional system for protection of geographical indication. As for other intellectual property rights, as you heard yesterday, and here you see that there is quite a lot of work that have been undertaken over the past year, with a certain number of GIs already protected and recognized, and some in the process of being recognized as well. What is interesting with geographical indication, and because it is a collective right, is the fact that you can have as a community acting on a territory some more possibility to have some positive spillover effect over the region in terms of sustainable development with geographical indication. And this at different levels. A GI's production cannot be delocalized. So it is important for the producer in the region that they preserve the environment, that they preserve the resources, in order to secure that generation after generation, production can continue in those places. And often you will see that most of geographical indication is already from generations that they were produced in those places, and that over time they win reputation by consumers. So consumers know they want the best rice. They go, for instance, in Togo, in the region of Kovie and Lomé, and they have their very specific, very good quality rice. In another region, for instance, and I will go into more detail, you have also some wild fruit who have specific quality and taste depending where they grow. Or salt in sea salt in Cambodia. So all these are examples of community and products that WIPO assists, thanks to the assistance also of China, to help this community to protect their geographical indication. And to be a bit more concrete on explaining how you can obtain protection and build a bit that geographical indication, I will take the example of an ongoing project that WIPO is doing, but we do it in collaboration with the Food and Agriculture Organization, with the French Agency of Development. So we are different partners, and also OAPI, working together to help that community of producers in Senegal, in Casamance. So the mangue de Casamance is a wild fruit that grows in the forest. There is no domestication of that fruit. So what you see in the value chain of the geographical indication and where we try to work is at different levels. So at the level of the harvester, the person who goes in the forest and picks the fruit, the people who sell it on the market, and the transformer. So the geographical indication in that case concerns the fruit, the fresh fruit, and processed also jam, preserve, and syrup of that fruit. On that images, you have the situation where we start in 2018-19, where the product was sold in the market without any label, and also most of the production done by the women in the region, by the cooperative, by the transformer, was also not specifically labeled to recognize the origin and the specific quality of the product. After 3 years of project, and we are now at the stage where the producer have applied for recognition and protection by UAPI. We have now helped to structure the association of producers and also help to better label, control quality, and offer that quality to consumers. So you can see that now the mud which come from Casamance is all labeled, so consumer can better recognize it, so the fresh fruit. All the harvesting is also controlled. And also the juice, the fruit are all also now recognized, and all producers work together indeed to offer that specific quality to consumers. And you have here, and I will share with you the link if you are interested to see the testimony. Here was a participation of the Association of Producers to a trade fair in Senegal, FIDA, last December. And so it was a public presentation, we can say, of the product as it will be sold when it will obtain the geographical indication, protection, and recognition. And it was a great success. Consumers very much appreciate that product. But what do we do concretely during the project and how we achieve that success? So as I had the opportunity to mention, when you want to protect a geographical indication, it is often required that producers get together to build an association who will then manage the protection and the promotion of the geographical indication. And it is important to have all the persons involved in the production and also trade, if possible, of the product. So the people in Casamance build an association where you have harvester, you have the transformer, and you have also trader part of the association. Then that association worked together to define the specific quality, to define the geographical area where the product with this specific quality can be found. So when we speak about the quality of the product, first we speak of the fruit, who needs to have a specific taste to be recognized as being Mad de Casamance and also coming from that region. Also, what we put in place is a system of control, so the association and the producers themselves are keeping also recording and full traceability of where they collect the fruit, how they transform it, the quantity, in order to secure that quality to the consumer, quality that they have defined together and that they all agree to meet in order to use that geographical indication. We assist also the association to develop the branding. You've seen the logo of the product and the marketing strategy. And then we will also train them to secure, of course, enforcement of their IP right. Because when a product becomes famous, then there is a risk that people who are not from the region or who do not meet the condition of production may try to counterfeit the product. So this is also part of the project to secure enforcement of IP rights. But perhaps more interesting for you is why through the geographical indication now consumer, what we have seen at the FIDAC, show great interest for that product. First of all, it is because with a geographical indication, when they buy a product, they know they have a product which has that specific origin. So for instance, here, product from Casamance in Senegal. The product has also specific quality. And one of the important quality of the geographical indication is that the fresh fruit, but also the processed product, will only be made with fruits that are harvested dry. And this, in terms of security for consumers, is very important because often what we see with production from other places is that the fruit is harvested when it is not ripe, and then there is often maturation through chemical means using gas. So it's not always very healthy to eat a lot of this product if they are matured through this chemical technique. There is also no chemical additive in the transformed product, so consumers are sure to have something without any conservative, any chemical, fully organic product. Then the taste is special because the malt that grows in Casamance has a special bitterness that is very much that consumers in Senegal at least are very interested to find. Malt grown in other region may have different taste, be more sweet. So this is why also origin is interesting because you can through the origin also explain to consumer about the specific taste of the product. For the cheese, you've seen the variety. So knowing where the cheese comes from, you know it has a different taste. Also, what is interesting is that all producers who are part of the geographical indication have also voluntarily adopted to meet some standard of harvesting the product or how much they take it that will be respectful of the genetic resources. So try not to destroy the forest, because if you destroy the forest, there will be no more fruit. And also securing a regeneration of the genetic resources. And finally, as mentioned, there is a control, a full traceability of the product throughout the value chain. So this also is a lot of security for consumer. And this element also of control is a condition to obtain the protection for a GI. So having this element gives to those who are engaged collectively in the protection of a GI quite a powerful tool to communicate with consumers. And if you are interested to know more about that geographical indication, soon register, we hope by OAPI, you can have a look to article published on the WIPO website. Just a few words to show you that different other GIs have been already so registered and protected, for instance, by OAPI, and that producer, by working together to promote this high quality of the product and securing that high quality to consumer, have seen their revenue and their production increase over year following the protection of the GI. So this is thanks to that investment of producer. Then consumers are often ready to pay an extra price because they know that with geographical indication products, they have a special product with special guaranteed quality. So with GI protection, what we see is that you can have benefit from producer to increase the revenue. So often products sold with a GI have a higher price than comparative products who do not have the quality mentioned. Benefit for consumers who have a full traceability and are sure to buy authentic products. There is often benefit for the region with potentially spillover effect in terms of tourism, additional work, preservation also of the traditional knowledge, or when we speak about also handicraft of expression of folklore in the region. How to protect this geographical indication and how also to valorize more generally origin product. There is two main ways. So the protection of geographical indication, as I explained to you before, or you can also use trademark, collective or certification mark to brand product who come from a specific region and have specific quality. Here I show you some example of European regional trademark that distinguish product coming from Italy, for instance, or coming from Bretagne, a region in France. You have also a label here in Geneva which is also labeling a product coming from the region of Geneva, but behind it there is also condition of production in terms of condition of the people who work on this product in the farm, also the use of chemicals, so there is also element behind this collective or certification mark. So this is another alternative also to valorize origin products. I will now move quickly to explain to you, once you obtain protection of a geographical indication at regional level for OAP or at national level for other country, how you can get protection internationally. So this is by using, for instance, in WIPO, the Lisbon system. So that system, similar to Madrid and Hague, is a system where you can get an international protection for your geographical indication through the single registration in WIPO. So instead of trying to get protection in every country where you want to export your product, you can, through the single registration in WIPO, obtain protection in the different members of the Lisbon system. In order to benefit from that protection, your country or your region should be part of the system. So all OAP countries are now covered by the Lisbon system. Following the accession of OAP to the Lisbon system, we have in addition currently also some countries in North Africa, like Nigeria, Tunisia, who are part of the system, also Capo Verde, Ghana. So all these countries have also joined the Lisbon system, and we hope to see soon more countries from your continent join the system. The system of Lisbon is covering all kinds of products. So as mentioned, GIs are interesting for agricultural products, but also handicraft products and natural products. What is interesting when you obtain international protection of your GIs through the Lisbon system is that all members who accept to protect your GIs will have to give the protection provided by the agreement, and in terms of international standards, is quite an effective protection against any usurpation of indication of your geographical indication. The protection is also indefinite, so contrarily to what happened with trademark, there is no system of renewal every 10 years. You have also protection against the fact that your GIs cannot be considered generic in the country who protected. This might be technical element, but this means that when a product becomes very, very famous, sometimes people tend to use the name of that product, even if it is an IP right, as a common name of the product. And so by having the protection of GIs, you can secure that only the producer of that specific region will have the exclusive right to use that geographical indications and stop the fact that people outside can use that name. I will not go into more detail about the system, these are more legal. I will leave it for questions if you have, just to see a bit how the system works. So first of all, you need to have a title of protection in your country of origin or at OAP level. Then the competent authority, often the IP office, on the request of the producer, will send an application to WIPO. WIPO will make a formal examination and then will send it to the other member of the system, who will have 1 year to decide if on their territory they can or not afford protection for that GIs. So with the Lisbon system currently, you can obtain protection in already more than 70 countries, and we see an increasing interest from more and more countries to join the system. Some examples of famous and a bit less famous appellation of origin who are protected, and here I'm speaking about appellation of origin, that is just a specific category of geographical indication. So you have the very famous sparkling wine Champagne from a specific region in France, who obtained protection in, as you see, almost 70 countries around the world thanks to the Lisbon system. But you have also more small producer and small production who also are using the system because it is very cost effective, as this example of essential oil of lavender from Haute-Provence in France. So, Lisbon system is interesting for really very important GIs, but also some smaller ones. And the most recent example from GI from Tunisia. So here it was very interesting to see how producer in the region with the geographical indication really increase and secure very high quality products to consumer in Tunisia. And based also on that reputation, then they started to export their product in other regions. And so international production was really a key element for the development of this group of producers. If you are interested in having more information, you can go on the website and see different information. We will also soon resume a webinar, so if you are interested in knowing more about GIs, just register yourself in our newsletter and you will get information of our future activity. Thank you so much for your attention, and I remain available for questions.
Thank you very much. Pardon? Okay, let me just have that one because time really is not on our side, but you'll have the experts to help you.
Je vais le faire en français. Est-ce que vous comprenez le français, madame? Ah, ok. En fait, je vous remercie de votre exposé. Je voudrais poser une question rapidement. Vous avez montré que dans le cadre de l'indication géographique, il doit y avoir un cahier de charges dans lequel on met les caractéristiques techniques qui caractérisent le produit. Ma question est la suivante. Est-ce qu'il y a des analyses chimiques qui donnent les seuils dans ce cahier des charges? Parce que vous avez bien montré que c'est un produit qui doit être naturel, sans pesticides et sans engrais, sans aucune intervention autre que naturelle. Or, si le produit est naturel, justement, il est lié aux intempéries. Dans la même région, il peut y avoir ou trop chaud ou trop froid, ou une pluie ou le soleil, qui peut altérer cette qualité et changer l'arôme ou les caractéristiques organoleptiques du produit. Dans ce cas, qu'est-ce qui se passe par rapport au consommateur final qui avait le cahier de charge bien défini? Merci beaucoup.
Je vous en prie. Cela va vraiment dépendre du type de produit par rapport au fait de savoir s'il y aura justement ces éléments chimiques chiffrés dans un cahier des charges. Des fois, on en trouve, mais c'est toujours selon une certaine fourchette, en fait. Si c'est par exemple un certain taux de sucre qui est présent et reconnu comme étant un des éléments caractéristiques, mais ces éléments chimiques ne sont pas toujours nécessaires. Et je vais vous prendre l'exemple du riz de Covier sur lequel nous avons travaillé récemment. Donc, quand vous prenez le riz de Covier, et le riz en général, il est souvent difficile d'arriver à dire quels éléments chimiques vraiment dépendent du territoire. Donc, plutôt qu'aller vers ces preuves scientifiques qui sont presque impossibles à prouver, la façon dont la spécificité de ce riz a été déterminée, ça a été sur la base d'un test organoleptique qui a été fait en comparant des riz de différentes régions. Et il a été retrouvé qu'au niveau de la mastication, au niveau du goût, ce riz a des caractéristiques assez particulières et uniques que d'autres riz venant d'autres régions n'ont pas. Ça a été sur cette base qu'a été défini son profil organoleptique. et que des tests seront faits au fur des années pour certifier ce produit. Bien entendu, il vient d'une région bien définie. Il y a des techniques de production, des techniques de séchage aussi qui sont particulières et qui contribuent à ces qualités. C'est tout cet ensemble qui fait justement qu'on arrive à ce riz de qualité et d'origine. La même chose a été faite pour le mal de Casamance. Ce ne sont pas des valeurs chimiques qui sont dans son cahier des charges, mais bien un goût général, une certaine acidité reconnue par les consommateurs qui ont fait son profil typique, qui se distinguait de mal d'autres régions. Si maintenant, avec le changement climatique, le goût change, c'est vrai qu'il y aura peut-être des questions à se poser, si on est toujours en présence d'une indication géographique ou pas, si on n'arrive plus justement avec le temps à trouver ces caractéristiques qui se pérennisent. Mais ce qu'on voit dans les cahiers des charges, en fait, c'est qu'il y a souvent une évolution. Donc en adaptant peut-être les méthodes de production aussi, on peut arriver à maintenir justement ces qualités. Et ça se voit de plus en plus de nos jours.
Okay, thank you very much, Alexander. We'll still request you to be on board because I'm seeing so many questions have been, so many hands are up with questions for you, so please don't go away. At this juncture, we know that issues to do with the geographical indications, sometimes it involves having associations that produce similar products and selling it in the market, and it also becomes easier for the entrepreneurs or the SMEs if they make their products collectively, because sometimes you need, or you have a bigger market that you cannot access. Now, instead of you trying to supply the market and you're not able to supply given the quantities, then it is always advisable to have a society or an association so that you can produce your products and sell en masse. And with that then brings me to our next presenter, or not really presenter, but we just want to have a discussion with one of our ladies who is the president of the African Women in Processing. Please, Madam. Please, a round of applause for her. Please. Yeah, thank you very much. For those who don't know me, my name is Rose Mboya. Yes, my name is Rose Mboya, so I'll be the one moderating this session. Now, it will be more of just a discussion because the ladies here, they want to know more about your association. What do you do, who are you, and how are you supporting the entrepreneurs? And if you're using these geographical indications, how do you ensure that your products reach the market? Did you get what I asked? Oh, okay, thank you. Yes. So tell us more about yourself, your organization, and how you're supporting the women in ensuring that their products reaches the market. And if at all you are using these geographical indications or collective marks, we'd like to know. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, docteur. Et je vais profiter effectivement pour parler de AWIP, African Women in Processing. AWIP, en effet, c'est un réseau africain qui a été mis en place au Niger en novembre dernier. Bon, bien avant le processus était en place, mais ça a été bien configuré en novembre dernier lors du sommet des chefs d'État africains pour l'industrialisation. Et donc c'est un réseau qui a été, dont la mise en place a été soutenue par l'Union africaine et ses partenaires. Et nous sommes actuellement en train de travailler sur le processus de l'étendre sur l'ensemble des pays africains. Et nous venons d'adopter le plan d'affaires de AWIP à Abidjan il y a un mois, en présence certainement de WIPO, parce que WIPO était intervenu en ligne, et de tous les partenaires de la COMESA, de la CEDEAO, de toutes ces organisations régionales qui ont soutenu et ont vu la nécessité d'ailleurs de mettre en place ce réseau des femmes africaines transformatrices. Lors du sommet des chefs d'État africains, il est ressorti clairement qu'on ne peut pas parler de l'industrialisation de l'Afrique sans prendre en compte les efforts que les femmes sont en train de faire au niveau où elles sont actuellement. Parce qu'on a remarqué que les quelques rares femmes industrielles, elles le sont très bien. Partout où il y a une femme engagée dans l'industrialisation, c'est qu'elle a amené son entreprise au top et elle le fait avec efficacité. Et on s'est dit que si on veut armer l'Afrique de véritables industries, il faut prendre en compte ces 70% des femmes qui sont aujourd'hui investies dans la transformation. Donc c'est un des mobiles qui encourage en tout cas l'Union africaine à nous soutenir pour que ce soit un vrai dispositif avec lequel il faut compter à l'avenir. Ce dispositif, il est soutenu par tous les chefs d'État des pays africains. Et donc, pour les pays qui n'ont pas eu l'opportunité d'être à Niamey, parce qu'à Niamey, nous avons pu mobiliser 24 pays sur les 54. Et donc, et c'est le président de la République du Niger qui a en personne envoyé les courriers à tous les chefs d'État africains. Donc, et les chefs d'État africains ont désigné des participants. Il y a des régions où ils ont fait venir des ministres avec une grande délégation. Il y a d'autres qui ont envoyé une personne. En tout cas, on était près de 700 personnes entre exposants et participants aux travaux scientifiques du sommet des femmes africaines transformatrices. Et donc, vraiment, je profite de cette opportunité pour dire merci en tout cas aux organisateurs de cette rencontre qui nous donnent l'opportunité aujourd'hui de nous rencontrer davantage, de voir le Seychelles, de voir tous ces pays dont c'était difficile pour nous de toucher lors du sommet et de mettre en place cette plateforme qui va être un outil avec lequel le ZLECAF va travailler, avec lequel l'Union africaine qui a déjà adopté un programme AWIP va désormais en tout cas travailler avec cette organisation. Et certainement les autres organisations comme Aripo, comme le WIPO, ils vont sans doute collaborer avec nous parce que nous sommes déjà là. Nous avons déjà commencé quelque chose. Et donc, par rapport à la question qui vient de m'être posée sur qu'est-ce que nous sommes à mesure de faire pour que les femmes aient accès au marché. Parce que c'est de ça qu'il s'agit, c'est de vendre, quelle que soit la qualité de la production qu'on fait, on ne peut pas parler du développement d'entreprises s'il n'y a pas de marché. Le marché que nous visons, il est à plusieurs niveaux. Parce qu'il ne faut pas se leurrer. On ne peut pas acheter un produit qu'on ne connaît pas. On ne peut acheter que ce qu'on a déjà vu. Et souvent, on n'achète qu'avec les gens qu'on connaît d'ailleurs. Et donc, d'où aujourd'hui la pertinence des rencontres comme celle-là, qui nous donne la grâce de rencontrer des produits qu'on n'a déjà jamais vus. Et donc, par rapport au marché, il faut tenir compte de la première grappe qui est le marché national. Il faut que toutes ces formations qu'on est en train de prendre, il faut d'abord que nous l'appliquions chez nous. Il faut que dans nos propres pays, qu'on achète nos produits. Et s'il y a des partenaires de cette salle, c'est sur ça d'abord qu'il faut nous aider. Et je pense que chaque pays, je vais faire une parenthèse pour expliquer comment nous faisons au Niger avec African Women in Processing et l'étape du Niger. Et c'est important, souvent, il y a des positions qui te permettent de faire quelque chose. Donc, peut-être mon exemple ne va pas forcément être facile pour une autre personne. Parce que moi, je fais de la politique. C'est important de le dire parce que souvent, quand tu occupes de positions politiques, c'est plus facile de mettre en œuvre certaines choses parce que tu es dans le système. Et je suis la conseillère du président de la République de chez nous. Et en termes du secteur privé, tourisme, artisanat et tout ce que vous imaginez comme genre et autres. Et donc, c'est possible pour moi et c'est plus facile pour moi de faire pousser certains dossiers. Et je pense que s'il y en a d'autres qui occupent ces positions, ou mieux, c'est bon souvent d'utiliser ces genres de positions pour inverser la vision de nos chefs d'État. Parce que même si aujourd'hui on nous donne tous les outils nécessaires pour aller de l'avant, si dans notre pays il n'y a pas de crédit sur ce que nous faisons, ça ne peut pas marcher. Moi j'ai lancé au Niger depuis 2017 le consommons nigérien. 100% made in Niger. Et c'est d'abord par ça que j'ai commencé. Et en ce moment, c'est parce que le président du Niger était le champion de la ZLECAf. Donc, il était chargé de faire adopter la ZLECAf par tous les États. Et moi, ma première préoccupation, c'est de lui dire, d'abord, vous êtes le champion, mais nous, on a quels sont les produits que le Niger a pour affronter la ZLECAf. Et c'est comme ça que j'ai lancé le 100% Made in Niger, en mobilisant les femmes qui ont initié des produits. Et puis aujourd'hui, on a fait la mise en marché. Pour faire court, aujourd'hui, au Niger, c'est que c'est même obligé pour une administration d'acheter les produits nigériens avant de penser aux produits importés. Et le Burkina est mieux que le Niger. Hein? Le Burkina, l'année dernière, nous avons observé qu'ils étaient à plus de 400 milliards d'achats locaux. Parce qu'au Burkina, le Premier ministre a sorti même une décision pour dire qu'il n'y a aucun atelier qu'on va faire au Burkina où on va voir les jus importés ou des thés importés, il n'y a pas. Donc, c'est des décisions comme ça qu'on doit avoir dans nos pays. Et c'est ça qui va entraîner le marché extérieur. Parce que si toi-même, tu n'as pas mangé ce qui est chez toi, qui va venir manger ce qui est chez toi? Donc, le regard aussi très important.
Now, the other question I wanted to ask, because we were talking about the topic of geographical indications, when you look at the ladies or the women that you are working with, are you seeing some of those products that can be put out there as a geographical indication so that you also benefit from the system of geographical indications? This can be those products that your people are producing, but they are very unique because of the regions that they come from. Are you having that in mind, or the women you are working with, do they have those kind of products that you see we can even push forward in terms of geographical indications?
Oui, parfaitement. Et en tout cas, je sais qu'en Guinée, selon les informations que j'ai, il y a beaucoup de femmes qui ont introduit des certifications. Même chez nous, au Niger, nous avons fait passer 4 produits en indication géographique, dont le kilichi qu'on a, le fromage, et puis au Cameroun, c'était la même chose, et au Nigeria. Et en Guinée, il y a plusieurs produits qui sont... Aujourd'hui, nous, pour le cas du Niger, et je pense que ça se fait ailleurs, et nous faisons beaucoup plus la promotion de l'indication géographique, parce que c'est ce qui est plus facile pour les paysans, pour ramener les femmes ensemble. Donc, parce que là, c'est beaucoup plus collectif. Donc, on a fait beaucoup de sensibilisation dans toutes les régions pour amener les groupes à se mettre ensemble pour protéger leurs produits par indication. On a fait ça pour l'oignon au Niger et le fromage parce que ce sont des activités 100% des femmes. Et c'est ce que je peux répondre par rapport à l'avantage de l'indication géographique. Ça permet aux grands groupes de vendre. Parce que même quand on a parlé de la ZLECAf, les marchés de la ZLECAf tels qu'on propose de le faire, c'est que si moi j'ai un produit au Niger qui a les mêmes indications, qui est protégé, si j'ai une commande aux États-Unis, on m'a demandé 4000 pièces. Je ne peux pas livrer les 4000 pièces au Niger. Je peux faire appel au Burkina Faso pour compléter la commande si nous sommes tous sous la même enseigne en termes de certification. Voilà un peu ce que je peux dire.
Wow, wow. Yeah, you can see the lady is doing a lot with the members, so it means that collectively we can do much and collectively we can go far. I'm seeing time is not really on our side, but you can take 1 or 2 questions, please. Okay, I'm seeing there's already a lady there. I'll take 2, 3 questions. Yes, there's another one here. And I saw when you are talking, you talk with a lot of passion. Yeah? All the ladies, none of them was sleeping. You know, I was looking around and I saw, my dear.
Thank you so much for such a profound presentation. My name is Paulina Selepe from Lesotho. Besides the geographical element, how best can we break the barriers in trade between regions or between countries? Are there some strategies that you used that we can use as well? Thank you.
Yes, another one. Let us have 3 so that when she responds, there's a lady here.
Hi, my name is Piladi from South Africa. I'm the president of an organization called Ignite Alumni Association, and it's headquartered in Ghana, in Accra. So we are a fairly new association because we did a program called Ignite, which is in Ghana, but it's for all African agribusiness owners. So I wanted to find out if you are open to collaborating with other associations, especially young ones like ours, because we'd like to empower more of the women to do agro-processing and value addition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Issues of collaboration. There's a hand there with the members. Yes, the one with the members, you yourself. I'm seeing so many people are supporting you, the lady there. Yeah, you have supporters behind, so many of them supporting you.
Bonjour, moi je m'appelle Fofana Mbalou, je viens de la Guinée. Je suis bénéficiaire justement de l'indication géographique sur l'ananas Baronne du projet Pampige 2. Alors, moi je voulais demander, parce que vous avez posé la question tout à l'heure à madame, qu'est-ce que son organisation fait pour promouvoir l'indication géographique au niveau des femmes. Et elle a dit que l'indication géographique peut aider les femmes. Si elle a un marché de 1000 pièces quelque part, elle ne peut pas livrer, elle peut demander à une autre femme. Mais moi, je pense que ça, la précision, on doit nous la donner. Est-ce qu'une femme qui est au Niger, qui est protégée en indication géographique, peut prendre une commande à Conakry si Conakry n'est pas sur son territoire? Parce que l'IG, c'est les produits dont la qualité est liée à son origine. Dans ce cas, on ne peut pas faire une commande groupée en Niger. Ça, c'était une première précision que je voulais avoir. Mais deuxièmement, par rapport à votre organisation, vous avez dit que l'organisation a été créée au mois de novembre dernier, à date. Parce que si une organisation est créée au mois de novembre, aujourd'hui, nos pays ne sont pas au courant. Moi, je n'ai pas entendu parler de cette organisation en Guinée. Est-ce que l'Union africaine a déjà diffusé au niveau de tous les pays la création de cette organisation pour nous permettre d'approcher nos autorités en Guinée, de pouvoir collaborer avec vous? Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Let's allow the president. I'm seeing there are so many presidents here. The president to answer to those three, and then we can take another three.
Okay. Oui, il y a la question par rapport aux barrières qu'on doit briser pour faciliter le commerce entre les pays. Et moi, je pense que les barrières, ce sont des papiers qui sont là. Maintenant, c'est nous-mêmes qui pouvons nous lever et briser les barrières, nous les femmes. Parce qu'il faut commencer quelque part. Tous les États, si vous avez vu, on a la région CEDEAO, on a le COMESA, certainement vers l'Afrique du Sud. En fait, si nous avons tenu à rencontrer l'ensemble de ces structures avec les réseaux AWIP, c'est pour leur dire que nous sommes là. Et que sans nous, les femmes, parce que même le commerce transfrontalier, c'est les femmes qui font le commerce transfrontalier. Et donc, ça veut dire que c'est nous, avec l'exercice de l'activité, qu'on peut relever telle défaillance et qu'on peut écrire pour dire qu'il y a telle défaillance. Maintenant, moi, ce que j'ai défendu devant toujours ces partenaires, tant que vous ne mettez pas les femmes ensemble, tant que s'il y a une foire en Afrique du Sud, vous ne permettez pas aux femmes de l'Afrique de l'Ouest de partir, il n'y aura pas d'échange. Parce que même s'il y a la digitalisation, les échanges physiques sont plus confiants que les échanges par Internet. Et les barrières ne peuvent pas se briser parce que le commerce Internet, il n'y a pas de barrière. Tu achètes, tu envoies, maintenant il y a les coûts peut-être qui sont liés à ça. Mais aujourd'hui, moi, la première barrière que je vois, c'est la barrière de voyage, le coût du voyage. pour partir. Parce que tant que on n'est pas supporté pour prendre en charge ces coûts-là pour aller dans d'autres pays, on ne pourra pas briser. Sinon, toutes les autres barrières douanières, la ZLECAF dit qu'il n'y a plus de barrières douanières. Mais tu ne peux pas savoir que la barrière douanière est levée si tu n'es pas parti. Il faut d'abord partir pour vivre la réalité, pour savoir dire qu'il y a cette barrière qui constitue un danger pour moi. Parce que nous toutes, on pense qu'il y a barrière, mais on n'a même pas été. Donc vraiment, il faut agir. Il faut que nous-mêmes nous agissons. Tout ce que vous pensez comme barrière aujourd'hui, on les a bloqués. Mais si tu n'es pas allé sur le terrain, tu ne peux pas dire que c'est en cours. Entre moi et le Burkina, qui est ma première frontière, aujourd'hui, on dit qu'il n'y a plus de barrières douanières, il n'y a plus. Mais il faut rentrer, arriver au Burkina 500 km pour se rendre compte que je dois m'arrêter 10 fois avant de rentrer. Et là, ça veut dire que si demain je suis en face des ECOWAS, je vais dire attention, voilà ce que j'ai vécu en partant au Bénin, en partant au Bénin. Donc, moi je dis, nous les femmes commerçantes, transformatrices, nous devons agir et partir dans les expositions, c'est voyager qui peut être la première arme pour briser les barrières. Ça, c'est ma conviction. Et par rapport à Unite, je pense que c'est une très belle opportunité. Et AUIP est ouvert à toutes les autres organisations. On adhère même aux organisations pour permettre que les membres... Parce que AUIP n'a pas la prétention de dire qu'elle peut toucher l'ensemble des femmes. Ce n'est pas possible. Dans tous les cas, même si tu es sur un territoire, tu ne peux pas avoir tout le monde à plus forte raison si tu ne l'es pas. Et donc, au niveau du AUIP au Ghana, on a des membres déjà du AUIP Ghana. Et je pense que c'est eux, aujourd'hui, on a prévu de faire une réunion Afrique de l'Ouest. Et certainement, vous serez dans cette réunion et on pourra voir comment mettre le cadre de collaboration avec AUIP. Et par rapport à Madame Fofana, et je suis en train de parler de la mise en marché dans le contexte de la ZLECAF pour l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Moi, je fais partie du groupe des experts de l'Afrique de l'Ouest pour la maximisation des opportunités dans le cadre de la ZLECAF. Ce que je t'ai dit, le produit guinéen qui est de qualité, ce que la ZLECAF souhaite, ce n'est pas qu'un seul pays profite des marchés. Tout ce qu'on veut aujourd'hui en disant certifiez-vous ou mettez-vous aux normes, c'est pour que si je trouve un produit qui est aux normes, j'ai un marché de bananes, supposons que chez moi je fais la banane et qu'on me dit je dois livrer en France de la banane de telle qualité et que ça se trouve chez toi, je peux joindre ta commande à ma commande pour qu'on ne dise pas que l'Afrique est défaillante. Je vous donne un exemple d'un marché qui est actuellement en train de marcher dans le cadre de la ZLECAF qui est actif, c'est les jeans. Tout celui qui est parti aux États-Unis il y a un an qui a acheté jean, il faut qu'il sache que le pantalon jean qu'il a porté c'est cousu au Maroc et s'il a acheté la jaquette qui c'est cousu en Tunisie. Donc, en fait, la Tunisie et le Maroc se sont joints pour faire cette offre aux États-Unis des jeans pour pouvoir domper le marché de notre continent. Donc, c'est la même chose qu'on souhaite voir ici dans nos pays où si moi, par exemple, on me commande de la mangue séchée en France, le Niger ne fait pas de la mangue séchée. Mais je prends la mangue séchée en Guinée, au Burkina, je fais livrer en France. Donc, il n'y a pas de barrière. Les indications, c'est des normes que tu peux utiliser à ta façon. Ce n'est pas parce que c'est mis Guinée que moi, je ne peux pas livrer. Parce que je peux acheter avec la Guinée. C'est une question d'information avec le circuit de vente. OK? Il faut voir au-delà de la Guinée. Nous, on voit l'Afrique. Merci. Voilà.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. She's saying there are no barriers. Start the journey and then the rest can work. Maybe the biggest challenge she has mentioned is the issue of transport. Because if you want to move from one country to another, it becomes a little bit expensive. I'm seeing really time is not on our side, but the lady is really powerful. Loretta. Yes. There is another session where now we will bring all these powerful ladies here to say something. Please, only one question and then one question, and please just take 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes, please, in responding.
Okay, thank you, Madame Mamadou. I am very impressed with what you're doing. I'm also quite excited. My name is Ruth Nagash. I'm the CEO for COMESA, Federation of Women in Business. We have 21 member states. However, we have signed a tripartite agreement with SADC and EAC. So we pretty much work on the Eastern and Southern African countries. Recently, we've been having discussions with the Western ECOWAS Women in Business as well. So what you covered really aligns with what we're doing across our borders. I commend you for doing such a great job in getting the advocacy in the politics, in getting involved with the African Union. One question I have is, how are you linking your organization and the women who are doing the cross-border trade with the ministries of trade of their own country? Because that's where we need to align the policy and make sure that it's conducive for the women who do the cross-border. Two, I agree with you, we melt borders. It's you ladies who are melting the borders of Africa as you do your cross-border traders. So I challenge you that we do the replacement of imports. We do not need to import. Africa has over 1 billion population, 1.3 trillion economy. The market is here. Why are we looking markets in Europe, markets in Asia, markets in America? We have the markets here, $1.3 trillion. So let's start conversating. Today is the day. And all this starts with AFCFTA cannot happen without women. It's us who implement it. It's us who are doing this. And I would like to say, don't fear challenge, because it's the challenge that's our job. Women are the ones who bring solutions to challenge. If there was no challenge, we don't have a job. Reason you have markets is because somebody's lacking something. We add value to what we produce because there are consumers. So our challenges and barriers are our issues, but organizations like yours really need to inform our policymakers and our regional women organizations. If we don't hold hands, we can't go anywhere. So I commend you and thank you for contribution today.
Thank you very much. Together we can go far.
Thank you.
Please make it short, please.
Very short. My name is Nompumelelo Nchali. I'm from the Kingdom of Eswatini, formerly known as Swaziland. I'm glad to hear you, Mama, for your presentation is great. And we are women in Eswatini, that is so many women in the whole country, over 1,000 women that are under the CONFEB, which is COMESA, Federation of Women in Business. And I'm happy to hear that you have established that organization. And as Kingdom of Eswatini women, we are game to join you. We will actually be partnering with you soon. And there are barriers, of course, of trade, certifications, etc. And with the assistance of CONFEB and also other partners, they will assist us in how we break those barriers. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for our great lady here. Allow me at this juncture for my lady to leave the podium so that we can allow the next session to move. Otherwise, the lady is here and there are other presidents around. Please network and get to know what others are doing so that we can melt the borders. Back to you, Loretta.
The practical exercise session, session 9, we want to bring the practical session to where you have listened to everyone and you are almost sleeping, and then you can do the practical exercises. So, because I have seen that our women are really active and they really don't like being bored, you know, so a few minutes they get a bit agitated. So we want to intersperse the mobile sessions with the immobile sessions. So not to say that the immobile sessions are not educative. They are very informative, but we don't want to sit down for a long while listening. So having said that, I am going to invite doctor. In fact, this session is full of doctors, really. So you guys should prepare, should prep your ears for big grammar, but meaningful big grammar. So we have Dr. Mafini Doso, Innovation Specialist. We have Dr. McLean Sibanda, Innovation and Entrepreneurship Expert. And last but not the least, these are the men who support us and empower us and make us feel like the queens and princesses that we all are. And last but not the least is Dr. Getachew
Ethiopia.
Internationally. International IP consultant. So Dr. Doso and Dr. Mengisti are going to be moderated by Dr. McLean Sibanda on the subject of building collective value chains in agribusiness to strengthen the product in the market. So here, let us give them a big round of applause and get our work going.
Oh Lord. Oh my God, I look so bad. Well, next time we should post.
Good afternoon. Are you good? Should we play the music? DJ, play the music. Can we just stand up and stretch for a minute? And then we'll get started. So can you stand up? Let's wave. Turn around. There you are. Thank you, DJ. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So thank you very much. We are running out of time, so we're going to go straight into it. We've got two speakers this afternoon. The presentations are going to be about 20 minutes. We are looking at value chain. Primary agriculture.
awukholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami Jerusalema ikhaya lami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana Jerusalema ikhaya lami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami Jerusalema ikhaya lami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana Jerusalema
These you some concrete stories of the benefits of marketing your products using protected brands. Go. And the impact of those. Because I would like us to see a similar success stories. Next time,
I want to flex my love. I want to impress. And I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. I'm a man. I want to impress. And I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. Die who, or die who, yeah, or die who, die who, or die who, yeah, or die who, die who, or die who, yeah, or die who, die who, or die who, yeah, or die who. You know that my body calling and your body picking. Loving you, they make me forget, say I get problem. By the end of the night, enter bathroom, fresh up. I want to flex my love, I want to impress. And I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. I'm a man, I want to impress. And I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. Die who, or die who, yeah, or die who, die who, or die who, yeah, or die who, die who, or die who, yeah, or die who, die who, or die who, yeah, or die who. It's your bestie, Danny bro, You don't want to find my trouble. Enter bathroom, fresh up. She na me you come through when your heart break, push and she heart break. Now me she bite dinner for your man then. Enter bathroom, fresh up. I want to flex my love, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. I'm a man.
So, I mean, the music really confirms the problem that I raised. So the message is that hereafter, we should try to differentiate our products. You know, we will no longer sell our product as coffee or tea. I think that's the message. The other problem that we are facing in marketing our products is we market those products as a commodity product. As you know, the price of commodity fluctuates. I mean, if you look at the figure for the past 30 years, we see the price of commodities declining, meaning our countries have lost trade revenue, our farmers have lost income. This is also an issue that needs to be addressed. The other problem that we face, an agricultural women entrepreneur or anyone in the agricultural value chain, is that we take the price that the buyer offers. Say, for example, I may come to the farm gate and ask, I'll buy coffee. We said, welcome, here is the coffee, and I give you whatever amount, and you take that amount and go. So the benefit from our products is enjoyed by others in the value chain. I feel that that should stop. So if we are clear on the challenges that we are facing, the question that we need to raise is how can we deal with these challenges? How are we going to add value on our products? How are we going to protect whatever unique products that we may have? Here, the issue of brands and intellectual property would come. Say, for example, instead of marketing your coffee as coffee, you may brand it and market it as X, Y, or Z coffee. That way, you would differentiate it from similar products. By the way, when branding, you may also have stories to sell. In fact, I will come to this point later on because I also learned powerful stories, great stories from you entrepreneurs. So you need to have a great product. You also need to have a great story. And you have to use those to differentiate your product from similar products. Certain products may have reputation and goodwill. I mean, if I may take the example of the body butter from my colleague, sister from Canada. I mean, it's well known. In fact, now people are coming to you. And you even mentioned that Google had come to you and featured you. Do you know that implies that there is a reputation and goodwill around that product? So the question here is, reputation and goodwill is very valuable. We shouldn't let it waste. We have to capture and further build the reputation and the goodwill. This could be possible by having a brand and by protecting that brand. The use of protected brand in marketing your products would strengthen your position in the market and also add commercial value. The body butter example. You know, there could be a similar example. But when marketing that product using a brand, there would be consumers who are willing to pay more to you than a similar product for the unique characteristics that are associated or attached to the product. The other is, yes, you may have a great product, and you may also have a great story. You know, I can share with you 2 examples that I learned from the entrepreneurs yesterday. You know, there is a Zambian entrepreneur which is marketing her product using a package. And in fact, that package is a biodegradable package, and it has environmental value. You know, these days we have environment conscious consumers. So they would be willing to pay more for this kind of product. That product doesn't use any artificial fertilizer and pesticide. So it's organic. The fact that a product is organic is a story that needs to be told. I can assure you that people pay more for organic products than non-organic products. So try to identify the stories that can be told together with your product. Oh, what happened to the slides? Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't want to let through the rest, but the question here is, yes, now we appreciate days of a brand. We may have a brand. In fact, a number of the products that are displayed in this conference are branded. But the question here is, are those protected? Many of those brands are not protected. If they are not protected, they would add little value to you. And in fact, they may be misused by others. You know, so there is a need to protect them. But the question here is, how are we going to protect our brands? You know, there are different intellectual property tools. You have trademark, you have certification mark, you have collective mark, and you have geographical indications. At least we have 4 tools to choose. By the way, this is a beauty that needs to be exploited. And let me show you examples in Africa where different products are being marketed using different tools. If you take trademark as an example, the Ethiopian fine coffees, namely Harar, Sidamo, and Irgachefe, are marketed using brands that are protected by a trademark. The Egyptian cotton is sold using a brand that is protected by a trademark. You know, you can market that cotton, and any product made use of Egyptian cotton will be marketed using this brand, which is protected by a trademark. Another example is Divine Chocolate. You know, this chocolate, the Divine Chocolate is a brand that is protected by a trademark to market chocolate that is produced using cocoa supplied by the Ghanaian cocoa producers. So you have the tools. So one is trademark. The other is certification mark. Thanks to the support of the World Intellectual Property Organization, Mukono vanilla producers have managed to register Mukono Uganda vanilla as a certification mark. And the Kenyan tea is marketed by the Tea Board of Kenya using a certification mark. So the other tool that you may consider, especially when you like to use a collective brand in marketing your product, is a certification mark. We also have collective mark. You know, with the support of WIPO, the Japan Patent Office, the Chobe basket waivers in Botswana had developed the brand, which you see on the right side of the slide. And that brand is protected as a collective mark. So collective mark is also another tool that you may explore. The other tool is geographical indication. In fact, our colleague from WIPO had mentioned these examples. So I took 2 examples, one from Mozambique and the other is from Cameroon. Oku honey is used to market white honey produced in Cameroon, and Tete goat is used to market meat products made using Tete goat of Mozambique. So the message here is, yes, we are convinced that we don't want to sell as our product as any similar product. We would like to differentiate it, but to differentiate it, we have to use a brand. In fact, we've been told how a brand would be developed. But that brand should be protected. So my message to you is have in mind that you have different tools to choose and make the right selection. Now I would like to share with you two concrete stories that demonstrate the significance of use of brands and the impact that the use of brands had in improving the marketing position of the producers as well as enhance their income. So I take two stories that use two different tools, one from Morocco and the other is from Kenya. I mean, if any of you is interested to know more about these stories, you can find it in WIPO IP Advantage. Argan oil is produced from the fruit of the kernel of an argan tree that grows in Morocco. And the oil is produced by Berber women. And the product is known of its highest quality. It's well known in the market, it has reputation and goodwill, and it fetches a higher price. But there were a number of challenges. You know, the problem that you'll be facing as an entrepreneur is when your product is well known in the market, there would be dishonest persons that may try to market an inferior product as your product. And that would really destroy the goodwill and reputation of your product. And you may eventually lose business. I mean, this is what the argan oil producers faced in Morocco. You know, those dishonest persons were using an oil that is mixed with an argan oil, or an oil that is diluted, say for example, using water, but sold as an argan oil. So this is a challenge that needs to be addressed. The other problem that was identified was lack of consistency in the quality of the product. You know, brand is a promise. When you brand your product, customers would expect the product to live up to its expectation. Yeah. So I mean, if you are offering a quality product, I mean, the product that the customer should get should be quality. That would be made possible if the quality of the product is consistent. But in here, there was that problem. And the other problem that was noted was because producers were getting very little from their great product, they were forced to cut down the argan tree, burn it as a charcoal, and sell it to the market. If you let this trend to continue, the argan tree would be lost. That would be an environmental disaster, and there may not be an argan oil. So a number of measures were taken to deal with this problem. The first thing that they did was to identify and determine the specific quality and characteristics of the product. Moreover, they developed a product standard, a product specification that would be followed by each of the users of the brand. By so doing, they would ensure the consistency of the quality of the product. And the argan oil producers were not well organized. They managed to organize them and establish association of argan oil producers. Moreover, they managed to register argan oil as a GI and began to market their product using GI. So what was the consequence of this? One, we see an improvement in the quality of the product. We see a rise in the price that argan oil producers were obtaining. there is an improvement in income. And there was also an incentive not only to maintain argan tree, but also to grow additional tree. So you can see the number of impacts of using the protected brand. So let me take the other example from Kenya. There is Taita basket that is made by women in Taita Taveta County, Kenya. By the way, this product is said to be made of sisal, which is unique and which is considered as the best in the world. But there were a number of problems. One, the production of the basket was fragmented, and there was also a problem of consistency in the quality of the product. Thanks to the support made by the World Intellectual Property Organization, together with the support made by the Japanese Patent Office, JICA, the Kenyan Industrial Property Office, and the county government of Taita Taveta, they managed to implement a project. And the under the project, it was made possible to set product standards to deal with the problem of the consistency of the quality. Basket weavers were organized, and an association of basket weavers was established. And training was given to 400 basket weavers. And Taita Basket was registered as a collective mark in 2017. So what was the result of all these activities? Is the question that we would ask. One, the collective mark is owned by the association, and the collective mark would be used by the producers that would meet set standards. And this had helped to improve and ensure the consistency of the quality of the product. And the basket weavers reported that their income has improved. Let me give you an example. You know, one of the basket weavers indicated that they used to sell a basket for 900 shillings, which is equivalent to $9. But after using the brand, they began to market it for 1,500 shillings, which is equivalent about $15. You see, the difference of $6 is attributed to the use of the brands and to the improvement in the quality of the products. You can imagine, you know, these are women, an improvement in the income of women mean betterment of the living standard of the family. In fact, some of the women reported that they began to send their kids to schools. So you can imagine what the impact is. So we know these success stories, and we'll be pleased with that. But we would like to emulate this. We would like, for example, to, as African women entrepreneurs, we may want to join hands instead of having individual brands on our products. We may market similar products using a collective brand. But to do that, we have to understand the success factors that are behind the stories. One, you need to have a great product. You need to have a product that is unique, that has distinctive characteristics. By the way, I can take each of the products that you displayed here, and I can identify characteristics that makes your product different from a similar product. And when you try to collectively use a brand, there should be a common understanding on the challenges that you are facing. There should be a common objective that is shared by everybody. So the clarity of constraints and shared objectives was also a success, improvement of quality, blah, blah. But one conclusion, I learned from the consultations that I have with you. You have a great product, you have got a great story, you would like to use brands, you would like to improve the marketing position, and you would like to have a better income. That we know. But the question here is how, now I think you'll be convinced that you would like to market your product differently from similar products. And you are also aware of protecting your brand. So we have this argument. But how are you going to do it? I think that you need assistance. By the way, I received email messages yesterday and today. And if I may summarize, the needs that were expressed by the African women entrepreneurs is, we got the message, but would like to be supported. So technical assistance, technical support is good. So the ARIPO had been committed. I would also expect WIPO to be committed. I mean, this should be understood if we really want to see a changed entrepreneur when we meet next time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Getachew. So he said blah, blah, blah. There's no such word in IP. Yeah, so I think a great presentation, and he really captured the practical use of these things that we've been discussing over the last 2 days. And one of the things that I take away from the presentation is that it is not, all these things are not mutually exclusive. It doesn't mean that if you use a collective mark, you can't use your own trademark. It doesn't mean that if you use a certification mark, you can't use your trademark. And I think many of us are familiar with champagne, which is a geographical indication. And you get Veuve, you get, what's the other one? Yeah, those other ones. But that's a geographical indication, but then it's part of, it's used together with a trademark of a particular company. So in the meantime, let me call upon Mafini to come and give us a presentation, and then we will then have a Q&A, and then also hopefully we can share stories from your own countries. I think while she is loading up the presentation, so part of the thing that Getachew also spoke about is the support that one gets from the association that manages a collective mark. And that's something that is very powerful, because then they can help you in terms of solving for some of the problems in accessing the market. You fine? Are you good?
Thank you. How are you? Hey, I like it. Getachew. Can I have the... Oh, great. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So, most of you have kind of inspired my presentation today. The fact is that I cannot quote all of you in the presentation clearly, but the fact is that I have to tell you, I finished the presentation a few hours ago because I thought that if I come to speak to you, I can make a doctor presentation. But Loretta told me not to make a doctor presentation, although I'm doctor, And so feel free to come to see me afterwards. I speak French, English, Spanish. I can learn Portuguese. It's okay. And whenever you want to come to me, don't hesitate, okay? So I would first like to thank all the women with who I speak yesterday, because 2 of the slides in the presentation come from their feedback. So I should change the name of the presentation, actually. And I was really happy to see the president of AWIP here, because one of the women I will talk about is actually the focal point for AWIP in Ivory Coast. I didn't know, so it's very nice. Okay, a very simple outline. We're going to talk about Red Passy, because what we should transmit you as message today is that understanding the value chain, so the set of activities and processes that bring the product to the final or to the end consumer. This is the value chain, okay? So some of the women, many of you are exceptional, if not all of you, but some of the women have a broader perspective. They need to see the very beginning of their product, where it comes from, how it's made, to the transformation up to the market. And the women I will talk about today are those women. They are change makers because they fight against the odds, literally. Okay? And Red Passy is the first case of them. Red Passy is the national network of women in agro-transformation in Ivory Coast. And Canaalan is a startup, but is a different kind of startup. It's a startup that plays as an aggregator of value chain. You'll see why. And then the point number 3 comes from the discussion I had with about 15 of you yesterday. I had an informal conversation, so you didn't know I was collecting information, sorry. So the story of Red Passy started with a story of one woman. And you see, often community change starts with also one person that believes in the community. And this woman is this kind of woman. And she set it up in 2009. GLP, stands in French for glucide, lipid, protein. So it will be carbohydrates, lipids, and protein, basically. And she set it up in Abidjan, a small transformation unit. A very traditional, like I'm sure many of you passed through this. Time goes, and then she grown up, and then she implemented a project that was funded by international donors, and she also managed to bring several women, hundreds of them, in different places, Senegal, Burkina, China. Why? Because someone said before me that if we are not exposed to the other markets, we cannot know how they work and we cannot know how to bring our product there. So this international exposure is very important. And they did something else that what, as economists, we call connecting with your ecosystem. I know my sister from Congo, she explained me that she could not, she went to the university. I was very sad about that. And she wanted to work with a researcher to improve the process or to do new products. And she was not so welcome. It's because sometimes academics, we are in our ivory tower. And it's not normal. I mean, if science or if research doesn't help people to create value, it doesn't make sense. And this network, they're actually working with 2 universities. So they're working with people in different departments that help them improve the processing, the storing, the shelf life, everything. They train with the University of Nanjou-Abrogwa in Abidjan, and also with the University of Peleforogo Koulibaly in the north of Ivory Coast. The legal registration happened only, you see, very, very late in the process, in 2017. And then she could then now start partnering with the Chamber of Commerce and with the Institute of Technology. It is a local institute that we have in Ivory Coast. They bring technologies, try to match your needs or your challenge with some kind of technology that can solve actually this challenge. And many women here talk about consume, we have to eat what we produce, so they're also in this perspective with the caravan. Her name is Alimata Koulibaly. She's the CEO of GLP Les Précuits and the president of Red Passy. Original packaging. You can see on the right down the original packaging she had. And in the case of Alimata, you see also the artisanal production she had in her garage. I went there, you know, I was like, my mom is microbiologist. So imagine I go there and I see that, I was like, oh my God, no. Of course, I connected her with my mom, etc., which is what should be done normally, no? And she had the traditional, the other packaging, and 10 years ago, she wasn't able to sell in any supermarkets. She could not with this packaging because she was having other competitors. We were buying the product she was making at the market, but not at the supermarket. And why she could not pretend to sell her own product in her own country. Why she should be excluded from some market. And if packaging in this case was not the only barrier, but it was one of them. The new packaging looks like that. And she's not only selling in Ivory Coast, she's exporting in Africa, she's also exporting in Europe, etc., etc. So, it's and then the president of AWIP is telling me that she's even exporting in Asia. Japan, okay, Japan, you see? So, thank you again to our Japanese friends. So you see, it's very interesting to see the progress she made in 10 years, from a garage, a plastic bag, to the full, now she has a full unit. I couldn't put all the picture here. They even have a solar-fed kind of dryer for the seed, everything in the northern of Ivory Coast. Don't forget the story. They collaborate with the university. They collaborate with the local Institute of Technology. They train people. They got international exposure. In this network, there are more than 30 women. But when they have the training, they can reach more than 1,000, 2,000 women. They don't look only the training for themselves. They also look for the training for people that could potentially join the program afterward. But of course, Alimata and all colleagues, and I didn't forget, I don't know where she is in the room. The number 2 of the red passy is here. You can stand up, please. It's your story I'm telling, it's not mine. So I was very sad Alimata could not come, but I'm very happy Juma is with us today. And you can go to her, she will tell you about it. Okay, now we are disappearing the slides, so soon they're gonna put music. Okay, so key challenge she had, clearly that many of you may have this challenge. The first challenge is funding for scaling up. How do you do a full processing plant? With which equipment? How do you communicate? How do you advertise against Kellogg's, Danone, Nestle? How do you do that? Without money. So advertising and promotion expenses are also very important. We have another issue, is that when you produce something from in your garage, even in your kitchen, for 5 people is okay, 10 people is okay. Now you see the challenge where you go to 100 people. Our mother can do that, and many of you, I'm sure, are doing that quite frequently. And so when you go now to 10,000 units that you have to produce, this is an issue. Since I'm young, I'm using shea butter from the northern of Ivory Coast. The number of times the color of the cream changed, I don't remember. Now it's a bit gray. Okay, it's fine. I'm not dying, so it's okay. But I see that there's an issue when you have to scale up. The problem with the shea butter I'm using is that they were surprised by success. You know, one morning they woke up and they had orders from everywhere. So the issue of scaling up is also, I think women need help there also. Then you have a different kind of training, tech transfer that they need. They need specific technology, they need specific equipment, they need energy, they need water, and they need all of this to process a plant. You don't process a plant without water, with electricity or power cuts every day. You don't, okay? And it was strangely, she doesn't have any trademarks. Yeah, I know, but I have to tell you the truth. It's the truth. So it means that the program is relevant for her, because definitely she has many things to trademark. But it seemed that the patent awareness campaign worked more, because she's trying to get patents for a formula, you know, okay, of the different cereals she's producing and the different type of food she's producing. So those are some challenges that I'm sure that all of you somehow have faced or are facing it. So I'm not telling a new story. It's just a different story to see if you think about, like we had AWIP before, but if you think about locally building up a network of women transforming, then join AWIP. You can have some examples that have worked at a small scale first, but are of course part of the bigger network. Okay, so they are challenges that you know. The second one is a different one. The second one is another woman. She's called Patricia Zundi, and she has founded Canaan Land. I think many of you know what means Canaan land. And she's act as a value chain aggregator. Very nicely, recently, she received the support of the president of the African Development Bank. So the work she's doing is very important. She's trying to solve the value chain issues, literally. Not trying to bring one product to the market or trying to be more competitive. She's trying to solve the whole problem from the beginning to the end. And the problem can be categorized as three problems. First, limited access to market. You know, you told me yesterday, locally you have issue to access to market. Outside your country, it's even another challenge, an even bigger challenge. And then outside of Africa is another bigger challenge. Limited access to market, limited access to inputs, low agroeconomic knowledge. You need to process, you need techniques if you want to have a certain quality of a product. It's not that you throw the seed. That was before, I agree. When I was younger in Ivory Coast, we were throwing the thing in the garden, and we come some months afterward, and then the thing is here. But it doesn't work now anymore like that because of the climate change, you know, because of the different issues. We have many intermediary actors. Have you seen when you have the people, they grow the tomato or the thing, and to reach the market, there are like 20 people in the middle. You know, I mean, they have different names in different actually type of sector. In the cocoa sector, where I know the most, we call them pisteurs. But they are everywhere. So why me to bring something that is like even 200 kilometers away, I have to pass through 20 people? So we have many intermediaries. We don't really know the efficient. We have high supply costs. We have a lack of transparency in the price, a lack of traceability, and high commodity price. And with her model, she's trying to solve all of this. And how does she do? She has the woman, she knows that the woman, she goes from the simple statement that I think you will all agree. Women farmers live in precarious conditions. And she wants to change that, not only the product, also the condition of the person that changed the product. And this is someone that has a value chain perspective. Not seeing only, okay, if I can supply, I will supply as I can, and then I'll concentrate on my product on the market. No, she's also care about what is happening at the beginning of the beginning. No? So what they give access to the women, they give access to techniques and training, of course, and most of the time they are working also with engineers that are volunteer or engineers from our national polytechnic schools. They provide arable land. You know the problem with land. I don't know if it's the same everywhere, but in many places, women cannot own the land. I mean, in my village, it's my brother owning my land. I have to manage him to give me some, no? But it's different in the main city where my mom owned the land. So even already within our country, we have this issue. So she helps securing the land. Of course, there are land that are owned by Canaan land, and then other people have the land. By the end of the day, the land or the access to land should not be an issue for the woman once she has the training, once she has the technique, and once she's provided with the tools and inputs. And what happened, and it's just very magic. So the woman can go quality product because you improve the condition of the woman. But then there's still the problem of purchasing the product. But can Alan buy the product? So you see, it's the whole value chain approach. So I provide you with the inputs, I provide you with the technique, and I ensure that your product will reach the markets. And this is why I'm saying that those are women change makers, because they take the problem from the root to address the problem, not only the symptom of the problem. And they buy it, and they ensure the discussion in the city with the supermarkets. So supermarkets and formal retailers, so they also go to the market, and the normal market, the supermarket, and other type of central purchasing offices, and also providing to hotels and restaurants, and then they also sell. So you see, this is what we were talking about. This is a woman looking at the whole value chain and trying to solve the problem since the roots of the problem. This is Patricia Zundi, and this is one of the land she has where she does out of field kind of culture, and you see that she's taking care of the whole value chain. It's still written in French. She sent me the information this weekend and also yesterday. So you see, they provide the inputs, they support the farmers, they take care of the logistics, and they take care also of selling. And what I didn't tell you about Patricia, and this will be my last slide about her, is that she has recently been appointed as the head of the movement of small and medium-sized enterprise in Ivory Coast. This is a group of 2,500 SMEs. This Patricia, she's not here, but I'll tell her that you congratulate her. Now, just last 2 slides and we are done. Yesterday, I spoke with my dear sister from Congo. I spoke also with another one from Senegal. I spoke with someone also from Cameroon. I'm sorry, I cannot remember all the name. I'm very, very sorry. And I asked them, what are your challenges? You know, whether they are IP or not IP related. So this is not coming out of a textbook. It's coming out of you talking with me, exchanging with me. Some told me that, yeah, we don't know that much. We heard about trademark, but we don't know all the other things. Some say, I know all the IPs that Getachew mentioned in the presentation, but they don't understand them. You may be aware of something, but you may not understand it in your context, I mean organizational or market context. There's also issue of access to IP services, legal, technical, businesses, and who's going to pay the bill of the IP services, and WIPO. They also have issue, and we had our sister yesterday, she said, I'm in a rural community. I don't have access to the information. I don't know what is going on. And even when I have people representing IP Office of Innovation Support regionally, there's not enough manpower. So we also have an issue of access to information. And my sister told me that, a very nice story, but, well, she sent a product in a supermarket. You could tell them better afterwards. She sent the product in the supermarket, and then suddenly, at some point, the person of the supermarket decided that she should take a product out of the supermarket. And some days afterwards, she come and she see the supermarket has similar product. Thank you, Rose. I didn't know how to call it, so I call it poaching trademarked product. Rose maybe will correct the term. But you see how many barriers we are facing from the farm to the fork, as we say. Other barriers, packaging. Okay, then you see the reflection we have afterward. The best part of the presentation come now, the solutions. I like solutions, I don't like problems. So packaging, Valentine told me that the raw material are hardly accessible here in landlocked countries like Rwanda. It's true also for other places on the continent. I think about Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, Central Africa. Many of the countries that are landlocked have even more issue in accessing the raw material. Now, when you have the material, if the packaging costs 40% of your project, why you will package? Yeah, I know. That's the thing. Why you will package? Even myself, I will not package if I have 40% more. No? So it has to find the solution for you, because packaging is also helping you to gain competitive edge on the market. It helps you to differentiate, helps you to create more value, etc. All these things that you know. We have issue of logistic of goods, especially when they are fresh. And when I have a patent, who's going to pay for that? And who's going to pay for the renewal? There's something called renewal. Renewal fees. And then someone talked about the certification and cost and the advertising and promotion expenses. I told you it was my last slide, but not my last word. So, how do we solve this packaging issue? And how do we solve this logistic issue? And Loretta is in front of me, so the solution has to involve IP. You know? So I was thinking informally, and we can all take it home and think, okay? We'll take advantage that the counselor of the president is here with us to have some solutions. So I was thinking, let's take first the issue of the logistics. Logistics, there are two issues, inside and outside the country. Let's see it simply, okay? Because even inside is a problem. And outside is also the problem, okay? And the packaging is a general problem. Now, the logistics, internal. So if you manage the logistic, you cannot bring your product to the supermarket, for example. What happens if the Ministry of Industry and Economy of your country decide to reduce the tax of the supermarkets that are only supplying themselves next to women having an IP operating in agribusiness? I didn't say I'm suggesting. That's one suggestion. Now, it might solve the internal problem, because if they have tax reduction, they'll come and pick up your product, even with drone. They'll come. They'll come. Second problem still, how do I bring outside? Because this thing of the Africa continental trade area is nice, but how do we make it work? So then again, I start thinking, I say, what if, I'm still supposing, what if I arrive to all the 54 Ebo, Puerto, call it as you want, of the different African countries, and there is this special corridor for women in agribusiness having an IP, to have a fast track in the Ebo. So their product will get out faster because they care about protecting the knowledge that is created in the country through IPs. Suggestion. And then my last suggestion, and then I leave you, I promise. Last suggestion, we still have the packaging problem. Yeah, I know. Again, what if the African Union, the African Development Bank, and the WIPO were coming all together? You can also add FAO. They can come all together to help us have a network of decentralized packaging centers where only women with IP operating in agribusiness could access. Thank you, I'm done.
Thank you. Let's give another round of applause for the two speakers. We're going to move to a Q&A, and whilst they're getting on stage, I think they can perhaps be comfortable seated on stage, and then we'll ask some questions. I think quite critical from Mafini's presentation on value chains is the illustrations of the importance of things like packaging, but also looking at the entire value chain. And I think the big question that I have for you, which I think is a question that all of you as business people should be asking yourself, is what problem are you solving for? So you look at the entire value chain and what problem are you solving for? And you should be addressing the problem that you are best equipped at, and then leave the other part of the problems in the value chain perhaps to other people to solve. I think that's quite important. And just, also going around, one of the interesting things is, and I think as Mafini provided some of the solutions, is that you're preparing for an international market. And the continent is an international market. It's 54 countries. It's over 1.2 billion people. It's going to be even bigger. Some of the packaging that I've seen, you're thinking small. You're thinking Zimbabwe, you're thinking Malawi, because when you put the telephone number on the packaging is 061, and I'm wondering what country is this, right? So you should start thinking big, like some of the packaging that I've seen, +260, +27, +267, because people need to understand that you are international, you're thinking big. So with that, let's take some questions. We've got about 10, 15 minutes for questions before we take the break. So number 1, 2, there should be a roving mic. And then 3.
Which one is one? Are you one or is this one?
Yes, so just introduce yourself and what country you come from, and then direct your question.
Thank you very much. My question is directed to Dr.
Mafini.
Yes. I am Paulina Selepe from Lesotho. Most of our businesses, Doctor, fail because we happen to be horse of all trailers. We do everything. So what is ideal in your own experience or views? To concentrate on one aspect in the value chain or to do everything from production to the end product? And what are some of the pros and cons of both? Thank you.
All right, let's take the second question and then we'll ask the panelists to respond. I think there's 4 questions. Yeah.
Yes, I'm Kenny Brendaline. I'm an agriculture engineer. And I wish to ask Doctor the question, you put Ukuhoni as we have the geographic indication. Okay. Yeah. So I also brought the Ukuhoni. So I want to pose the problem that we are having right now. People are using cooperatives and they are having problems now of smoking. There's a problem of quality because the white man will want to buy it, but when they go, they say there's a scent on the honey. Now the cooperative wants to solve it. Everybody, as we say, collective is good. Everybody wants to sell his or her honey. Since it's already expensive, everybody knows the value. So people are getting out of the cooperative that got the geographic indication to go and sell singly. Like they don't want to push to the cooperative to lead ahead, but they want to go singly. Like if I want, I will just go to the farmer and say, send me this tonnage. And the farmer will leave because of the fees he will pay through the cooperative. Now, when we join as interest as a group to get a geographic interest, how do we solve the problem of those extremists? Those who will go as far as to come to the rural people. They know very well that the supermarket price is 15,000. They will go to take it at 6,000. Let's say logistics is 3,000. But on one bottle of honey, they are gaining like 4,000 francs CFA. And the person who makes the honey takes 1 year to make like 1,000 francs CFA. So at the end, is it the rural woman or the farmer who has gained the geographic interest indication, or the business person who is in town who is gaining that thing? That's my first question.
No, one. We'll come back for the second one. Who's going to ask? You're going to ask to Dr. Getachew, right? Getachew.
Good afternoon. My name is Anturia and I'm from Comoros. It's a small country. I don't know if there's a smaller country here than mine. And it's an island located in the Indian Ocean. So Dr. Getachew was saying that one of the issues facing farmers and producers is that they don't have the power of the price. And I think in my country as a transformer, it's the other way around. I don't have the power over my suppliers. First, they have small quantities because, like, for the whole country, we are not even 1 million of people. So when you say you have a lot of products, that's 100 kilos of sagu, which is the raw material I'm working with. And added to that, there's also this phenomenon of people depending so much on money coming from the diaspora. So you might approach someone who has products and they're like, you either buy it from my price, and now they're using the Ukraine and COVID-19 excuse to double and triple their prices. And they're like, you take from my price or I don't care. I will not sell. I don't have to sell. And they have nothing to lose because they, So how do I keep my buying power? How do I face that? And the other issue, we have been discussing that with a friend of mine who produces coffee, who transforms coffee.
And she also is having the same issue with the suppliers. They are refusing to sell her, and they're not selling to anyone. They're just like, it can rot in the farms, I don't care. And she's even thinking of getting coffee from other countries in Africa. Now we're having the Zle Cup. She was telling me about, what if I get coffee from Ivory Coast or Ethiopia in raw and come and transform it? And I was thinking, and then how would you call that coffee made in, would you call it made in Comoros, made in Ethiopia? Would not that be a contraindication for geographical indication? Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We'll take the last for the first round, and then we'll do a last second round. So if I can just plead for the questions to be very brief.
Okay.
So they must not have neighbors going with them.
Okay,
Okay,
this
so
is
very
not
brief.
my question. I know some shy ladies here who have been asking them to raise up their hands.
Okay.
That's what I do, so.
Thank you. Je m'appelle Edwige. Je viens de l'île de Madagascar. Et c'est une île tout à côté de l'Afrique. Et on a dit durant ces conférences beaucoup de choses concernant les intelligences, concernant les protections sur les propriétés intellectuelles des femmes. Ma question n'est pas beaucoup, mais juste une question. Pourquoi Madagascar n'est pas sur la liste des OAP et sur la liste des Agripo? Est-ce qu'on est une grande île à côté de l'Afrique? Deuxième question. Il y a nombreux d'entre nous ici, nous sommes des femmes qui cherchent à maximiser nos profits tous les jours au sein de notre entreprise. Mais notre problème par rapport à tout ce qu'on a parlé, c'est que on n'a pas, chacun d'entre nous, on a le courage de protéger notre marque, mais notre problème, même si on sait comment on le fait, comment on va le faire par rapport à tous les paperasses qu'on doit payer dans notre pays. Je ne sais pas, dans mon pays, hein, à chaque fois qu'une feuille passe, c'est de l'argent. Donc, comment voulez-vous qu'on aboutit jusqu'au bout à l'international si à chaque fois qu'on bouge, c'est de l'argent? Est-ce que il faut protéger nos marques? Ça veut dire que ce sont les gens qui ont déjà de l'argent, toujours, qui arrivent à accéder à la protection de leur marque. Mais pas les petites femmes ou les femmes qui sont encore en voie de développement, en fait. Voilà ma question. Et la dernière question, comment Madagascar peut introduire comment ferions-nous, nous en tant que femmes entrepreneurs de Madagascar, pour accéder à l'OAP et à l'ARIPO? Parce que c'est vraiment triste de le savoir, en fait. Merci.
Thank you very much. I'll ask Mark Serikori to respond to one of the questions, and then we'll go to the panelists for them to give brief responses. You have time to interact with them outside and also tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Je vais répondre à la question de Madagascar. En fait, c'est une évolution historique. Avant la création de l'OAPI, il y avait la communauté africaine et malgache. Et l'OAPI et donc les États membres de l'OAPI, donc de l'ancienne colonie française, étaient tous membres de l'OAPI. On n'appelait pas ça encore l'OAPI. Et quand il y a eu la décolonisation, Madagascar s'est retiré de l'OCAM. À partir de ce moment-là, l'OAPI est allé seul et c'est en ce moment qu'en 1962, on a créé l'OAPI. Donc c'est beaucoup plus de l'histoire, mais Madagascar était au départ membre de l'OAPI en son temps. Et c'est plus tard, lors de la décolonisation, que Madagascar est sorti de l'OCAM et l'OCAM a disparu. Voilà, c'est pourquoi Madagascar n'est pas membre de l'OAPI. ne sont pas membres de l'ARIPO parce qu'au départ aussi, d'un point de vue historique, l'ARIPO c'était beaucoup plus le vestige de la colonisation anglaise. Donc Madagascar trouvait plus sa place dans la colonie française que dans la colonisation anglaise. Et maintenant, aujourd'hui, la situation est telle que les États étant indépendants, chacun doit adhérer. Donc Madagascar peut adhérer soit à l'ARIPO, soit à l'OAPI. C'est une décision d'État. Maintenant, le problème, c'est de voir quel est l'intérêt. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, l'OAPI, par exemple, a cette difficulté parce que comment va adhérer à l'OAPI? Mais à l'origine, c'est beaucoup plus dans un espace économique. Si vous voyez les États membres de l'OAPI, c'est au départ de l'Afrique centrale et l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Donc il y a une communauté économique et ce sont les anciennes colonies françaises. Mais maintenant, à cette distance, la communauté même d'intérêt en termes commerciaux est très tenue. Et donc voilà un peu l'histoire. Mais au départ, ils étaient tous ensemble. Merci.
Thank you very much, Mark. Mafini and Kitachu, and then we'll do one last round of questions.
I had only one question, so I think it would be, I think it would be very easy for me. Actually, the question, if you don't remember, the question was, shall we focus on the whole value chain or shall we focus only on one part of the value chain? I can give an African answer. Is there anybody dressed like someone else in this room? No. Nobody is dressed like, but we are many, we could have been dressed in the same way, you know? So the issue is not whether you have to choose. The issue is that as a person, as a personality, you want to solve a problem. What you do, you're trying to solve a problem. The problem of Patricia is that she wants to solve the big problem. Or people like me, creating an NGO. I want to analyze innovation in all countries of sub-Saharan Africa and do policy message for our decision makers, you know. So it depends on the personality first and on the context where you are. In this context, there was really an issue. People needed the food in the market in the urban area, but the food couldn't arrive. And you remember that all this last year, there have been a lot of support for the women initiative. So she saw a solution by saying, if we are really the actor of trade in Africa, we are also the one that should control the value chain. Now, there's an economist answer, of course, to your question. Why a company will check what's going on at the very beginning of the value chain? Traceability. Nestle, Danone, they know where the milk is coming from. And if they don't know, the consumer in the market will remind them that they should know where it is coming from and if there is any trace of anything. So the economic question is that depending on the size of your company, you can adopt what we call integrated or offer integrated solution. Then you offer the whole solution, but you can also offer part of the solution. To my point of view, there's no one that is more noble than the other one. They're just two different people. Like I told you, none of us is dressed like any of us here. Everybody has a unique dress, no? So it is up to you and up to how you see and if you think you have the courage to go and solve the whole value chain issue. This is also a matter of courage, I think.
All right, thanks, Mafini.
Thank you very much. I'm really impressed by the great points here, you know. In fact, that really strengthens the optimism that I have for the continent. I mean, all the questions are great. So I'll try to briefly respond, and pertinent, you know, respond as they were posed. I mean, the question raised by our sister from Cameroon reflects a real problem. That problem might relate to the issue of enforcement of the code of practice that is developed. You know, when you develop a GI, there is a code of practice that should be followed by the eligible users of the geographic indication. So the processing, say for example, the smoking problem, that you have raised, if that is out of the code of practice, the eligible user is in violation of the code of practice, and there are consequences. I haven't seen the code of practice of honey, and I may not point out what was violated. But the system has already a means of dealing with the problem. So what I see is that there is an inability to deal with the problem. The other problem are users outside of the cooperation. I mean, for me, these are unauthorized users. The fact that we protect Oku white honey as a geographical indication is to deal with this kind of dishonest traders. And it was up to the cooperative to take illegal action against them. And I don't understand why it doesn't do so. The question that our sister from Comoro brought are also great and pertinent. In fact, I was surprised when you mentioned that, unlike what I said, the price of products in Comoro are determined by the seller instead of the buyer. I think this is a great story. Maybe the reason, what I would assume, behind that situation is this question of supply and demand. You know, usually price is determined based on demand and based on supply. The fact that the supply is meager and maybe there are a number of buyers, that's why, you know, the seller made that decision. He also made an important problem. You know, there are illicit traders, you know, dishonest people that would mix certain products with inferior products and sell it as a product of X, you know. This is a problem that you'll even be facing when you use brands and protect it. I mean, the reason why I see, say for example, if they use the Ethiopian fine coffee, which is protected by a trademark, by a Comoran who is mixing and selling it in the market in Comoro, the problem relates to the fact that the Ethiopian fine coffee holders were not able to protect their trademark in Comoro. And that can happen. So that problem needs to be raised. But assuming that there is a protection in Comoro, they would have legal recourse against the unauthorized user. So that problem might relate to the absence of protection. The question our sister raised to Madagascar is also great. In fact, she clearly, I also believe in it. In fact, if you followed my presentation, I would conclude, I can summarize the argument, the consensus that we have reached in this conference. We would like to brand our product. We would like to protect our brand using the appropriate intellectual property tool. And at the end of the day, we would like to strengthen our competitive position. We would like to increase the income that we'll be receiving. I mean, this is a shared understanding. But how are we going to proceed with it? There are a number of challenges. You raised the issue of cost. How are we going to pay the cost for the legal experts, for example? How are we going to pay the official fees that we are required by the law of the country concerned? As you said, we are small, yeah? I think this problem can be addressed in two ways. One, I also reflected your needs during my presentation. You need a technical support and assistance. So we mentioned the Taita basket waiver as a success story. And behind that success story, there was a technical assistance made by WIPO, the Japan Patent Office, and the relevant government bodies in Kenya. So you need to have that kind of support. Two, I know the position of small entrepreneurs. One way of addressing this problem is joining hands and develop a collective marketing strategy, collective brand, using tools that would protect collective brands. That, as I said, also require a technical and advisory assistance. So the issue that you have raised is good. I think my suggestion is you need to be guided, you need to be supported. I mean, and if the issue of organizing, say, for example, entrepreneurs that are involved in similar products, we have to sit with you entrepreneurs, discuss how to organize you, and develop. I mean, if anything that's not answered, we can have a follow-up discussion during the coffee break.
Yeah, unfortunately, I am under instructions to end the session. Yeah, so I think there is a next session, which is a general discussion, from what I understand, and you please ask the questions. The speakers are here, so they'll still attend to your questions. So can we give them a round of applause, ma'am? So we'll attend to the question in the next session. In the next session. So we note your hands, and we're going to start with you that have got, yeah. So I think, let me hand it over. So thank you very much, Mafini, and I'm under strict instructions.
There's no coffee break yet. There's no coffee break yet because I know us. I know what we do. We will go and stay there for 1 hour. So, but I think that what we're going to do next is also very important. So what we can do is let our people start, and then we can go one at a time to bring our coffee in. I think that way we have coffee and we're still paying attention. But we will do that table by table, so I'll personally see to that from the back. But I'm giving the floor now to Madam Precious and Mr. David Jeng to manage us through the next 2 sessions. And those who have questions, you can link it in.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon. Okay, I know we're all tired a little bit. So I'm going to teach you a Zimbabwean song. Just stand up a little bit. I'll show you something. No, this is a kindergarten thing. Let's stand. Just so we can stretch. Those that are getting coffee can start to get coffee, Loretta.
Yeah.
Huh?
Table 1 is 1 table at a time. When they come back, we go to the second, the third, so that we do not clear the whole room. So let's do it table by table. I'll be calling you. Yeah, please.
Right. Okay, she's going to hold this. Hold this for me.
So the table
It's
here.
not even. Hold the mic. Just hold the mic. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Sit down. No, sorry.
Hold the mic here. Because yeah. Oh, that's all she had to do. Okay, so, like I said, this is a really basic crash thing, okay? So let's go together. Heads and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes, knees and toes. Heads and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. So now you're gonna do it in Shona. In Shona, it is Zimbabwean, right? So you say, Musoro, mapendekete, mapindeche kumwe, mapindeche kumwe, mapindeche kumwe. Okay. Huh? Yeah, okay. Musoro. Say musoro. Musoro. Right? Mapendekete. Mavi. Jigunwe. Right. So musoro. Mapendekete. Mavi. Shigunwe. Right, so now we do it fast. Musoro mapendekete mavineze gume, mavineze gume, mavineze gume. Musoro mapendekete mavineze gume, mavineze gunwe. Woo!
I will just stand aside.
Okay, great. Let's take our seats. I think we stretched a little bit. And we learned some Zimbabwean language. So when you come to Zimbabwe, you just say, I don't know your language, but I know Musoro mapendekete. Okay, so hello, let's take our seats. So we were doing an exercise early in the morning about building your brand. And I'm going to ask that, how many have done it already? How many are done? Let's see by a show of hands. How many of us are done?
Please, properly.
Right. Nice. Does anyone have
I
a
see
question?
5 groups.
The question.
Aside the 5 groups,
No, incomplete.
by show of hands, 5 groups have done the exercise. Yes.
Right.
How many of you have done the exercise by show of hands? Just like the dance.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I thought you did the exercise. 5. Yes, 5 groups. So what do we do?
Okay. I think we can move with those because
Yes.
otherwise we won't finish.
Yes. So these 5 groups.
Hello, ladies. One room. Let's have one room. So we're going to move with those that have finished because the purpose is for us to learn and ask questions on how the process is done. And also, as others ask questions, I'm sure some of it may relate to your business. Right?
Can we have a representative from each?
So can we have
of
a
the groups to just
representative
come?
from
We have
each
5
of the
seats.
groups to just come to the front and share their brand story using the questionnaire that we gave you.
There are 5
Different
seats.
representatives. One person from each group that has done. Come, go to the front, Go. Someone here who has done?
No, the exercise that was given.
Well, either way, but if you've done as an individual, you still go and you tell your story. So let's go. It's okay, don't worry. Just do the ones you understand. Go.
The instruction is that we are the one presenting.
We pick and we go back.
Yeah, because that's
Right. Okay, ladies.
So there's one group left.
One more person. One more person. Yes, ma'am. Please.
Let's leave something for others.
Okay. Nice. Okay, great. So, ladies, this is an important part of the session. This is where you learn what others are doing and how you can tap into that. And your job is not just to listen, it's also to ask them questions, to give suggestions of what's working for you and what you think could help them. The ladies in the front, we don't have a lot of time, and I want you to learn the art of talking precisely, right? And saying things that are important for your business, which pack a punch. Okay? So the first question, hello? The first question, the question that we had is, we want you to build a brand using the 7 steps and to answer these questions that we have so that you get there. So I know many of you probably didn't build the brand, you just answered the questions. So that's still okay. Let's go through the answers. So the first question was, what is the story of how your business was started? Let's hear first from you, ma'am. Very quickly. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, and then we go.
Another table is coming.
Yes?
I am Kenen Brendaline. So, as an agriculture engineer, I discovered that the value chain was very disrupted and there is no quality checks in the market. So I asked myself, what happens to the patients who have weak immune systems? So my business is to provide healthy foods for non-communicable disease patients using sustainable food production with the dietitian service so that the food serves as medicine.
Woo! Did you hear that? Okay, good. Give her a round of applause for a great story. Which country are you from?
Cameroon.
Cameroon. Okay, madame.
Merci. Je vais parler en français.
Yes.
Je m'appelle Solkiem Garbatinan, je viens du Tchad. Alors, l'histoire autour, je suis productrice d'huile d'arachide. Le besoin de créer, de mettre sur le marché l'huile d'arachide que j'appelle Yubu, c'est de donner de la dignité aux cultivateurs. Dignité aux gens qui cultivent et qui se voient fixer le prix par les acheteurs et non pas selon leurs efforts. Donc moi, quand on prend ma bouteille d'huile, ça c'est une bouteille d'eau, on pense à cette dame, nous sommes un groupement de femmes, à ces femmes qui veulent impacter positivement leur communauté et en faisant un commerce équitable. Voilà un peu l'histoire.
Merci, merci. I don't know French, but I know merci. Give her a round of applause for her story. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Liz Lizwalo, and I'm from South Africa. I'm the
Okay.
founder of a beauty and wellness brand called Masodi Organics. And the short story of how our brand started was that it was started abruptly, like one starts a cup of tea. It was something that followed on from a failed venture with two of my best friends. We started as a mobile salon and then moved into beauty and wellness products. And one of the things we pride ourselves in is actually playing in the middle ground between two things. One is between beauty and wellness, because it's important how you feel inside, just as it is how you look. But the second thing is that it's also important to, in the wave of natural ingredients, also consider some of the really powerful, impactful, active ingredients that can actually really enhance the effectiveness and the efficacy of the products we offer as Africans.
Okay, good. Round of applause for South Africa. Yeah? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Can you switch on the thing? Is it on? Yeah?
My name is Mo Blessing Nyamayaro. I'm from Zimbabwe. I grew up in rural areas where we used to do farming. And as I was growing, it was in me that I want to become a farmer and do it as a business. Fortunately, our country was the bread and basket of Africa, which was an added advantage. Hence, our president always encouraged us young people to be vigilant in farming and make a living. So 2017, I started my own till today.
Okay, well done. Round of applause, ladies. Round of applause. Woo! Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Please switch on the microphone. Yeah.
I'm Mwanahamis Ramadan Hassan. I'm from Zanzibar. I'm a student. Also, I'm a farmer for 10 years. Since I was before I engaged in a vegetable production, this idea of value addition from farm to industry, it came when I got big problems of big disasters which come in 2018 of rain for three years. For me, it take all of my capitals and the product. So I have got big problem. Even I go at the clinic hospital of mentals. It's bad story. When I got there, no one support me. I have a lot of big loans. In Tanzania, we say 15 millions. For me, I have no job, and I depend on my farms. And I have 20 laborers. All they depend on me, and I have no anything to get their salary. So the first time I go at my shamba and I pray and I pray and I cry a lot when I go out at hospital. I'm going to my friend and I talk the story. She says she have problems, chronic cancer. So I learned about herbs. So I'm going at market, finding new market with a low cost that can lead me to pay a loan. Until now, I did not pay a loan. I have got a strategy when I'm going to loan. We have a lot of tourists in our country. They come at a supermarket. They say, "What is this?" She asked about mint, and it grow in Zanzibar. She gives me an ideas. Oh, we have I can bring it. I learn more about herbs. I learned about herbs, and I took 5 varieties of herbs: mint, sage, rosemary, basil, and lavenders. This is the biggest for our country because we are dependent on the tourist sector, 80% for agriculture. And when I learn about, I make research and development of it, it's very funny. Each plant can able to produce more and more products for low costs, organic, and everyone cry about chemicals. So this is opportunity for me. That why in 2012 I engage in this. I make research and development. Many people say in Zanzibar cannot grow. We import at mainland. I try. Everything can grow in our country. Our Zanzibar is island of spice. So if a spice, and this is how is a spice, I try it. Now, I have a strategy called 10 to 20. This means each plant can, I have a strategy for 1 year to get 100 millions for 1 month. I believe it will be. And the second strategy is, I try to make for my Asha and my son have a problem of asthma. I try to use it. It helped now, he is going well. And for the Asha who has a chronic ulcer, now she is a doctor for others.
Okay, good. Thank you. A round of applause for Tanzania. So ladies, I think you've heard the stories that have been shared here. Now, many of you, as you seek financing for your businesses, as you seek to grow your brand, people will ask you to tell your brand story. Now, I just want to simplify this process for you. You need to tell your brand story in what is called a star format. Everybody just write star on a piece of paper. S-T-A-R, no, star, right? S-T-A-R, okay? So when you are telling a brand story, the first thing you need to do is to describe the situation that was happening, the problem that was happening during the time when you created what you created. What was the situation? The second thing, what is the task that needed to be done to solve that situation? What needed to be done to solve that situation? That's the T. And then the third thing, what is the action that you did? What is the action that you did to provide a solution? And the final thing, what was the result? What was the result of your actions? If you're able to tell your brand story in that format, it will be compelling, it will be short, but it will pack a punch. Are we together? So the STAR format is the format that we use to tell our brand stories. David, you want to add something to that?
Maybe we should hear some brand stories.
Yeah.
And we see how they reflect the STAR. At least one. When we hear one, we want that story to reflect these 4 categories.
Yes, there's someone there. There, Dave.
Okay, I'll give you the... Let me use the mic.
Okay.
Yes, so tell me the story of your brand.
Okay. In 2019, when COVID was just starting, we were told to work from home. I was working for Barclays Bank of Zimbabwe during that time, and we didn't have systems for people to work from home. So literally, we were sent home. We were just doing nothing. So at times, we could just log into Zoom just to check if everyone is okay, if no one has died, you know. But we were just seated at home. And during that time, I think a few employees from the bank, the whole of Zimbabwe, I think there were around about 30, were chosen by the bank to work. And then I realized that I might lose my job. Then I started with, I rented a place where I put 2,500 plants of tomatoes. And they came out very well, because I was just following all the instructions to put the fertilizers and everything else. Then after the 2,500 plants, they were very nice and very successful. I decided to do potatoes. So I did 2 hectares of potatoes. They came out very well. But just when we were about to harvest, they were attacked. So I couldn't then harvest. I had a ready market because the people were like, they liked my tomatoes and now they wanted my potatoes. So I couldn't then sell the potatoes. Then I didn't give up. I then decided to do broccoli, cauliflower, spinach, fancy lettuce, and iceberg lettuce. I then decided to say I'm not going to do potatoes anymore. I'm not also going to do tomatoes because of the high cost of imports, farming imports in Zimbabwe. The reason why I then decided to do horticulture, I wanted to have additional income because our economy is volatile. So I wanted to have additional income. At the same time, I was preparing myself in case I might get laid off. So I should have something else to do. So from the 2,500 plants, I then started to do 1,000 plants of broccoli, 1,000 plants of cauliflower, 500 plants of spinach, 2,500 plants of cabbages. That was now 2020. Then I had challenge with the market. We have a big market in Harare, it's called Mbare Msika. So when you get there, like the lady doctor who was presenting, you know, there are a lot of people between you and the final market, even at the Mbare Msika. You have to sell to someone, and that someone has to sell to someone, that someone to someone.
What was the result?
So the result was, I decided then to do agro-processing, to say, I then acquired a plot, a 15-hectare plot. Then I said, I'm not going to supply supermarkets. I'm not going to supply Mbare Msika. I'm just going to dehydrate everything from cabbages, from chickens, from beef, everything I'm supplying from my farm. I'm just going to dry everything. If I fail to get the market, I'll keep my things because I know that they're not going to rot. So from challenges from the market to sell my fresh produce. Okay. So now I'm not doing agro-processing. I now do value addition. I do beetroot flour. I do chicken biltong. I have it here. I also have beef biltong. I also do honey. So now, those challenges and COVID helped me to be where I am today. I resigned from my former job.
Thank you.
I'm now a full-time farmer doing value addition and also supplying most up markets. In
Let's give her a round of applause.
Powerful, powerful story, powerful. So thank you for sharing your story. And for me, for just this part, I need us to master that. Because where you go, people don't have time to listen to you rambling on about your some of the problems you faced, etc. If you are not concise about what you are saying and where the business, what the result was, and what we can expect from you. So that's something, it's an art that we need to learn as we grow. Now, thank you, ladies, for sharing your stories. We're still on this journey, but I want to ask you to just come off the stage for now. Give them a round of applause, yeah? So I'm going to ask Rose and Dave. Dave, okay. So Dave and Rose are going to just share some practical insights about design and packaging of agribusiness products. And as they do that, they will also talk to the packaging you guys have and go into some practical aspects around packaging. Dave, please go ahead, let's hear.
Thank you very much. Let's give Precious a round of applause.
Yeah.
Please, please, you can do better.
Dave, yes.
So we're going to look at a very important component. We've been talking about packaging. It has been coming. We will have Rose Mboyo, international IP expert, to lead the discussions on packaging. Yes. Please.
Hello, ladies.
Let's give Rose a warm welcome.
Hello. Yes, please give me a warm welcome because it is a very beautiful afternoon. Thank you very, very much. Packaging, designs. Packaging and designs. I know, most of the time when you talk about industrial designs, it looks hypothetical. We rarely connect with it. We rarely connect with industrial designs or packaging. Yes, packaging. Packaging tells a lot about you. Remember that products tell stories. Your products tell stories. And it depends on what kind of stories do you want your product to tell the world. You will not be there in the supermarket. You will not be there in those big markets to tell people about, oh, this my product does this, it does that. It is your products. And the first thing that customers see, or the first thing that they meet, is your industrial designs, is your package, is your product. How does it look? Yes, your package will also tell us more about your product. Your design or package will also tell us which market segment are you targeting. So, make sure that when you are targeting a higher market, make your packages look like you're already there. Remember that the buyer is the king or the queen. And she will not just buy your product because you are an SME. They don't care. Even you, when you go to the supermarkets, you don't care. You look for the quality. You look for the product. So when you put your products in the market, remember it will be competing with those big products. So your products will tell us which market segment are you targeting. The way you package your product will tell us whether you are targeting the lower market or you are targeting the high end. Your package will tell us that. Even without you saying, we will know. Your package will even tell us the quality. Did you really take your time? Sometimes we look at the way somebody has packaged something and already we say, this must be a very poor quality. But have we tried it? Have we tried it, ladies? Have you tried the product? But just because you look at the package and the way it looks like and you are there saying, this must be very low quality. Your packaging will tell us the kind of price you expect without even you mentioning. We look at your package and you say, this one must be very costly. So when you see you put a very low price, you're like, are you sure this is original? Are you sure it is original? So the way you package yourself, the way you package your products tells a lot. It will determine the market segment where you'll sell. It will determine the kind of price that you'll ask. It will even determine our expectation as the buyers. But more so, it will determine whether you want to sell your products in the local market or you are looking at the international market. So who is that scrolling my presentation so that I can start? With that now, you have in mind that your package tells a lot. It is what the customers meet the first time. They don't even know the name of the product. You meet the product, the first thing you pick it. You look at it and say, wow, looks good. When you are going around, and you say, this one looks good, this one looks good. We've not even tried it. So your package, it is the first point that the clients will get. Yeah. So today I'm going to talk about industrial designs and packaging. I think I've given you a lot of insights as to why you must put more emphasis on your designs and your packaging. And most of us do not know that our packaging are really related to industrial designs. Each time we talk of industrial designs, we always imagine it must be something very arbitrary. Yes? So those are some of the products that we have. When we talk of agribusiness, we are talking of different products which originate from agricultural products. But there's always a relationship between industrial designs and the way you position your brand. The way you position your brand. Because remember, as I said, that what people see will determine what they think. They've not even used it. So the way you package your product, your industrial designs will help you position your brand. Are you targeting the lower market? Which kind of position do you want your brand to be associated with? So you have to be creative when you're developing your packaging or your industrial designs. And there's always a link between industrial designs and packaging. So when we talk of industrial design, we say it is what we can see. The ornamental, what we can see. But I've realized most of the time this one looks arbitrary. And when I went yesterday, I tried to talk with most of you. Most of you at least have registered your trademarks, but not the industrial designs. You've not. You've not. Because for you, you feel that industrial designs is so arbitrary that it does not relate to you. It does not relate to your product. I liked this product. It's one of those products that for me it stood out. Yes. It stood out because of the packaging. Do you know what is inside? Charcoal. Now, just from the look of it, which market segment do you think this person is targeting? Huh? Corporate? Uh-huh. Who are they? Who are they? Uh-huh. These are ladies who have money. The ladies who can do their pedicures and the manicures and all those cures. These are ladies, when they buy, they want to carry it home in a very good packaging. But this is just charcoal. It's just normal charcoal or maybe just improved. But the packaging, even if it was 20 bob or $2, I'm sure the lady would now be selling it at a high cost because of the packaging, the way she has packaged it. Yes? So we see that most of the time when we talk of packaging and industrial design, it is so arbitrary. It's so arbitrary. So I'm sure the lady must have protected maybe the trademark, but she has never thought of protecting the industrial design. And what is the industrial design here? It is what we can see. What we can see. what we can see. What we can see. That is the industrial designs. But most of the time, we don't do that. We are very fast in registering our trademark, but we forget the industrial designs. So when we are talking of industrial designs and we are saying it is what we can see. This is what you protect. This is what you protect. It is not that complicated, but I think most of us think it is complicated. What we can see. Because industrial designs also give you that competitive edge. Or the way you've packaged will give you a competitive edge. And it also creates a niche market for you. A niche market. You remember I said that the kind of packaging or the kind of design you have will tell us whether you're targeting the small or the big market. Or the ladies who have the money. Or those who are struggling. Well, that is the assumption. We are all struggling. Yeah. Yeah, it also helps you to customize your products to appeal to a specific market. A specific market. You have your products, maybe you want to divide it into different market segments. It's the same product, but the way you've packaged it, you can say, okay, this one I'll put it for the lower income, the packaging, and then you also decide this one I'll target the high-end market. The way you package will tell us which market segment you are targeting. Yeah, I used most of your photos, most of the products. So the products you're seeing there mostly are your products. And those presentations, you'll get them because I think it is a collaborative effort. I did the writing, but the pictures are yours. So industrial designs are applied to a wide range of products, a wide range. You can be doing it in textiles, you can be doing it in food, you can be doing it in packages, you can be doing it in furnishing or other equipments, or even the jewelries. What I say is that industrial design is what you can see, and it is really closely related with the packaging. Aha. Well, who knows those? Daga, and the other one is? Now, if you are selling daga like that, you know how much you'll charge. But the moment you package it, the way I've seen some packages here, the moment you package it well, the price will go higher. So if you want to add value to your product, ensure you package your product well. So what is the relationship between industrial designs and a brand? And as I said, your industrial designs, your packaging will position your brand at what level do you want it to be known. So it plays a key role to your brand. Because remember, it is what people see. The first thing that people see is your brand. They've not tested it, they've not even used it, but the way it looks is what attracted them. Most of the time we go to the supermarkets and we look at the perfumes, and the people have done it in such a way that it's so attractive. You pick a perfume just because you saw the way it was shaped, and sometimes they try to shape it more ladylike. So the way you package your product will determine that, and therefore means it helps in making your brand stand out. However good your product is, if you don't package it well, people will not take you seriously. Because remember, you are not there to say those star thing that you see I started like this, to tell the story. So it is your product telling the story. What we see will tell your story. Yes, so when you are doing your designs, you must look at even the colors. What colors do I use? How do I type it? What appeals to which segment of the client? Yes, like if you're thinking of doing products which are organic products, you'll see most of the time you're using green. The color green makes even the client think, oh, this must be organic because of the color. So it depends. When you are doing your packaging or you're doing your brand or you're doing your design, your colors speaks a lot. There are those corporate colors. There are those colors which are more attractive to the ladies. There are those colors which are more attractive to the children. So depending on the kind of products you have, the way you package it, the way you do your design will tell us more. Even the shapes that you're using. So it means that each time you're doing your product, ask yourself, which is the market segment that I'm targeting? Who are the people that will buy my product? What colors will bring it out for them? Most of the perfumes for men are either black or blue. Have you noticed that? That most of the perfumes for men are either black or blue because it shows authority. It shows authority. So don't put your perfume in yellow and you expect the man to buy. They will not buy you. Yeah, because it's not reflecting. You know, the men are masculine, so the colors. Choose your colors well. Yeah, so designs also help improve the form of a product, how it looks and what it means to the consumers. I think that one I've said. So you have to come up with very innovative packages, innovative brands. I liked that one because when I saw it, it really stood out. Oh, it's there. It really stood out and I was like, what is this now? And she told me, you said it is what? It is alcoholic beverage. But look at the package. I'm sure she's charging quite a lot for that. Yes? So be innovative. Don't be ordinary. Be innovative. Because the innovativeness here will take her far with that. Even the way you hold it. Make your products or your packages in such a way that they can easily even be transported. Anyway, we'll talk about that. The next thing I'm talking about is now the package, the packaging itself. The packaging itself. What are the functions of the package? Yes, we know that one of it is that it protects the product during handling. If you know that your product is going to be transported, please package your product well. Somebody said that they took their products maybe to the supermarket and the supermarkets rejected. Maybe it's just because of the way you package it. The way you package it. Is it easily to handle it? Is it easy to transport? Does it really protect the product inside? And does it provide useful information? When you are doing your package, you must provide useful information. Most customers nowadays, they are very choosy. So they look at your products and they want to know, what does it contain? Yes? So you must provide that information. Don't make your package and your product ambiguous. That somebody tries, now what is inside? Because we are becoming very conscious, even the kind of cosmetics we put on our body. So the characteristics of some of the good packaging is that the packaging is not just for the products, but your package design has a lot of effect on how people will look at your products. It will affect how you do your transporting or shipment. It will affect a lot of things. So when you are looking at your packaging, look at it holistically. From the time you are producing your product to the time the consumer will pick it. How will it be easy to reach the consumer? So with that, then you must have very good labeling. You must label your products well. Tell us what is there. Yeah. You must also have security features. You must have security features, especially when you are doing food-related product or cosmetic products. We want to know, if I open it, how will I know that somebody else had opened it? So that is why you find most of the bottles, you'll find maybe either something or maybe a way that when it is opened, you can easily know. So you must provide those kind of features. You must ensure that your package is durable. You don't know who will buy your product at what time. So make sure that your package is durable so that by the time the customer is picking it, you are not picking a product and the next thing it is dropping down. Even if your product was good, I will not pick it next time. Yeah? Nobody wants to buy products and then they are all spilling because you didn't do a very good packaging. And as I said, the issue of labeling, most of us are very conscious. We want to know what does this product contain, so you must label your products well. If you don't know the contents of maybe the product you are doing, ensure that you work with maybe researchers to do analysis for you so that you give the exact figures. Because you are expected to provide that information. What is there in your product? Make sure that when I've said that if you are opening your product or somebody is opening a product, they can easily tell that this product has been opened or not. I've talked of durability. Yeah, some of the other functions of packaging, it helps you in protecting your product, but it also helps you in unitizing. Unitizing means now you can have them in small units. And having them in small units means it is easily transportable. It is easily transportable. You remember somebody said that you don't really need to sell your products in bulk. Package them well, that they can easily go to Europe, and the person in Europe can receive them. And it must be convenient the way you've packaged your product. Sometimes you find somebody has done a very big product, but even the way of holding it, you try to hold and it's dropping. That one, next time, nobody will buy, however good your product is. Yes? Oh, you are in another? Okay. Yes, I've said the packaging also helps us in protecting the product. Some of the, I can't, there was a lady there yesterday asked about the packaging. Then she told me a story that when she started, she was using another kind of package, which after a short time, the products would go bad. So she was forced to change to another packaging. I'm sure most of you are in the food related, you know that. It was you. Yeah, you're the one who told me that story. Yes. So when you are choosing your packaging material, you must make sure that it can contain the product for long. So that by the time the customer is buying the product has not even changed color. You bought some products and you find they've changed color because maybe the packaging was bad. So you must get the correct packaging for your product. Okay, I've said that. Yes. Factors affecting packaging. Yeah, well, when you are thinking of packaging, you must look at the nature of the product. Is it a liquid? Is it a solid? How do you want to package it? How sensitive is your product? Is it sensitive to the sun? Is it sensitive to the rain? If it is sensitive to the sun, then you must get a package that will ensure that the sun cannot pass through, so that your product does not turn color. Or is it a product that can easily absorb water from the environment? So you make sure you package your product well, because those ones will determine as to whether people will buy your product or not. So at the end of the day, the type of packaging you use will determine the kind of product that you're selling, the kind of market that you're targeting. So if you're using plastic boxes, you know the kind of market you're targeting. Maybe you're using textile packaging. All those types of packaging depends with the kind of market you are using. Remember that your packaging and your industrial designs will speak about your product without your product saying anything. The customer will look at it and will say, this one I'm not buying, this one is of low quality, or this one is targeting a high end. And then the other thing, which now I will end with it, is the way we allow our customers to carry the products that we've bought. Yes? Please, it might look, these bags are normally not expensive. These bags, they're not expensive. But the moment you put your product, or a customer buys your product and you package it there, it makes a difference to this other person who has bought a product and it is wrapped in maybe, which one? Maybe polythene paper. It doesn't cost much. I think if you buy it in bulk, it doesn't cost much. But you can pass on the price to the buyer, and she will feel happy. In fact, she told me that most of the tourists like buying her products just because of that bag. The way you send your customer, make them feel important even when they are going with your products, they will come back. It might not cost much, but it will add value to your product. I will end there and allow my colleague, David Jeng. The first time I met his name, I thought he was, until I realized that he's just from Gambia. I said, now my brother, why do you have to have such big names? Packaging and your designs, please protect them. Thank you very much.
Brilliant job, Rose. Now we'll just look at a few things. Now, when doing your packaging, you always have to consider your brand, your product, and your customers. Now, is anyone selling fresh fruits? Fresh fruits. Yes. Yes, fruits. Yes. Vegetables. For bananas. How is she packaging the bananas? How are you packaging the bananas? Show me. Now, one thing that is particular about packaging, we don't package how we like. Yes. We don't package how we like.
Yes.
We follow procedures and we follow standards. Some of them are set locally and others are global standards. And based on that, I've seen people export goods to other places and it's been rejected because of the packaging. Because there's a criteria, there's a minimum criteria that you haven't met. If you are selling sliced, let's say you want to sell sliced pineapple. This sliced pineapple, you have to put it in a can that is sealed. So there's a way to package every product. Now, another aspect is the wording, the writings on some of the packagings. There are certain packages, you look at the writings, you don't even know whether this is English, French, Spanish, or Arabic. You see spelling mistakes. Yes. Who is exporting to Europe? Where's the lady from Japan as well, who exports to Japan? I want to hear your experience regarding your packaging for the goods you are exporting to Europe, not the ones you are selling at the market. But make it briefly.
Okay. My name is Agnes. I do spices. So we export whole spices to Europe. And basically what you're saying is very correct. For example, when we have an order for cardamom, we cannot just put it in polypropylene bags. We need to put it in airtight bags because cardamom loses aroma. But also when we pack our spices, we need to use food-graded bags. And the customer sends in a specific labeling on the bags. So you need to put the right wording, the country of origin, you need to put in the scientific name of the product and the address of the customer who is going to receive it. So yeah, all the things we need to do.
Thank you. You know, biodegradable packaging is key.
C'est bon?
Yes, please, madam.
I will speak French
French.
again.
Let
yeah.
me, I once traveled with a Senegalese counterpart, and he told me that when they are speaking French, you guys will run to grab the microphone. But when you guys are speaking English, we are comfortably listening. So let me run and grab my microphone. S'il vous plaît.
Ok, merci. Avant de partager mon expérience, je voudrais d'abord poser une question à tous les intervenants qui ont parlé du packaging. Je crois qu'il y a une question qui mérite d'être posée aujourd'hui en Afrique, c'est que quand nous exportons, c'est généralement une matière première. Jamais des produits finis, ou très peu de produits finis. Donc cette question du packaging du produit fini, qui doit être acheté par le consommateur final, n'est pas véritablement d'actualité s'agissant de l'export. Donc je pense que ça mérite d'être discuté. La deuxième chose que je voulais dire, c'est effectivement un partage d'expérience, parce que moi, ça fait plus de 20 ans que je travaille dans l'exportation et j'exporte au Japon, aux États-Unis, en Europe, en Australie, dans tous les pays du monde qui demandent notre production. Et moi, je travaille dans le marché, dans une niche d'excellence qui est la certification bio et équitable. Et donc, véritablement, j'ai une grande expérience des marchés internationaux, mais je suis frustrée aujourd'hui de voir que moi, je travaille en Afrique, je fais le produit, je fais la matière première, et d'autres personnes vont percevoir la plus-value. Parce qu'ils achètent une matière première, ils vont l'emballer en tube ou en gousse ou n'importe quoi, et c'est eux qui prennent la plus-value. Donc je pense que la question qui mérite notre attention aujourd'hui, et c'est sur le point sur lequel moi je travaille aux Comores, c'est véritablement de transformer nos produits, mais en produits finis, vendables et exportables à l'international. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. You hit the nail on the head. Africa as a continent, we have the potential to feed not only Africa, but the world. But we cannot do that if we continue to export our raw products raw. This is why the previous presentations are very relevant to what we are doing. For you to understand that agriculture runs across a value chain. Agriculture is not for the poor. Agriculture is not for the frustrated. Agriculture is a business, and it's a big business. You need to understand that along the value chain, there are different components. It starts from the farm or from the seed to the table. And we have to ensure that we explore the agricultural value chain so we continuously add value on our raw materials. And the more value we add on our raw materials, the more value our products have, the more price we can ask for those products. Today, when you buy Toblerone, it costs you how much on average? Toblerone is a chocolate. Toblerone.
Oh, the one.
You know, the French are just romantic. The way you pronounce it. Now you realize that most of the chocolate that we rush to buy in the supermarkets, the raw materials comes from Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire. Why can't we empower our local farmers to add value, to use technology? Tomorrow you'll be discussing with Doctor about utility model. It's also another important tool that you can utilize. We've seen the Fognon experience. Very soon, around the world, Fognon can be what? Exported, and people can eat directly from buying from the supermarket and eating on their tables. This is where we should be thinking now as Africans. Yes, let's produce, but let's not stop at production. In fact, some of us, we are even hurry. Before even our produce is time for harvest, we have even sold it to exporters. We don't want to add value. Value addition is the future of agriculture.
Hi.
Yes.
I'm here.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Okay. Hello, my name is Adit Ntamareki and I'm from Botswana.
I actually wanted to comment on what she shared about the example that she gave. And what I wanted to add on is, in most of these continents that we're exporting to, there are certain standards depending on whether you have food, cosmetics, minerals, and so forth and so on. And what you will learn is the FDA standards for the US, the way they require your packaging to be is totally different from what EU is going to expect you to have. So we do organic natural skincare products. We use indigenous plants that are found within Botswana to solve active acne. And a typical example of it would be how EU would require us to label certain ingredients is how the FDA would say you can say other ingredients as well. What that means is that when we're printing, we literally print a batch for EU and a batch for the US. The US may want to have your measurements in grams and in ounces. The EU will also would want to have that similar thing. So you will get to recognize that maybe yes, the first time they will say yes to your sample, but the second time when you start continuing to export, there are going to be slight changes that you have to do based on the certain standard. And also to remember that the EU standard is definitely different from the US standard. So my advice is let us be familiar with the standards, because the standards will guide our packaging even for future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Another comment.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Rose. Tu nous as beaucoup éclairé sur beaucoup de choses qu'on vit comme ça sans se rendre compte. Mais je voudrais juste appuyer ce que ma soeur vient de dire. C'est qu'au-delà de l'Europe, la norme européenne, c'est que quand moi j'exporte tout le temps. Et ce que j'ai remarqué, rien que sur la France, selon même un département, vous allez voir que les normes changent d'un département à un autre, d'un client à un autre. Parce que chaque client a ses exigences. Par exemple, j'ai exporté du miel vers la France. Et c'est là que j'ai découvert que je devais mettre la fleur de la miel, du miel. Donc le miel là, c'est de fleurs d'orange, c'est de fleurs de tamarin, c'est de néré, et il ne faut pas mélanger. Donc j'ai même appris à former les producteurs de miel qu'il ne faut pas mélanger les miels selon les fleurs. Donc aussi à travers les exportations, souvent on apprend. On apprend beaucoup, mais il n'y a pas de normes, il y a des normes standards sur papier qu'on dit normes européennes. Mais maintenant, le client, là, il fait quoi avec le miel? Il fait quoi avec, j'ai exporté l'huile d'arachide pour un laboratoire qui fait lui du complément alimentaire. Donc, ça veut dire en fonction de la destination de ton produit chez le client, les données changent. Les informations que lui va te demander sont différentes de ce qui est écrit dans le document de l'Union européenne, par exemple. Maintenant, sur les marchés américains, moi, j'ai essayé personnellement, j'ai pris le risque de prendre tout ce que les femmes nigériennes font pour amener aux États-Unis, faire plusieurs États pour voir où est-ce qu'on va m'arrêter. Je n'ai pas vu là où on m'a arrêté. Le seul endroit où on m'a dit ce qu'elle vient de dire, c'est qu'ils vont te demander de mettre le nom scientifique de la matière. Si c'est un arbre, il faut mettre son nom scientifique. Donc, parce qu'eux, ils comprennent que ce n'est pas pour eux qu'on exporte nos produits. Nous, nous exportons pour la diaspora. On exporte souvent, en tout cas pour notre cas, le marché qui nous richesse, ce sont les Africains vivant là-bas. Donc, ce n'est pas pour vous qu'on amène. Maintenant, quelles sont les normes des Africains vivant en France vivant? Donc, franchement, dans la question d'emballage, il ne faut pas qu'on considère que c'est un problème. Moi, je suis d'accord avec ce que Rose a dit, ça nous permet de transporter. Mais j'ai cassé ma tête pour aller jusqu'à Dakar chercher un contenant pour mettre du miel parce qu'on a dit que c'est en France qu'on doit amener. Arrivé en France, ils ont mis un gros ciseau, ils ont coupé. C'est en ce moment que j'ai compris qu'ils ont besoin de seaux à fermer parce qu'ils utilisent ça pour des produits pharmaceutiques. Ouais, donc, ils n'avaient pas besoin que je mette dans les litres. Sinon, actuellement, les efforts que les femmes transplantées sont en train de faire sur le marché européen, en tout cas l'Europe proche de nous, nos emballages en termes d'épices, ce sont les mêmes que nous utilisons. C'est ça, vous allez trouver à Carrefour. Moi, j'ai beaucoup de produits, je dépose à Carrefour, beaucoup la poudre de moringa du Niger et dans beaucoup de boutiques Carrefour et d'autres chaînes. Océan et autres communs, mais c'est comme ça, et c'est ça aussi que même les Européens vivant en Europe font. Donc on est au standard en fait, on ne doit même pas se sous-estimer, on a atteint le niveau. Maintenant, ça dépend de la spécificité du marché aussi. Merci.
So it's very important for you to understand the requirements of the market in which you are exporting. These products you are exporting, they're not for you. You have to prepare the products as per the requirement that you have received and as per that particular standard that you're working with. If it's ISO 9001, if it's ISO 22000. You need to understand and work accordingly towards that. If not, those goods will never reach the final consumer. Please make it a quick one.
Merci beaucoup pour la parole. Moi, c'est Madame Jolie Casal. Je viens de la RDC, Congo-Kinshasa. Mais je suis au sud de la RDC. Avec tout ce que nous venons de parler aujourd'hui, même depuis hier, je crois qu'avec le problème d'emballage, d'abord, il faudrait que nous puissions remplir le marché africain. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, nous voulons exporter, amener en Europe, aux États-Unis et ailleurs. Mais il y a des produits africains qui n'arrivent pas dans certains produits, dans certains pays voisins. Or, l'Afrique, c'est un grand marché d'abord pour nous-mêmes. Il y a de beurre de karité, disons, dans beaucoup de provinces, dans beaucoup de pays. Et si on arrivait à remplir le marché africain et arriver maintenant à aller ailleurs, je crois que, je ne sais pas si on aura assez pour produire. Et je voulais poser aussi une autre question concernant la chaîne de valeur. Moi, j'ai fait la confiture de pastèques et les jus de pastèques, naturels, bio, et je produis. Maintenant, s'il faut certifier la marque, est-ce que je vais certifier le produit, la pastèque, ou je vais aussi certifier le produit fini? Parce que j'ai fait une chaîne de valeur. Je me suis rendu compte que lorsque j'ai fait la culture, je perds beaucoup de pastèques lorsqu'on n'achète pas tout. Alors je suis obligée de transformer. Je m'achète, moi-même j'achète au prix que j'achète aux autres. Je vends, donc je me vends et je transforme. Est-ce que pour certifier, il faut le faire en une fois ou il faut le faire séparément? Merci.
Thank you very much. Now, standards, we have to understand that standards are globally accepted. It doesn't necessarily mean that the standard US, Europe are accepting. Africa, we don't want that. We want standards. So, and as an entrepreneur, you should ensure that you're continuously improving your products and your services to meet global requirements, to ensure that at the end of the day, you will not be a Zimbabwean company, but you will be a global brand. And a global brand requires global practices. So what we are discussing here, we are not exempting Africa as part of it. The other component is regarding the food and the testing. Now, for testing, for example, peanuts. Gambia, we export peanuts and peanuts butter. Now, you realize that the peanut butter and the peanut have to be tested by an accredited lab to ensure that the content of aflatoxin is not high before exported. You realize that some entrepreneurs will say, this is the one I ate last night, everything is okay. And they will export that. They go all the way to UK and they start calling people. Do you know anyone in UK who can help me get my granules and my peanut butter? UK is not Gambia, it's not Africa. They have to apply the rule as it is, because there are very implications of aflatoxin. It can cause cancer. So we have to ensure that the food is safe before we even package the food. So food safety is key. So this is the first component that you have to ensure you have met that and you have all the certifications that are required for that particular market. Then the other aspect is now people are looking into environmentally friendly ways of packaging. People are looking into the bottle. There's some who are looking into calabash. And many other components are being used to package. Now, there was a time I traveled and I saw someone had a barcode on the product. I think some of you have barcodes on the product, on your products. But in actual sense, what I realized that most of these barcodes, if you scan them, there's nothing there. Yes. Some entrepreneurs will just tell the designer, you see that those lines that are in the product, just put it for me. Barcodes are actually generated. Every product, my sister mentioned, every product has a badge. In case there's a problem, it has to be recalled. It has to be what? Recalled. Traceability. So all of these are in your HACCP plan. Some of you that export, you have HACCP plans. That is why now ISO 22000 is widely used for most companies when exporting. Because ISO 22000 comprises of ISO 9000, the HACCP plan, and the good manufacturing practice. So this is one component and one type of standard that people are using for their products and their packaging to meet a particular requirement. You have it. Good. So we have a quick exercise. I know people are tired. I don't know whether we're going to give you this to take along as your dinner. The spice. You know, in Zanzibar, there are a lot of spice. I'm adding one spice. I want you to look at the packaging that you have. Review it and suggest quality improvements. Now, you realize that one thing I find about entrepreneurs is they don't like people talking about their products. You can say, are you your product? I think you can do. Hey, no, leave this product. Yes. You know, our products are like our child. But we have to understand that for us to grow, we need to give feedbacks to ourselves. Because feedbacks are acts of kindness. So look at your packaging and see, for these 2 days, based on the knowledge I have acquired, what are some of the quality improvements that I can put on my packaging that will help my product to be better? Do that self-discovery and do that assessment yourself and suggest. You will be surprised to see a lot of things. Go back to your letters. Read your letters. Look at your numbers. Look at your emails. Look at your barcodes. Look at every color in your packaging and review it to find out what suggestions and what improvements can you put, so that as we close tomorrow and head back to our places, we can know that we can start working and putting those improvements, and we will start seeing differences. We want you to go back and have takeaways that will bring you money. I know we're tired. You're not tired. Let me ask the other side. Let me ask the other side. Are you guys tired? No. You're not tired? No. We continue. Yes. Loretta, with your permission, can I continue with my lovely participants? You see, this is why some of us we are lucky. We are lucky. You know, I grew up in the midst of women. I'm the only male in my family. So I am lucky. This is the same environment I am in my house. And I'm the last one. So and being the last one, you know, everyone will try to pamper you. So that is why now everyone is pampering me. When my uncles are presenting, everyone is in a hurry for time. But me, they have given me the time when it is time for closing. I want you to give yourselves a round of applause. So now we are going to take submissions. Auntie, my auntie.
Merci beaucoup. Moi, je suis dans la production de l'ananas frais. Dans ce cas, je n'ai pas les mêmes préoccupations que cette femme transformatrice. Et ma question, c'est vraiment, si on parle de chaîne de valeur, il y a des femmes qui elles achètent la matière première avec nous, c'est-à-dire l'ananas, elles transforment et c'est elles qui exportent. Pour moi, si on doit se développer, il faut peut-être rester dans son segment. Si tu es transformatrice, tu vends à une qui exporte. Ça permet à l'exportation ou aux exportatrices de pouvoir maîtriser cet aspect-là. Mais si toi qui transformes, tu veux exporter, dans ce cas, tu laisses ton travail et tu vas aller pour vendre. Ça pose des problèmes parce qu'il y a certains paramètres que peut-être tu ne vas pas maîtriser. Ça, c'est ma préoccupation parce qu'au sortir d'ici, il y a des choses qu'on doit changer. Pour moi, on a parlé de beaucoup de choses. Si on parle de marché extérieur, on parle de l'extérieur de l'Afrique, alors que l'Afrique est un marché. Chez moi, en Guinée, maintenant, on ne veut même plus vendre de l'ananas en dehors de la Guinée. Parce que nous avons des sociétés minières qui ont de l'argent. On a des zones où il y a aujourd'hui de l'argent. Nous voulons vendre dans ces zones-là pour nous permettre de faire du circuit court. Parce que le prix à l'interne est plus intéressant. Le marché extérieur nous prend l'ananas à 2800 francs guinéens, alors que le marché local nous prend à 4000. Est-ce que nous allons nous fatiguer à vendre à l'extérieur? Dans ce cas, c'est très important de savoir où tu veux aller, comment tu peux aller, parce que quelquefois, on perd de l'argent, on perd du temps, parce qu'on pense que c'est la devise ou l'extérieur qui peut t'apporter de l'argent, alors qu'on a de l'argent juste à côté. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Very, very important submissions. Now, we have to understand that we need to focus on our strength. Yes, that is true. But the opportunities are also there. And the value chain provides opportunities for us as Africans, for us as youth and women. Because if all of us, what we can do, if all of us are producing, what is the opportunity? Because from my grandfathers, they were all producing. So are we going to continue that way, or are we going to change the narratives? My sister here studied agriculture technology. There's a technology component in agriculture. Now people are using drones, people are using robots in farming. By the time you know, if you remain where you are, by the time you know, there'll come technologies that you will not even have jobs. So you need to continuously explore other opportunities. This is why the value chain provides us opportunities for future in agriculture. So we know that we all cannot go there. This is why entrepreneurship is not for everybody. Yes. Entrepreneurship is not for everybody. You have to be persistent. You have to have vision. You have to have the guts. You have to have the passion and the willingness to break barriers. So we invited all of you here as women leaders for you to make changes on this continent. So the opportunity lies within the agricultural value chain. And until we explore the agricultural value chain, what we are selling will not be able to come out the way we want it. So it's true, it's challenging, but it is not impossible. Even impossible says, I am what? Possible. So it's possible. And if you can believe it, like Napoleon Hill said, if you can believe it, you can achieve it. How many of you believe you can? Irrespective of age. Yes. Colonel Harlan Sanders, KFC. He achieved it after around 80 years. So even my grandmother, you can. Yes. You can be a millionaire. Yes. So how many of you believe it? So if you believe it, you can achieve it. But it's not going to be easy. No, it's not going to be easy. It requires hard work, commitment, persistence in order to achieve.
Bonjour et merci beaucoup de me passer la parole. Moi, je m'appelle Béatrice Nyamoya, je suis du Burundi. Je ne suis pas dans la transformation, mais je suis productrice de semences essentiellement de maïs. Je crois que j'ai appris beaucoup aujourd'hui sur la transformation, beaucoup de choses que j'ignorais. Mais je crois qu'il y a vraiment beaucoup d'opportunités. Ce que vous venez de dire là maintenant, je pense que c'est possible. Je vais donner l'exemple de ma collègue du Congo, Congo-Kinshasa. J'ai appris des personnes qui connaissent le Congo que le Congo est une grande opportunité au niveau de l'agriculture. Donc, parce que le Congo a d'énormes terrains où donc ils peuvent s'effectuer vraiment des cultures de grande étendue. Il y a des gens qui ont plus de 100 hectares ou même plus. Donc, en termes de production de semences, production des cultures vivrières, c'est un continent, c'est un pays qui peut alimenter le continent africain. Donc, je pense qu'avec des cadres comme aujourd'hui, des pays qui peuvent se mettre ensemble, il y a probablement possibilité de faire beaucoup de choses. Donc, je m'arrête là. Je vous remercie.
Oui, bonsoir, je viens du Cameroun. Ma sœur de la Guinée a parlé tout à l'heure de vendre dans nos pays, c'est plus cher, c'est plus avantageux. Mais moi, je pense que quand on vend à l'étranger, on est obligé d'entrer dans les économies d'échelle. On vend beaucoup, on produit beaucoup. Et on est obligé de produire beaucoup, de faire partir un conteneur et on rentre dans ces fonds. Moi, le problème qui se pose aussi là maintenant, par exemple chez nous au Cameroun, les femmes sont dans l'agriculture, elles sont dans la transformation, mais la suite là, de prendre les autres que une autre personne peut vendre à l'extérieur, c'est très beau. Moi, j'ai connu une très mauvaise expérience. C'est qu'on paye la première fois, La deuxième fois, quand on vient prendre, les gens ne payent plus. Donc il y a un problème de mentalité qu'il faut changer là immédiatement. Bon, je passe sur un autre plan. Dans l'agriculture, c'est bien beau en Afrique, bien beau au Cameroun, mais je ne sais pas si tout le monde connaît les problèmes que nous connaissons, les problèmes de terrain, les problèmes fonciers. Au Cameroun, les femmes ne peuvent pas avoir des titres fonciers. Vous ne pouvez pas avoir 5 hectares de terrain parce que tu es destiné à aller en mariage. Et tu ne peux pas hériter comme les hommes. Et c'est vraiment un problème. Le problème foncier se pose au Cameroun et il est vraiment difficile à résoudre pour entrer dans l'agriculture. Mais néanmoins, les femmes se battent quand même à entrer dans l'agriculture, parfois derrière les hommes. Et l'autre jour, j'ai vu le ministère de l'Agriculture a lancé un programme. Une femme, 1 hectare de cacao. Or, le cacao, c'est une culture de rente qui est la chasse gardée des hommes. Les femmes n'ont pas accès. Il y a le cacao, le café, palmier à huile. Vous savez comment les hommes ont réagi? Attendez d'abord, on part dormir, on réfléchit avant que cette bourrasque ne nous tombe sur le visage. Parce que si les femmes entrent dans le cacao, ça va être impossible à gérer. D'abord, le problème de terrain se pose pour elles. Ensuite, leur dire maintenant qu'elles doivent aller faire du cacao. Merci. C'est juste des petites choses que je voudrais apporter.
Merci beaucoup. S'il vous plaît.
Thank you so much, ladies. I'm Manes Nkata from Malawi. I'm coming from the agriculture sector and the Farmers Union of Malawi. I have a contribution, but also a question to all of the beautiful ladies here. 80% of our agriculture work are done by us through value addition from the production, processing, and also learning the small and medium enterprise to all women around here. My question is, how best can these innovations in terms of intellectual property patents being protected as at a country level, at a local level? I understand every one of us coming from different countries, but also work with communities. The other issue is about policies. This is just my contribution or a suggestion to this opportunity. As you see, this the whole room is full of beautiful women, beautiful leaders, but also we are all business people. One of the key issues that in Africa is the barrier on terms of the policy decision making. Most of us women, we are not involved in the policy decision making. This is a plea for me and to all ladies when we are done with our meeting tomorrow, when we are going back home. This is the time to empower all the agribusiness women to be involved in the policy decision making from our countries, starting from our local level to the regional level. This is very important because every innovation, every agriculture idea that we can discuss with here, but if we are not affiliated with the policy decision making, there's nothing that we can do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. My name is Grace Benjamin Joshua. I'm from Nigeria. First, I want to appreciate WIPO for all that it has done for all of us here. But then, just like the Oliver Twist, I want to ask for more. And one, I want to ask that they try to help us, one, towards packaging. The packaging discussion today was beautiful, really. But one area I felt the need that should have been discussed extensively is on the challenges and how to overcome them. I believe so much that a lot of us here know about beautiful packages, how we can package our this product, but we have limitations. What are those challenges? Number one, to access packaging materials. Personally, I have had that. Sometimes I get a particular set of this in packaging material, and when I go back, I don't find them anymore. And then, or when I get distributors who apparently are based in Lagos, they also get it from China. And sometimes they don't bring the same packaging material back. And that actually affects your market, because your customers begin to doubt, is this your product? Outside that also, I wish, why I said I needed WIPO to help us again, is if they can come in either collaboration with most of these packaging materials and distinct companies, and let's see how Africans can be able to access these packaging materials easily. I think that could actually help us. Again, I think, let me just stop here. I wanted to say more. I can't.
I'm Kenny Brennerly. So my proposition is, most of the times we look at women who are into agribusiness and we see the crowd sitting here, but the main crowd are those rural women who do agriculture not as a business, but as a livelihood. And when we are looking at IP, me, I've worked in the rural areas as an extension agent, and also I'm a farm manager where it's in the locals. You have to take women to come and work, maybe plant 30 hectares of maize and all the like. That's where you see women that know what is agriculture, but their limitations are how can they plant more than maybe 50 by 50, because everything they do is with the manual labor. So when we are talking about empowering women in agribusiness, can we look about, like the other topic was grouping, how these women can be grouped and helped so that their produce don't end up in the village, because at the village level they work for livelihood. When you come and ask a woman that, what have you spent to produce this, she only knows the price for the seeds and maybe price of fertilizer. She never considers her time to the farm as an input. She never considers her hard work. She doesn't consider that. And when somebody comes to buy a bucket of corn at 2,500, meanwhile the value is at 5,000 in the market, she's selling it at the village level. She wants to make her means. But if we really want to empower Africa, the highest percentage are these women in the rural areas who don't have a voice. The policymakers don't even regard them. When they're setting the prices of fertilizer, they don't even ask, how will these women access it? And we keep saying land is small and we need to increase productivity. How are we going to increase the productivity where the main people, like FAO published, that 80% of agricultural production is done by these women that we are not seeing. You will not see them on LinkedIn. You will not see them on Facebook. But you see food on your table, that they are the ones producing it. So how do we get to help them? These millions that maybe we are sitting here, ministers and all the like, the ones that we are seeing that are suffering, how do we get to the policymakers to draft policies that will go right down to the grassroots?
Okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Fatma Sobo from Tanzania. I'm the co-founder for the Faima Coconut Products. We are making the virgin coconut oil. We are making soap, herbal soap from coconut, herbal jelly, lip balm, and so many things from the coconut oil. Now, thank you very much, all presenters. Since yesterday up to today, you presented a lot of things on the trademark, on the intellectual property. You also mentioned a lot on the, what else? Trademark, branding, packaging, and so forth. I'm afraid you didn't mention one important thing which helps a lot for us to go to supermarkets about the quality standards of our product. Most of the products, if you don't have, I think in most of the countries, you have the particular institution which is dealing with the quality standards, and you need to have your mark, or you have to be certified from those people. If you are not certified, when you go with your product to the supermarket, they said, this one we don't want. Try to go to a quality standard institution so that they can satisfy your product, and then you'll come, then we will take and we will help you to sell. So I think there's a need now. One of the ways to empower these women who are here, to encourage, to explain to them how are they going to certify their product so that they will be in a position to sell in most of the supermarkets in their places and then outside the country. Because what they said, quality standard or quality of your product is the way to the market. Thank you.
So go ahead.
Oh, okay. My name is Chantal, South Africa. Chantal from South Africa. I just have an experience to share also regarding the barcode ding story. If you want to trade and export with us, we were restricted because there is a 12 number digit and there's a 13 number digit. So you'd also have to do your research on, does the country you want to export to, do you qualify to get your product out there? It restricts a lot of products, so you need to make sure when it comes to your barcoding what method you're using. And the other point is that I've connected with a few women who are in farming and who are farming with exotic products, mainly vegetables, because we are processing vegetables, processing coffee made out of vegetables. And it's something very unique. It's not done anywhere in the world. So I'd really like to protect that. So if WIPO could, I don't know what processes can be taken place, maybe another follow-up session where I get to go back home and do my homework with the women who are interested in venturing and partnering or collaborating with our business to come up with another product range to add to what we're already doing, which could also add value to our value chain that we're processing back home. But my question is, why does it take so long for the IP processing certification? Is there not maybe a way where Doctor also mentioned it, to maybe centralize a system for us where we could not bypass but still follow processes, but just as soon as we are done with our products to already get our products out there and start trading and start adding value. Thank you. And why South Africa not part of Aripo? WIPO, no, not WIPO. AIPO, OPO, APO, APOs and all those APOs. South Africa, we've got potential to grow on a global scale. So South Africa, please.
Well, before you give your final comment, I just want to make a comment on this. You know, I attended a conference where South Africa, there were delegates from the South African government, there were delegates from the Nigerian government, and we were discussing AFCFTA, and they were all there with other countries. So I asked a question that we want to trade across Africa. South Africa is interested, Nigeria is interested, Africa is interested. 52 countries are interested. Now, when it comes to protection, we have two major bodies in Africa, ARIPO and OAPI. But two strategic partners in Africa, Nigeria and South Africa are not part of any of these countries. So the reply I got, it is a political reason. So maybe if Dr. Sibanda, who is McLean, who has been operating in South Africa, if you have a better answer than the one I got, but what I got was, it is a political reason. So if you have a better answer, would you mind sharing? So it's a political reason.
Would you take your headphone, please? Again, I speak French. Moi, je voudrais intervenir sur la question de la femme et du foncier. Je crois que toutes les femmes qui ont parlé ici ont montré que les femmes ne sont pas propriétaires, n'ont pas accès au foncier dans leur pays. Je voudrais donner le contre-exemple pour dire que ce n'est pas partout pareil en Afrique. Moi, je viens des îles Comores, qui est un petit pays, un archipel, et là, la terre appartient aux femmes. Nous sommes un pays matrilinéaire. Nous sommes un pays matrilinéaire et matrilocal. Et quand on se marie, le mari se déplace de chez lui, il vient habiter chez sa femme. Et un autre atout que je voudrais aussi partager ici, c'est que quand on se marie aux Comores, la femme reçoit beaucoup d'or. Et cet or peut servir de collatéral pour aller dans les banques et emprunter de l'argent. Ce qui fait que ça donne des atouts majeurs aux femmes comoriennes de ce point de vue-là.
Thank you very much. Brilliant submission. If I had not given her the floor, we would have missed. If I have not given you the floor, we would have missed such a vital information and experience which is happening in Comoros. I think my daughter will be born in Comoros. So I will quickly answer the questions, and then I'll invite Loretta so that we close for the day and prepare for another exciting day tomorrow. The conversation will continue. So the issue that you mentioned about how people are doing business and how policymakers are reacting. We need to understand that for business to happen, it has to be done with the right mindset. Most of some of these business practices that you see and some of the unfair competition that is happening, people do not have the right mindset, which is why you're seeing some of these problems. And for the issue of the land tenure system, have to continuously engage your government through advocacy, through dialogue, to ensure that you have access to land, as land is an asset. You can put land in the bank and get collateral to have access to finance. The other one, how can you protect? How can you be protected? How can your innovation be protected? Yes, it is protected through the PCT model. Patents are protected through the PCT model. Now, another lady asked WIPO for support on packaging. Interesting question. You know, WIPO has given us already a lot. And we haven't got the WIPO's acts. Yes, to whom much is given. So we are not sharing all this knowledge because we have time or we want to do it. We also have expectations from you. A lot has been invested on all of us to be here to interact. So we will also do the acts. But depending on what and how you prove yourself, this will determine how these engagements will continue. Because it's also an investment for WIPO, for JPO. Africa is not the only continent that WIPO is operating in. So if they are investing resources in Africa, they need to see results to be able to what? Continue investing these resources. So we also have a huge responsibility to play. And let's start thinking of this. What results can we show when we walk out and head back home tomorrow? And believe me, WIPO will not want to invest in you and let you go. But we want to see results. The other aspect which I will wrap up with is, it's not going to be an easy ride. Yes, we have flown from so many countries to come. It has not been easy for some of you, for some of us, including myself. I arrived. The next day, I realized I had a severe malaria, and I was admitted at the hospital. Yes, some of you, the first places you visited were nice places. The first place I visited when I arrived was the hospital aside the hotel. But I had to push myself to get better and deliver. So this is the same expectation that we have. We want to see that what we have discussed, the knowledge that you have gained, you have utilized that to its maximum to deliver results for yourself, that tomorrow we will go on LinkedIn, on Twitter, and we will retweet your tweet, and we said, we are proud of you. And this will be our joy. So on that note, I thank you for your kind attention, and I'll invite Loretta to take over. Thank you.
It is in times like this that some of us realize we are growing old. Because my battery is at 0.5%. My human battery is at 0.5%. So I'm surprised some of you are really willing to dance. So we thank you all. It's been a wonderful day. You have shared great experiences. And I think that tomorrow is going to be the day that you truly share your takeaways from the conference, what your expectations are, how you think that WIPO and its partners can collaborate in supporting you. And we will devise the next steps, or let's say the way forward. So perhaps tomorrow you might have the opportunity also to showcase your products and indicate what your products do, how you have come by your journey. See if any of your stories fall in line with the brand activation journey that has been shared today. And then you will be taken through session 12, which is the role of patents and utility models. You will also have section 13, protecting IP rights in the domestic, international markets. Several ways in which you can further develop and use the commercial value of your brands and designs. So it's going to be an interesting session tomorrow, and forgive me if I am out of energy, because I am. So I think at this stage I will just say thank you very much for a lovely day,
Enjoy your evening, come back refreshed, and let us see how best we can work together to put you out there. Thank you.
Fugamande viri mwechete utoro vakuchimukwaza dengari rakatinira tiri kudambe une anorima
Hello, it's Sana's birthday today. Today is Sana's birthday. Can we all just bless her with a happy birthday song? DJ, do you have any happy birthday song?
uchatenga mombe uchabaya uchavhiya uchapura nyemba uchadzura nzungudziya ende baba vati vanoda madhorofhiya wotomhanya musango mukwazva pane yandibira pombi yemvura kana zondo rangu randanga ndavhura vanhu vese vaikwazva pakati pevanhu vese varipo iyani watigarira kumhepo zvakungonzi bvunzai kwazha ndiri kunzwa kudaro.
Hello, girls. Can we have the happy birthday song? Do you have the one for Harmonize? Yeah? You have it. Roll it. Roll it, man. Woo, woo. Harmonize.
Nice music, baby.
Flag, I got the recipe. Kwanza na furaha nitaimba na kucheza, washa mishumaa, weka keki juu ya meza.